In a world consumed by a zombie apocalypse, weapons and resources are a survivor's only lifeline. But our main character holds every advantage. Xiaoyang foresaw the impending doom and prepared in advance. He forged an absolute fortress, gathered endless supplies, and sheltered his allies from the world's end. Yet, these resources would have vanished, if not for an awakened system granting him vital missions. Through these trials, he claims supply crates overflowing with rare rewards, resources, and immense power. But this timeline began with bitter betrayal. Inside a desolate warehouse, our hero hangs by a literal thread. Beneath him, a ravenous horde of the undead waits to devour his living flesh. Xiaoyang's treacherous lover mocks his despair, gleefully confessing that she has already slaughtered all his allies. A shattered Xiaoyang reflects on his doomed path. His fatal misjudgments have cost his precious comrades their lives. Consumed by guilt, he roars at the traitor, swearing to grant her an agonizing demise. But naturally, such hollow vows mean nothing to a parasite clinging to her wealthy patron and whining about her fractured feelings. The corrupt leader grins, deciding it is finally time to watch Xiaoyang suffer a brutal end. Twisting the blade further, he mocks our hero, offering cruel gratitude for the immense stockpile left behind, a fortune that guarantees their survival for months. With that, our protagonist plunges straight into the undead abyss. The monstrous horde instantly swarms him, ripping his flesh apart while he writhes in helpless, agonizing torment. As his piercing screams echo toward the heavens, Xiaoyang carves one final, vengeful vow into his soul. If destiny ever grants him a second chance, his sole purpose will be to utterly annihilate Jing and Liu Xiang. The gods of regression heed his dying plea. In the blink of an eye, he violently awakens inside his past body. Before him stands Qi Jing, using her allure to manipulate him. The greedy traitor screams at him for withholding her name from his property deeds. Xiaoyang completely tunes out her shrill voice, desperately processing the unbelievable reality around him. The truth hits him like lightning. He has regressed to the very moments before the apocalypse shatters the world. Crushing guilt suffocates him as he remembers the venomous betrayal of Qi Jing, an absolute master of deception. Her past treason eradicated his family's proud inheritance and burned his vast wealth to absolute ashes. In truth, a zombie apocalypse hardly seemed necessary to ruin his life. This woman is a walking cataclysm herself. Let us unravel the dark truth of his previous life. In a familiar apocalyptic nightmare, humanity was suddenly corrupted by a virus, turning survivors into savage hunters. Relying on Xiaoyang's elite connections and loyal comrades, he successfully forged a true sanctuary for survivors. Peace reigned until the manipulator arrived at his gates, wearing a flawless mask of helpless desperation. Blinded by her pathetic disguise, our hero made the fatal choice to offer her salvation. It became the most catastrophic error of his life. Showing mercy sealed his ultimate doom. She ruthlessly exploited his kindness, smuggling her own treacherous faction straight into the heart of his sanctuary. Now, seeing this exact demon standing inches away, audaciously demanding his fortune, fuels an unimaginable disgust. Murderous intent flares in his eyes. His hands ache to crush her throat, but he forces his raging aura to remain calm. Instead, he violently shoves her out the door. The heavy lock clicks shut on Qi Jing's completely bewildered face. The loyal pawn she once commanded had suddenly shattered his chains, casting her into the streets without hesitation. Alone in his room, Xiaoyang locks his burning gaze straight onto the calendar. The countdown has begun. He has exactly 1 month to prepare before the apocalyptic nightmare consumes all of reality. Suddenly, the air crackles as a divine interface materializes. The apocalypse system awakens. His first mission: secure territory and hoard a year of provisions. This divine power operates with the ruthless ambition of Genghis Khan himself. The completion reward? 10 golden points, an exclusive currency forged for the system's mysterious armory. A triumphant smirk cuts across Xiaoyang's face. True hope blazes within his soul once again. This omnipotent system is his ultimate key to dominating the end of the world. Currently, the Divine Shop displays only 3 artifacts: an enhancement elixir, a tactical survival kit, and a legendary protagonist supply box. Each artifact demands a unique point tribute. The gears of fate are already turning in his absolute favor. Xiaoyang scoffs at his pathetic past, remembering how he once starved himself just to scrape together a dowry for Qi Jing's treacherous hands. He endured starvation and skipped meals just to save every last penny. Imagine enduring all of that, only for the girl to still betray him. He grabs his phone to order food, knowing the impending zombies will soon ruin everything. Later that night, he sits down to deeply savor an expensive, personalized takeout dinner. He is so eager to taste quality pork that a single bite makes him feel like he has awakened divine power and a shredded physique. Just kidding. But the incredible taste certainly feels that way. He completely devours the meal like a Victorian child who has starved for days. Suddenly, his phone screen lights up with an incoming call. Xiaoyang checks the screen. It is a call from Chu Jing's best friend, Wen Shuya. True to her toxic nature, she immediately berates him for ignoring his girlfriend. Her nagging completely shatters his peace, so he coldly hangs up the phone. Instead, he focuses entirely on his true objective. He needs to acquire land. His absolute goal is to construct a powerful, easily defensible fortress, fully equipped with nearby water and dense forests. The following day, he immediately gets to work. He steps inside a real estate company, approaching a property consultant to handle his demands. She politely greets her customer, asking if he intends to buy or rent a property. Before he can even answer, their conversation is rudely interrupted by Xiao Ning's superior. He barks an order, demanding she handle bottom-tier tasks instead of greeting frontline clients. This arrogant man is Manager J. He harshly shoves her aside, banishing her to the back room despite her active client consultation. Manager J, a discriminatory corporate bully, openly calls Xiaoyang broke. Xiaoyang immediately fires back, calling out the manager's blatant disrespect. Instead of issuing an apology, the arrogant manager doubles down on his insults. He mocks that people like Xiaoyang cannot even afford a toilet, claiming he should not be taken seriously. Disgusted by the man's attitude, Xiaoyang decides to shatter his ego completely. He pulls out an American Express card, proudly declaring his intent to purchase land. The sheer mention of buying land leaves the entire room startled and gasping in absolute shock. They realize they have struck gold with this customer. The polite consultant, Xiao Ning, kindly asks him to follow her for a detailed and proper briefing. This reality severely irritates Manager J, who believes this kid is just blindly bluffing. Soon after, Xiao Ning presents him with a vast list of available land plots. But Xiaoyang is not here to simply browse through a standard list. Instead, he directly states his exact demands. First, the location must border the mountains, complete with a fresh, flowing water source. It must also feature a proper transportation system. And finally, he requires a factory or large house on the property. Hearing these exact conditions, Xiao Ning considers the options. Seeking an opportunity to humiliate him, Manager J swiftly interrupts with a malicious recommendation. An available plot exists in the East District, but it is deeply flawed, riddled with unfinished factories and heavy complications. That is why Xiao Ning refuses to recommend it. But the arrogant manager does not care. He assumes Xiaoyang is intentionally listing ridiculous demands because a broke customer like him never truly intends to buy anything. In response, Xiaoyang casually asks if the East District plot genuinely satisfies his strict requirements. Xiao Ning agrees, but quickly warns him about the abandoned factories and the fleeing project leader. Inspecting the plot's records, Xiaoyang immediately realizes this location might actually be his perfect sanctuary. The terrain is brilliant. Enclosed by barbed wire, it is incredibly easy to defend and virtually impossible to attack. The unfinished factories are actually a massive hidden bonus. Without hesitation, he agrees to purchase the land and sign the contract. The polite consultant nods in agreement, yet she is utterly stunned that her client would blindly buy an abandoned factory wasteland. Xiaoyang could not care less. He demands the contract immediately, purely so he can shove his wealth right in the manager's face. Hilariously, in the very next scene, Manager J screams at the bill, completely baffled by how anyone could drop such a massive deposit. Paying millions for a plot filled with rundown factories makes zero sense to him. Then comes the best part. Xiaoyang steps up to remind him of their bet. Since the multi-million purchase is official, the arrogant manager is forced to eat his own words, as Xiaoyang proudly walks away. The surrounding customers ruthlessly mock the manager, eagerly streaming his pathetic reaction and awaiting his performance. They are eager to witness his humiliation. Meanwhile, let us return to Xiaoyang. Remembering his two system missions, he completes the first by using his marriage funds to buy land. Next, he must hoard a year of supplies. Walking away, Shuzhang spots him, questioning his presence. Shuzhang then witnesses the absurd spectacle unfolding right before his very eyes. Manager J is forced to his knees, fed against his will on a live broadcast. A truly wretched fate worse than death itself. The vile sight shifts to a highly alluring view, revealing the beautiful and elegant Qi Jing. she suddenly receives a call from Xu Jiang, quickly exposing Xiaoyang's visit to the property agency. This completely infuriates her, leading to one crucial question. How did he buy land, and with whose wealth? Xu Jiang reveals the deposit record, suspecting the marriage funds were used. Qi Jing seethes with rage, realizing the wealth she felt entitled to was spent on his own desires. Trying to calm her wrath, Xu Jiang advises her to confront him directly and uncover the total truth. Her meaningless complaints echo on, completely lacking any true value or substance. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang carefully plots his next move. The true obstacle is wealth, requiring vast sums for vital supplies and his ultimate shelter. His deep focus shatters violently with a sudden banging at his door. He briefly suspects a dangerous threat has come to hunt him down. But no, it is merely the two infuriating women, blazing with wrath over how Xiaoyang dared to spend the funds Qi Jing claimed. Baffled by their sudden hostility, he questions the meaning behind this chaos. Qi Jing grants no mercy, instantly accusing him of stealing her rightful wealth to purchase the territory. Furthermore, she arrogantly claims ownership of his new domain. Naturally, Xiaoyang finds her hollow demands completely absurd. First, he strikes her shoulder with thick wads of cash. Then he vows a woman like her will never touch a single cent of his wealth. He boldly exposes his knowledge of her secret affair with Xu Jiang, striking her core with sheer, terrifying astonishment. Her deceitful companion instantly intervenes, faking pure innocence while claiming this is merely a lover's misunderstanding. However, Xiaoyang remains unfazed, ruthlessly condemning her betrayal. Slamming the door shut, he commands the traitors to vanish. Devoid of any remorse, Qi Jing is consumed only by dread over how he uncovered their hidden betrayal. Her twisted nature is entirely exposed. Blind to her grave sins, she feels no guilt. Her companion is equally stunned, completely unaware of when this dark affair started. She is deeply repulsed that the affair involved the elderly Xu Jiang. Realizing their leverage is completely destroyed, they accept defeat, plotting to strike back with a darker scheme later. The sheer depth of her treachery is profound, and her sinister plot is about to unfold. She is a venomous viper biding her time. Rejoicing in their broken bond, she plans to steal Xiaoyang entirely for herself. Leaving those vile schemers behind, fate shifts its focus firmly back to Xiaoyang. He arrives at the barren, ruined factory. The foreman details the massive renovations and vital defense systems required, warning that such monumental work demands time. The overwhelming scale of the defensive fortifications leaves the seasoned crew utterly stunned, wondering, are you preparing to battle the heavens? Xiaoyang ignores their doubt, firmly commanding completion within 30 days. The foreman boldly declares that such a miraculous timeline is utterly impossible. Their current workforce is severely lacking. Yet, the foreman quickly adds that immense wealth could accelerate the impossible demand. To forcefully rush this monumental task, they require at least 20 million. Unfazed by the massive fortune, Xiaoyang simply smiles, asking if that is truly their final price. The foreman insists on an immediate deposit of 5 million to set the grand operation into motion. Xiaoyang agrees without hesitation, promising the transfer within 7 days, demanding they start working immediately. The captain is completely speechless. He wonders if Xiaoyang holds the boundless wealth of an absolute global tycoon. Xiaoyang declares that if he fails to pay, the entire territory will be transferred to them as compensation. The monumental pact is forged. But suddenly, the critical meeting is disrupted by Qi Jing's companion. She plays nice, gripping his arm to ask about his plans. Fury boils within him. In his past life, this traitor helped Qi Jing steal his family's legacy during that scandal. He intends to make her pay eventually. For now, Xiaoyang questions her sudden appearance. Dodging the question, she cheerfully asks if this is his project site. She wonders if a grand villa will be built here. His patience gone, Xiaoyang shakes her off. He coldly declares it is not her concern. This fuels her anger. She cannot fathom his coldness, especially while her heart beats fondly for him. Shifting focus back to his work, Xiaoyang orders the crew to widen the gate area. Sidelined and ignored, she scowls, failing to exploit this perfect chance. Qi Jing's romance is failing, yet she schemes to use her tricks and steal the boy's land. It seems he is tragically cursed to attract only the most wicked women. Returning home, Xiaoyang pledges his apartment for cash. However, those funds cannot cover the first payment. Desperate for massive wealth, he plots to sell his home to multiple buyers. Once the apocalypse strikes, none of it will matter. How could they retaliate? Sue him during the apocalypse? His peace shatters when an old man pounds, demanding Xiang open up. This intruder is his wealthy neighbor, Grandpa Li. The rich elder already owns the first 2 floors, and now he covets Xiaoyang's property. In his past life, he kept this place, hoping it would become his future marital home. Considering his tragic past and this elder's endless yelling, his plans have totally shifted. Grandpa Li berates him for partying, though Xiaoyang instantly rejects these baseless lies. Skipping the pointless debate, he simply offers to transfer the property to the old man, securing a sale. The elder's foul mood vanishes, utterly shocked by the boy's sudden surrender. Xiaoyang states his conditions. His new home needs 6 months. Thus, he demands 5 million upfront to clear his mortgage. It is a brilliant tactic if he repeats this scam with multiple buyers. He prepares to slam the door upon rejection, but the old man finally yields to his terms. He demands a formal contract to avoid future disputes. Naturally, a mere contract means nothing, knowing the elder will perish soon after claiming it. Everything flows perfectly. With Grandpa Li's 5 million and his own 3 million, he now commands an 8 million budget. Fulfilling the first condition, he can finally claim his quest reward. Next, he blitzes through the markets. He maneuvers his shopping cart like a racing champion. Bystanders watch in shock, wondering if he has truly lost his mind. Their confusion is justified, seeing Xiaoyang commanding 7 massive carts, all overflowing with essential goods. The crowd assumes some doomsday hoax has brainwashed him into this hoarding frenzy. Ignoring their foolish whispers, Xiaoyang successfully finishes his second task. Pondering his point distribution, he realizes claiming the protagonist's toolbox beats upgrading raw stats. Without delay, he drains his points to acquire it. A glowing mystery box materializes, revealing a mighty space ring containing a static dimension. He smiles, securing a legendary artifact. Now, his food supplies will never rot within that frozen space. If gathering 1 year of supplies seemed tough, the system escalates its demands, requiring 10 years of provisions for further points. The manager dispatches security to handle the disruption. Guard Yang Tao is shocked to spot Xiaoyang here. For context, Yang Tao was a ruthless bully back during their high school years. He tortured the weak, including our hero who defied him. Their past was stained with conflict, and now this brute screams at Xiaoyang, demanding he return the supplies and cease this madness. Xiaoyang smiles fearlessly. He notes Yang Tao hasn't changed at all, still the same arrogant jerk as before. He vows to complete the purchase, but the security manager assumes Xiaoyang is bluffing. He demands immediate payment or severe consequences. An hour later, 4 cashiers finish tallying the haul. It totals nearly 57,000 yuan. Yang Tao forces him to pay immediately. Like executing a divine technique, Xiaoyang swipes his card boldly. To the manager's shock, the payment clears, instantly shattering Yang Tao's expectations. Humiliated, he turns to flee with his men. But Xiaoyang stops him for one final matter. Xiaoyang calls out the unjust disrespect he faced. He demands a formal apology, threatening a full refund. Yang Tao's blood boils, enraged by this defiance. But in today's era, cameras capture every single move. On-looking customers corner the manager, demanding an apology before he goes viral on TikTok for his arrogance. The tide turns in Xiaoyang's favor. He coldly reminds his old classmate to just apologize. It might even push him to buy 10 times more. Yang Tao scoffs at the bluff, but Xiaoyang calmly proves him wrong by revealing his balance. Yang Tao's arrogant face crumbles. He cannot fathom how this kid has 7 million casually sitting in his bank. Cornered with no escape, the humiliated bully caves. Yang Tao lowers his head and formally apologizes, driving the insult deeper. Xiaoyang pats his head, warning him never to act so arrogantly again. As he leaves, Yang Tao asks why he bought so much. Xiaoyang bluntly dismisses him. It is none of his business, but a massive plan is in motion. The defeated manager notes he will need a wholesaler for larger purchases. This catches Xiaoyang's focus. He asks if Yang Tao has any supplier connections. Yang Tao confirms, mentioning their old leader, Jiang Shenge, now runs a wholesale business. Yang Tao eagerly calls him, hyping up a huge client. Xiaoyang is amused. This lackey is still serving his old school boss, even out of school. He wonders how much wealth they have amassed. Soon after, Yang Tao escorts him to the boss. A car screeches to a halt just inches away from them. Out steps the arrogant kingpin himself, Jiang Shenge. He demands to see this big client immediately. Yang Tao jogs his boss's memory, revealing Xiaoyang as their old classmate. But too much time has passed. This brute remembers absolutely nothing. Glaring closely, the realization strikes him. It is the one kid who always rebelled against their gang's rule. He immediately mocks Xiaoyang's outfit as fake. Xiaoyang plays along, feigning ignorance of the brand. Seeing this, Zhang Shenj believes he wasted his time. This kid is no big client. He violently kicks Yong Tao, claiming he can judge a man's wealth by mere sight. Mocking him, Xiaoyang ridicules his weak aura for failing to intimidate. Enraged, Zhang Shenj grabs his collar. But Xiaoyang stands fearless, repeating the jab. Hilariously, the boss only rages over the insult. He completely ignores the taunt about his pathetic superiority complex. Yong Tao desperately tries to break the tension, only to eat another brutal kick for interrupting. The furious boss sneers, thinking Xiaoyang made a fatal error. He threatens his safety unless he buys massive goods. Standing his ground, Xiaoyang flashes his bank account. The boss freezes in pure disbelief. This kid is ready to drop 1 million without blinking. Going even further, Xiaoyang declares he will buy 5 million in stock. The first million is merely a deposit. Hooked by the wealth, Zhang Shenj asks what goods he needs. The young man demands every single edible and drinkable item to be included in his massive order. Even with a colossal client standing right before his eyes, this greedy boss schemes to easily scam our boy with near-expired food. To him, this is a winning lottery ticket. Inside the warehouse, Zhang Shunga reveals the goods, tossing in a 10% discount if he buys the entire stock. However, our protagonist prioritizes the absolute quality of the goods above all else. Checking a bag of peanut sand, he quickly points out the approaching expiration dates, completely exposing the boss's blinding greed. Chang Shenzi genuinely never expected Xiaoyang to be so sharply well-versed in this ruthless business. He desperately offers a 50% discount for the entire pile. Yet, our boy instantly refuses, demanding flawless quality for his 5 million investment. Even so, he secretly harbors a brilliant plan for these soon-to-expire supplies. The boss remains clueless about his grand scheme. But with the massive discount already on the table, Xiang uses this to crush the negotiation. He claims all expired goods, strictly promising payment in exactly 1 month. Zhang Shengyi agrees, but dreads the deadly fallout once the supplies finally expire, and attempts to back out. In response, Xiang ruthlessly offers to mortgage his own house to cover the enormous cost. The intrigued boss endlessly wonders what kind of shadowy business Xiaoyang runs to casually acquire expired goods. Our boy fears absolutely nothing. In fact, he drops a chilling hint for the greedy boss. In just a few short days, even rotting food will become an unimaginable luxury. This sends pure terror down Zhang Shangha's spine. Refusing to elaborate, Xiaoyang seals the fateful deal, promising a delivery address soon. Answering his ringing phone, our boy realizes a desperate buyer has finally reached out for his house. He swiftly wraps up the warehouse deal. As he departs, Yong Tao is left utterly paralyzed, wondering if they were the ones scammed. Even the boss cannot comprehend how a seemingly normal kid casually spends millions without a single drop of fear. Soon after, the eager buyer transfers a staggering 400,000 deposit for our boy's house. He blindly accepts the ironclad condition that Xiang will vacate the premises in exactly 3 months. His master plan is flawlessly clear. He fears zero consequences, knowing this fragile world will soon plunge into apocalyptic chaos. Xia is deeply stunned by the old man's desperate rush, sealing the massive deal without a single inspection. Intrigued, he questions the old man's driving motivation, who explains it is entirely for his precious granddaughter, who desperately needs a new home to transfer schools. They simply loved the home and made an offer. Testing him, Xiaoyang darkly jokes about raising the price upon hearing their sheer desperation. This makes the poor guy shrink in absolute terror. Maintaining the original price, Xiang assures him of his honor. They quickly sign the binding contract, sealing the deal. The grateful old man promises to never disturb him again. However, this grim reality deeply devastates our protagonist, who laments the cruel truth. Innocent souls like this old man and his granddaughter will never survive the impending gruesome apocalypse. Deciding to extend one final sliver of human kindness, he stops the old man, requesting their current address. Shortly after, Xiaoyang's back at the sprawling construction site to inspect his fortress. The first batch of funds is fully cleared, but the greedy captain eagerly awaits the second massive payment. Our boy firmly assures them the wealth is coming, demanding an immediate update on the defensive construction. Impressively, 80% is already complete. They have installed impenetrable doors and fortified structures for ultimate survival defense. The massive warehouse looks spectacular, already wiped completely spotless. Fully assured, Xiaoyang signals Zhang Shenge to dispatch all goods immediately. Soon, the colossal mountain of supplies arrives and is meticulously stacked. For their backbreaking labor alone, the generous Xiang rewards them with 2,000 each. While the workers joyfully celebrate, our boy efficiently categorizes every single supply pile, flawlessly securing all perishable items. By nightfall, the exhausting sorting process is finally complete. Xiao Yong stares down at his magnificent magnum opus. He has officially hoarded 10 years' worth of vital supplies, earning 20 precious system points. Inspecting the divine system store once more, he realizes a mysterious new box has materialized in his options. The system's greatest blessing is granting him godlike superpowers long before the devastating zombie apocalypse strikes the world. Spending 10 points, he claims the mystery box. Slowly, it unlocks a legendary new ability known as the Mind's Eye. This divine skill easily exposes hidden malice and killing intent, a vital survival tool for the looming apocalypse. Soon, the system issues a new mission. Armed to the teeth, he must amass an absolute arsenal of lethal weapons. Naturally, Xiaoyang is already one step ahead. That very night, he descends into the city's corrupt underbelly, the underground black market. Xiaoyang slips through the shadows, ignoring the desperate crowds begging for worthless antiques. The absolute worst scum gather here. Suddenly, he spots Xu Xiang fiercely haggling over a cheap counterfeit bracelet. Watching him buy worthless fakes confirms the man's treacherous nature. Clearly, Qi Jing remains utterly blinded by his deception. Xiaoyang finally spots a hidden target truly worth inspecting. He approaches a rugged merchant peddling brutal melee weapons. Xiaoyang demands only top-tier equipment. The ignorant merchant offers basic survival gear, suggesting a simple blunt baton for self-defense. Xiaoyang coldly refuses. He requires steel forged for pure destruction, something completely unbreakable. The skeptical merchant scoffs, assuming this young man is merely wasting his valuable time. To his absolute horror, Xiaoyang instantly transfers 200,000 into his account. Trembling with greed, the merchant immediately invites Xiaoyang to speak in absolute secrecy. Inside a hidden vault, the dealer reveals pathetic homemade firearms worth 2,000 yuan. Weak toys, incapable of real slaughter. Xiaoyang violently rejects them. He needs weapons meant to butcher bloodthirsty zombies, not weaklings. Desperate, the merchant presents a heavy replica revolver, priced at a steep 5,000 yuan. Xiaoyang remains deadly serious, completely unfazed by this pathetic display. His massive 200,000 advance payment demands lethal perfection. The merchant freezes, realizing this buyer's true terrifying wealth. That massive sum is merely 10% of his total war budget. He is prepared to drop 2 million on an unstoppable arsenal. The staggering fortune leaves the merchant breathless. Xiaoyang is forging himself into a god of apocalyptic death. Piercing the silence, he commands the trembling dealer to show true firepower. Sweating profusely, the merchant locks down the facility, ensuring absolute total secrecy. He promises Xiaoyang access to a dangerous shadow supplier, guaranteeing a delivery of military-grade slaughtering equipment. This fatal exchange will occur in exactly 2 short days. Exiting the shadowy vault, Xiaoyang collides with Xu Xiang, who mistakenly believes he uncovered Xiaoyang's secret. The foolish man assumes Xiaoyang simply pawned his belongings to gain sudden massive wealth. Ignorant to his impending doom, he mocks our hero. But Xiaoyang merely sees a perfect test subject. Activating the Mind's Eye, he scans the merchant's aura, confirming the dealer's sheer, profitable loyalty. However, Xu Xiang radiates pure hostility. Xiaoyang ruthlessly counters, comparing his fake counterfeit jewelry to his worthless lover, Qi Jing. That devastating insult completely shatters his fragile, arrogant ego. Rage erupts within Xu Xiang. Sensing the lethal tension, the merchant questions their dark history. Xiaoyang coldly declares this pathetic fool as nothing but a sworn enemy. Eager to please his wealthy client, the merchant gleefully orders his brutal thugs to annihilate this annoying pest. Xiaoyang walks away victorious, leaving Xu Xiang trembling in absolute pathetic despair. Shadowy enforcers swarm the arrogant fool, relentlessly beating him into the cold, unforgiving dirt. Bloody and broken, his hatred for Xiaoyang ignites a venomous vow of revenge. 2 fateful days later, a massive truck delivers his lethal arsenal. The system chimes, granting both the mission and bonus rewards. A divine physical enhancement potion appears. Boasting a 2x multiplier, its raw power completely eclipses ordinary shop items. Without a second of hesitation, he plunges the glowing serum straight into his veins. Instantly, explosive energy surges through his core, shattering the pathetic 5-point limit of ordinary men. His strength stat skyrockets to 7, granting 40% more devastating power. Next, he inspects the system store. Craving absolute maximum overwhelming physical strength, he injects another powerful serum. His raw physical points hit 8, unleashing 60% more explosive might than any mortal man. To test his awakened ability, he grabs a solid steel rod. Xiaoyang lands a devastating kick, violently cracking the solid wall. With this overwhelming power, the undead hordes will face absolute destruction. He activates his spatial ring, swallowing every weapon crate into the void dimension. Xiaoyang knows the apocalypse begins in exactly 2 days. Before hell breaks loose, he must resolve his business with the Elder. Despite past apocalyptic betrayals, deep down, Xiaoyang retains his humanity. He plans to deliver crucial survival supplies to the old man. After this, their survival rests in their own hands. Soon, Xiaoyang arrives at the residence. Locating the apartment was incredibly difficult in such a desolate, run-down neighborhood. Climbing the crumbling stairs, he realizes the sheer poverty the old man endures. Before knocking, he decides to summon the survival supplies immediately to avoid any unnecessary hassle. His magic ring materializes massive supply crates into reality. Finally, he knocks. The anxious elder opens the door apologizing, only to freeze upon seeing Xiaoyang. The massive mountain of resources towering behind him is staggering. Bypassing explanations, our boy rapidly moves the cargo inside. The elder watches his overwhelming stamina in sheer awe. Scanning the perimeter, our boy notes the apartment possesses solid defensive security. He strictly forbids the old man from revealing his upcoming secret. Xiaoyang warns him to ration wisely, as the entire world is about to collapse. Suddenly, a photograph catches his eye. Shock strikes his core. It is Shan Shan, his loyal apocalyptic comrade. Seeking the truth, he intensely questions the elder, who stands totally stunned that Xiaoyang somehow knows her heavily guarded identity. Panic setting in, Xiaoyang demands her location. She is currently studying at her local campus. In his past life, he found her drowning in agony over her grandfather's demise. The elder had sacrificed everything to save her. Xiaoyang completely refuses to let history repeat. He instantly informs the grandfather that renting the house is no longer a viable option. Terror grips the old man, but Xiaoyang grounds him by revealing the approaching doomsday. A terrifying zombie outbreak erupts tomorrow. They must extract the girl from school immediately before finding sanctuary. This apocalyptic truth completely shatters the man's reality. With time running out, Xiaoyang forces him to face this grim fate. He paints a brutal picture of an apocalyptic famine. Starvation will completely consume their peaceful society. Xiaoyang violently proves his truth, pulling every piece of furniture back into his dimensional ring. Shan Shan's grandfather stands paralyzed, until our boy reveals his awakened foresight and supernatural abilities. To alter their tragic destiny, they must storm Shan Shan's academy this very second. Tires screech as they desperately race toward her high school. Upon arrival, Xiaoyang demands her dormitory location as they frantically scan the busy courtyard. Disgustingly, Shan Shan is enduring brutal slaps from a jealous girl merely over a pathetic suitor's crush. Despite pleading her complete innocence, the cruel girl mercilessly strikes her down for daring to speak. These vicious bullies ruthlessly torment her. Just in time, Shan Shan's terrified grandfather bursts onto the scene. He desperately demands her release. However, arrogant teenage thugs immediately surround and violently threaten the elder. Driven by pure familial devotion, the elder charges blindly into the trio of violent men. A merciless punk swings a bat straight at his fragile skull. Before the lethal strike connects, Xiaoyang effortlessly catches the weapon. He coldly mocks their pathetic high school gangster roleplay. The foolish idiots mock him, but Xiaoyang answers with a kick so devastating it turns the punk's hair blonde. This catastrophic strike absolutely terrifies the remaining thugs. They blindly try to encircle him, thinking it matters. Xiaoyang gladly welcomes the fierce challenge. The thug swings his club from the blind spot, but Xiaoyang dodges with absolute ease. With his strength stats amplified, his reflexes reach an entirely different level. Returning the favor, he grabs the thug's collar and violently slams him into the ground. Instant knockout. The group's leader attempts a cowardly sneak attack with a blade. Unfortunately for him, Xiaoyang perfectly counters and delivers a bone-crushing kick just below his thigh. A strike to that exact spot guarantees absolute agony. The worst kind of pain imaginable. Having put the trash to sleep, Xiaoyang turns his cold gaze toward the girl who tormented Shanshan. A merciless slap proves his absolute ruthlessness against anyone. The brutal impact leaves her completely dazed. He then grabs the other bully, giving her a ruthless taste of her own medicine. Pressing a blade against her throat, he draws tears of absolute terror. Suddenly, a sharp swing arcs through the air. She screams. For a terrifying second, it seems Xiaoyang claimed his first life. Shanshan watches in horror, believing the worst. But the truth is, he only sliced off her hair, a ruthless trim that leaves her completely humiliated. The ultimate punishment for her endless arrogance. She screams in sheer fury, vowing she will never forgive him for this deep humiliation. But Xiaoyang remains entirely unfazed, coldly brushing off her useless and pathetic threats. He calmly warns her she will understand true despair in a few days. For now, he tells Shanshan it is time to leave. Blindly trusting him, she follows without question. Soon, they speed toward an unknown destination. Inside the car, her grandfather explains the dark truth. A catastrophic famine apocalypse is coming. Shanshan remains doubtful, suspecting her grandfather fell victim to another foolish phone scam. He desperately insists it is the truth. Watching them, Xiaoyang smiles, relieved to see her safe in this life. Xiaoyang calmly reveals he is the source of this terrifying information. Since this timeline's Shanshan does not know him, he formally introduces himself once more. She thanks him for stopping the bullies. However, Xiaoyang knows those thugs will not survive the coming days. Yet, she remains entirely blind to the impending doom facing their world. Xiaoyang clarifies he only used the word famine to help her grandfather process the terrifying reality. This tragic misunderstanding gives the poor girl false hope that humanity will survive. Xiaoyang shatters her fragile optimism, declaring it a true apocalypse. He warns the collapse has already begun. She scrambles for her phone. Viral videos show a rabid infection, driving citizens into a violent, bloodthirsty frenzy. Pure dread consumes her, as the horror unfolds on screen. Witnessing the monstrous infected, Xiaoyang's grim warning rings true. The apocalypse is finally here. She learns a deadly toxic smog will officially erupt tomorrow, swallowing multiple provinces whole. This lethal fog will permanently mutate all living beings it touches. Millions will instantly transform into ravenous zombies. Their only desire will be to devour the uninfected survivors. The slaughtered will rise as the undead, multiplying the endless horde. He is relieved Shanshan understands the concept of zombies. Yet, this apocalyptic reality is still too absurd for her to grasp. But Xiaoyang knows the brutal truth will sink in soon. In exactly 1 week, the entire world will descend into chaos. Right now, they face an immediate hurdle: heavy traffic. Xiaoyang frowns as even the emergency lanes are completely paralyzed. The massive gridlock terrifies Shanshan. Terrified of a zombie ambush, she trembles. Xiaoyang reassures her the true outbreak has not fully commenced yet. However, while the main cataclysm is destined to happen tomorrow, the threat of isolated outbreaks remains critically high. Suddenly, a reckless driver violently forces his way into their lane. The invader crashes directly into Xiaoyang's vehicle. Furious, he immediately retaliates. He blocks the reckless driver from stealing the emergency lane. The man slams his brakes and spews arrogant curses. Xiaoyang realizes he is dealing with a snobbish, wealthy Mercedes owner. Shanshan's grandfather advises restraint, but our protagonist is ruthless. He wouldn't hesitate to end this fool's life if pushed. An hour passes. The suffocating gridlock finally clears, allowing them to move forward. Shanshan cries out a warning. That arrogant driver from before is recklessly accelerating to cut them off. Even Xiaoyang is stunned by his audacity. The fool violently swerves ahead, purely to mock them. Shan's grandfather warns of the danger, urging them not to sink to such a pathetic level. But Xiaoyang has lost all patience for fools. With the apocalypse looming, worldly laws no longer hold him back. Without hesitation, he fiercely rams the enemy vehicle. It spirals violently before crashing by the roadside. The arrogant rich kid crawls out, frantically dialing the authorities to have Xiaoyang locked away. He never forgives a grudge. Soon after, our group arrives at the massive facility Xiaoyang poured his soul into. Even Shanan's grandfather is speechless that this fortress is their new home. He declares that tomorrow, their destinies will completely shift. For now, they must conserve strength. The next dawn, our protagonist rests as Shanshan approaches. Free from her studies, She finally looks refreshed. Xiao Yong eagerly prepares to guide her through his constructed stronghold. He details the impenetrable concrete walls. The automated gates are utterly indestructible against any siege. He enforces one absolute law. Without his direct command, no outsider may breach these walls. This chills Shanshan. She fears helpless survivors seeking refuge will just be abandoned to die by Xiao Yang. To silence her doubts, he reveals another zone. He explains how humanity's true, savage nature awakens during the apocalypse. Facing this darkness requires absolute vigilance. In the end times, blind mercy only leads to a swift grave. Yet for stranded survivors, he deliberately constructed an outer buffer zone, a temporary sanctuary during his absence. But Xiao Yang severely repeats his rule. No one enters the main fortress. With boundaries set, he leads them into the massive supply vault, detailing their new survival rations. Deep within the warehouse, he turns for one crucial final test. Igniting his eye of insight, he pierces into their true intentions. Seeing their unwavering loyalty, a rare relief washes over him. He found true, well-intentioned allies. Next, Xiao Yong summons his armory. Grandfather receives a devastating shotgun, and Shanshan claims a lethal crossbow. His sole command is absolute. Never let these weapons fall into enemy hands. Time to review the system's latest urgent objective. Xiao Yang's mission is locating his past life comrade, Zhang Qi. The only hurdle is tracking down his exact coordinates. Fortunately, the system instantly highlights the exact city of his friend. Leaving Shanshan and her grandfather to guard the base, he strictly enforces his survival rules. He departs to recruit this crucial ally, reinforcing their stronghold before the apocalyptic nightmare descends. The scene shifts to a vibrant KTV lounge. A group of friends relaxes, completely unaware of fate. During a brief restroom break, Zhang Chai accidentally bumps into a beautiful woman, hastily apologizing for his mistake. But her arrogant boyfriend ignores the apology, viciously kicking him to the side. Zhang Qi is sent crashing backward. As he hits the floor, his loyal friend rushes to his aid. His bespectacled friend bravely steps forward, confronting the muscular brute to defend his comrade. This only enrages the thug further. He violently grabs Zhang's friend, mocking his weakness. Desperate, Zhang Qi begs for mercy to spare his friend. Nearby, a silent waiter watches this escalating conflict. Despite battling a severe cold, the worker cannot ignore the chaos. He courageously steps in to de-escalate. The furious thug refuses to back down, aggressively grabbing the innocent waiter as well, who subtly signals the boys to flee. Zhen Qi and his friend desperately sprint away to save themselves. Panting, they burst back into their private room. The rest of their crew is stunned by their panicked return. The bespectacled captain frantically explains the brutal encounter, revealing how those ruthless thugs attacked them. They survived only because of that waiter. Hearing this injustice, their remaining comrades erupt in fury. They want to go back and crush the man who dared to mess with their crew. Zhen Qi calms him down, warning that seeking trouble is completely pointless. But fate has darker plans. Do you remember that broken waiter? The poor man is beaten to a bloody pulp. That wealthy thug brought 3 backup fighters. They are here to destroy Zhang's crew. The thug orders his men to seize them instantly. Outnumbered and unable to fight back, Zhang and his nerdy friend quickly crouch low. Only one man in their group is confident enough to fight back. But the moment he breaks his silence, the boss shatters a glass bottle over his skull. Chen Chong is left bleeding heavily from his battered head. The scene rapidly shifts. Our hero abruptly halts his car outside. It makes absolute sense that Zhang Qi is here. Chen Chong has fallen completely. With his blood pooling on the floor, someone must rush this man to the emergency room. The thug boss seeks his girl's approval. She demands brutal punishment for the bump. Their deadly attention shifts to Zhang Qi, who faces an absolute beatdown. Shockingly, Chen Chong springs from the floor, lunging fiercely to strike the arrogant leader down. Had a lackey not blocked his path, he would have completely crushed his face in. Shocked by this college student's fierce bravado, the boss mercilessly shatters another heavy bottle on his head. Chen Chong violently hits the ground a second time. His horrified friends cry out in absolute panic. Seeing his comrade fall ignites Zhang Qi to jump into battle. Sadly, they are instantly pinned down. Their final group member cowers on the sidelines in utter terror. The broken waiter fights to stay conscious, while the ruthless thugs mercilessly beat down Zhang Qi's trapped crew. His desperate punch misses, failing to drop even a single enemy. Suddenly, a dark change overcomes the waiter. Bloodshot eyes snap open. He lunges into battle like a rabid beast, sinking his teeth into a man's shoulder and horrifying everyone. The thugs are stunned. Why did this waiter suddenly turn into a rabid monster? They try to restrain him, but his terrifying monstrous strength easily overpowers them all. The zombified waiter turns, viciously biting another man's arm. Fighting like a full-fledged beast, he overpowers the thug and crushes him down. Yet to everyone's absolute shock, this unstoppable, rabid beast is easily pinned down by a random newcomer. This random newcomer is our main character. He shoves the monster back and fiercely orders everyone else to freeze. The thugs are stunned. That wild waiter was destroying them just a moment ago. Yet one boy has him pinned against the wall without breaking a sweat. The boss questions Xiaoyang's identity. Ignoring him, our hero addresses Zhangyi's condition, asking if he is clear of bite marks. Luckily, he is clean. Zhang Qi finds the bizarre question confusing. Our hero orders him to follow quickly. They must leave right now. But the gang leader refuses to back down, aggressively blocking their path. Suddenly, the bitten henchman clutches his head. A dark, strange headache takes over. Our boy instantly accepts the grim reality. The deadly infection is spreading rapidly. This man is about to turn. Xiaoyang asks if the mad waiter bit his shoulder. The confused lackey confirms this fact, entirely blind to his dark fate. Our boy realizes the grim truth. This lackey is already infected. With a bite so close to his brain, his fate is sealed. Xiaoyang drags the undead waiter, hurling him into the restroom and slamming the door. The wild beast relentlessly rams the door. Early-stage zombies cannot open doors. He quickly turns his piercing gaze back to the thugs. Preparing for an absolute beatdown, our boy calmly asks Zhang Qi who should fall first. Hilariously, Zhang Qi has no idea who this stranger is. Enraged by such sheer audacity, the thug boss charges forward with a furious punch. Humiliating him effortlessly, Xiaoyang grabs his face and ruthlessly smashes his head into the ground. The infected lackey lunges next, but he is instantly obliterated with a single, devastating strike to the face, knocking him down. As the man collapses, his terrified friend steps back. A mere punch should never possess such monstrous, overwhelming power. The lackey writhes in pure agony. Xiaoyang invites the rest to step up, ready to beat a harsh, painful lesson into their bones. Turning to Zhang Qi, he issues a strict command to take his friends to the private room and wait outside. The man obeys instantly, dragging his injured friend away. The remaining thugs freeze in terror, fully knowing this battle is already lost. But Xiaoyang refuses to let his enemies walk away unpunished. He condemns the drunken thug, whose reckless actions nearly killed his brother. Delivering swift karma, he throws the thug back inside and slams the door shut, sealing their fate. The gang leader pounds the door in panic, but the outside lock holds firm. A gruesome end awaits him. His own subordinate, now a fully mutated zombie, lunges at its closest prey. Xiaoyang listens to their agonizing screams as they are devoured. Soon, a worker arrives to investigate. Xiaoyang orders him to secure the lock and call the police, warning them of a highly contagious, rabid patient. The worker freezes in shock until our hero shouts, forcing him into action. He hastily locks the door. Next, our hero guides Yoongi's group safely out of the building. Other staff members hear the terrifying noises from the room, questioning the unfolding nightmare. Rumors of a rabid flu patient spread, but the horrific truth remains unconfirmed. Panicking, they rush to check the live security feeds. Inside the monitor room, their faces pale in absolute horror. Everyone inside has mutated into a flesh-eating monster, tearing limbs apart. The terrified staff instantly dials the police. Fortunately, our group has already escaped the deadly karaoke bar. He secures them inside the vehicle, and they speed away. While Zhang Qi feels deeply grateful, the true identity of his savior remains a mystery. Xiaoyang calmly introduces himself as a hired bodyguard, keeping his client's identity completely classified. Someone questions the rabid flu, noting the internet has zero evidence of its existence. Xiaoyang points to the bloody room as proof, mocking their skepticism. Nerd Eyes anxiously asks if a cure exists. Tragically, our hero knows the grim truth. There is no cure. The nightmare has just begun, and the world will soon fall into ruin. Already, zombies are tearing into helpless citizens. The virus spreads like wildfire, yet this is merely the beginning of a localized outbreak. Most infected are still incubating, waiting to awaken into monsters. True chaos is imminent, so Zhangyi and his friends must obey his every command. They unanimously agree, just as a system alert announces a completed mission. This unlocks new, powerful items in the system store. These include vital survival resources for the dark days ahead. Most intriguing is a persistent post-apocalyptic cultivator box that remains locked in his inventory. All 3 reward boxes hold immense potential, so he plans to open them at the fortress. Meanwhile, he must find a way to earn their absolute trust. In his past life, Zhengqi's entire squad was massacred by zombies due to a devastating betrayal. The traitor responsible for their grim fate hides among these 3 friends. A deadly game of deception begins. Meanwhile, let us see how Qijing is faring in this madness. Terrified by the horrific news, she refuses to visit the market, demanding immediate doorstep delivery for her survival supplies. Suddenly, violent pounding at her door fills her with absolute dread. Panicking, Qing abruptly ends her call with Xu Sheng. She peeks through the door, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Her best friend's sudden arrival had nearly scared her to death. The friend reveals terrifying news. Their first-floor neighbor was just forcefully dragged away into a police ambulance. He too was infected. The spreading chaos within their apartment building suddenly makes perfect sense. She asks Qijing about the rations Big Mac attack promised. Tragically, those supplies are missing. Changing tactics, she plots to manipulate Shuang's massive ego by feeding him absolute lies. They plan to tell him that Xiaoyang hoards endless supplies. Qijing wonders how her friend discovered this secret. She admits to planting spies to watch his movements, discovering his massive, recurring supply orders. Qijing realizes in shock that her ex anticipated this doomsday. The friend urges her to manipulate Xuzang. Together, they can raid Xiaoyang's stash and claim his fortune. These wicked women possess zero morals. Meanwhile, arriving at the Grand Fortress, Zhangqi is utterly speechless. He never imagined someone constructing a literal doomsday stronghold. Smiling proudly, Xiaoyang notes this is the expected reaction. Shanhen and her grandpa welcome his safe return. He reassures them that everything is secure. Stepping aside, he introduces Zhangqi and his companions. These men will fight alongside them now. He formally introduces Shanshan and the Elder. Trusting Xiaoyang's judgment, they accept the newcomers. He then tasks her grandpa with detailing the sanctuary's absolute rules. Suddenly, one newcomer demands to be issued weapons for their own survival. Xiaoyang immediately flags this man as a hidden threat. He knows a traitor lurks within Zhangqi's ranks. Nerd Eyes warns Ying to back down, stressing that unearned trust grants no blades. Xiaoyang promises to arm them in a few days. But for now, their priority is healing the wounded Chen Chong. Inside the stronghold, the men wash off the battlefield and change clothes. Ying seethes with anger at his comrades' interference. He firmly believes that intervention cost them their arms. Twisted by paranoia, this guy views the safe haven as a prison. Nerd Eyes tries reasoning with him. He reminds him that Xiaoyang saved their lives, making such accusations baseless. His origins remain a mystery. They only know a shadowy client hired him for their protection. Unreasonably hostile, Ying furiously complains that Chen Chong lies untreated due to infection protocols. Delusionally, the kid suspects Xiaoyang's faction of plotting a gruesome organ harvest. To survive this imagined threat, they must strike first. Nerd Eyes warns that a mistake means treacherous betrayal. Yet, Ying's obsession blinds him to reason. Drunk on dark ambition, he plots to conquer the fortress. He plans to eliminate the young girl and the elder while Xiaoyang is away. Hearing this madness, Zhangqi and their comrades stare in pure disbelief. His true, terrifying nature is finally coming to light. Ying quickly masks his malice as a joke, easing the suffocating tension in the room. Four Eyes reiterates that a true harvester would never grant them freedom to roam. Unbeknownst to them, the slimy Yiming fully intends to strike alone. He craves total control of the fortress, believing pure ruthlessness guarantees victory. Later, Xiaoyang meets with Shanshan and her grandpa. They report that Chen Chong rests securely in the infirmary. Following his strict orders, every door is bolted for maximum safety. Relieved, he expresses gratitude and urges them to sleep. A storm of trouble awaits tomorrow. Furthermore, he warns them against Zhangqi's companions, sensing an impending betrayal. That quiet night, he ventures into the rationing warehouse. Here, he accesses his system interface. First, he unlocks the cultivator box. Next, he purchases the sugar, oil, and protein supply crate. Finally, he acquires the armed deterrence box. Buying all three triggers massive rewards, yielding 50 corn seeds and endless premium rations. He also claims 1,500 rounds of ammo for the coming war. These legendary rewards provide overwhelming value. This massive arsenal guarantees absolute dominance in the looming apocalypse. By dawn, chaos returns. The wealthy enemy who swore vengeance has finally tracked him down. He arrives with a mob to obliterate the sanctuary, commanding his thugs to shatter the gates. Yet, their pathetic strikes fail to leave a single scratch on the impenetrable steel. Blinded by rage at the gate's defense, the boss commands a fiery assault. Searing Molotovs rain down upon the courtyard. Merciless flames instantly ignite total chaos. As hellfire descends, Shanshan and the crew scramble desperately to extinguish the blaze. Watching the inferno, her faith in Xiaoyang's grim prophecy is cemented. The world is descending into madness. But retreat is not in his blood. He readies a rifle, prepared to execute any trespassing fool. Ascending the watchtower, he glares down to identify the foolish invaders. Shanshan's grandpa recognizes the wealthy bastard from the highway. The enemy forces immediately spot them glaring from above. The arrogant snob roars, demanding Xiaoyang face him or watch his fortress burn to ash. Remaining calm, Xiaoyang warns them they have 5 minutes to leave. His cold warning enrages the thugs. They threaten to burn the fortress with 2 crates of Molotovs. Suddenly, the system issues a new mission. The old man hesitates, suggesting they fire a warning shot. The objective? Completely eliminate the threat attacking their fortress. He knows a warning shot will fail. These criminals have already crossed the line. These thugs possess zero morals. Taking aim, he resolves to permanently end their threat against innocent lives. Xiaoyang fires, instantly shattering an attacker's arm. The man collapses in agony. Xiaoyang aimed for the head, but his rusty gun skills ruined the lethal shot. Regardless, severing an arm is enough to crush their morale. The aggressors scatter in terror, fleeing the fight they provoked. Xiaoyang refuses to drag this out. If they escape, they will return tomorrow. He mercilessly guns them down. The survivors drag their screaming boss into a vehicle, demanding the driver step on it. He fights with the sheer lethality of John Wick. Finally, a protagonist showing zero mercy. Despite their desperate escape, Xiaoyang shreds their car with his rifle. He handles the weapon with terrifying mastery. The old man questions the boy's background. For the thugs, it is a brutal end. The wrecked car becomes their tomb. They challenged the Grim Reaper, and he answered. Xiaoyang orders Shanshan's grandfather to have the rest of the group clean up. Then, a dark idea strikes. Since the apocalypse has just begun, letting these corpses rot into zombies will provide perfect training dummies for later. Halting the cleanup, he leaves the dead exactly where they fell. Meanwhile, Shuang approaches with Kui Jing and her friend. Kui Jing scowls at her friend's shameless flirting with the fat man. Finally, they arrive at the bloody site. Kui Jing needs her friend to guide them to Xiaoyang's factory. But the girl suddenly panics, refusing to advance. Ignoring her pathetic whining, Kui Jing forcibly drags her out. The girls approach the site, while Shuang signals his hidden team to prepare. Upon his signal, the car will start, and the ambush will begin. The treacherous friend demands to know why she was dragged into this. Kui Jing coldly reminds her they share the same ruthless nature. She trusts no one. The friend claims she acts cute to manipulate Xiaoyang. Suddenly, a horrific sight stops them dead, a massacre. The aftermath of a brutal shootout lies before them. Both freeze in sheer terror. They consider fleeing, but realize these dead men likely tried to steal Xiaoyang's supplies. Did Xiaoyang perish in this bloody battle as well? They care nothing for his life, only his supplies. They debate retreating to use Shuzhang as a shield. However, Kui Jing insists they sneak inside immediately. They reach the massive main gate, but the steel barricade is utterly impenetrable. Could Xiaoyang have survived? From the watchtower, Shanshan demands to know their intentions. The two snakes put on a sweet facade, claiming to be his close friends. Shanshan quickly alerts Xiaoyang. Below, Kui Jing seethes with jealousy, assuming he found another woman. Her friend whispers a warning to hide her petty emotions. They face armed guards now. Still, Kui Jing trusts Shuang's own guns to easily eliminate them. Breaching the iron door is their only obstacle. The rest will be an absolute slaughter. Xiaoyang arrives at the wall, narrowing his eyes at Kui Jing and Wen Shuya. He instantly activates his eye of insight to read their true motives. Behind their innocent smiles, he detects nothing but venom and murderous intent. They feign concern, but our protagonist merely scoffs at their pathetic act. He shatters their illusion, revealing he knows Shuang and his lackeys are hiding nearby. The two women freeze in absolute shock, terrified by his awareness. Showing zero mercy, he fires a deafening warning shot. Qing and Wenshuya stare in disbelief at his ruthless measures. The wicked bestie stays composed. She urges Qi Jing to remain calm against an armed threat. But a swift execution is not his style. That would be far too merciful for these traitors. Suddenly, a fallen corpse violently resurrects into a monster. One by one, the dead begin to rise. The mysterious flu from the news has awakened. It is dragging corpses back from hell. Our protagonist watches with cold satisfaction. He wants them to face a brutal demise by bloodthirsty jaws. Qi Jing and Wenshuya run for their lives. Sprinting from the slaughter, they rush back to a clueless Shuang. His confusion shatters as a monstrous horde charges in. Driven to absolute despair, the weeping women beg the heavy man for salvation. Xu Zhang is completely blindsided by these infected monsters in the wasteland. Panic shifts his plans. Ordering an immediate retreat, he mercilessly abandons the two women to their fate. Fueled by sheer desperation, Qi Jing turns ruthless. She strikes her best friend, causing Wu to violently collapse. Left completely defenseless, the ravenous horde descends. They violently tear apart her flesh in a brutal feast. Amidst her screams, Wenshuya curses Qi Jing, promising an equally gruesome death. Escaping the carnage, the madwoman flees, convinced her twisted betrayal was right. Witnessing the massacre, Xiaoyang reaps system points for neutralizing a threat. Beside him, Shanshan trembles in horror. The system grants a new quest. He must kill the lingering zombies around their base. Shan is paralyzed by the terrifying reality of the dead rising. The true apocalypse has officially begun. Xiaoyang warns that mutations will run rampant. Even in death, the infected will reawaken as monsters. Knowing the stakes changed, he summons his squad for an emergency briefing. Gathering together, the grim team debates their survival strategy. Xiao Yong commands absolute vigilance and a total lockdown. They must force their bodies to adapt to this virus. Successful adaptation means escaping sudden mutation. Yet, Zhang Qi remains consumed by dread for his wounded comrade. Chen Chong rests in the infirmary. Tragically, the dark infection is slowly conquering his failing body. The city burns in absolute ruin. Pure chaos is ravaging the outside world. Elsewhere, Yung Xinga commands his family to stay hidden. He heads to his warehouse to secure their hoarded supplies. He strictly forbids opening the door for anyone. But a sudden, violent banging threatens their fragile safety. Demanding absolute silence, he approaches the entrance with a golf club gripped tight. Prepared to smash an infected skull, he recognizes Yong Tao and foolishly drops his guard. This becomes a fatal error. Yong Tao has brought thugs to viciously brutalize his former boss. They savagely kick him as he demands release. Despite years of grace, his own subordinate chose ruthless betrayal. Spitting venom, Yong Tao claims he was heavily disgraced and treated like a pathetic lapdog. Rejecting the victim act, Zhang Shanji fires back. He reminds the traitor of the house down payment he kindly provided. Yet, instead of showing any mortal gratitude, Yong Tao scoffs at the memory. He feels entitled since his wealthy boss could easily buy multiple mansions. He demands the warehouse keys to steal the stockpile. When denied, the bastard viciously targets the innocent family. Yong Tao violently drags his wife by her hair. The helpless boy roars in fury, desperate to protect his mother. Showing zero mercy, Yang Ta strikes the child with a brutal slap. Zheng Shenji roars in absolute agony. Reveling in cruelty, Yong Tao promises their safety only if the broken boss fully surrenders to his demands. Dragged through the chaos, they finally reach the massive warehouse. Throwing the doors open, Yong Tao faces crushing disappointment. The once filled space is completely barren. The battered boss delivers the ultimate punchline. Xiaoyang already bought everything, even the expired rations. Their supplies are completely drained. Hearing Xiaoyang's name suddenly triggers a realization in Yong Tao. Stealing the protagonist's supplies would solve everything. They would secure enough rations to last 10 years. But the boss knows better. His past clash with Xiaoyang proved that this survivor is no easy target. He suspects Xiaoyang foresaw this apocalypse long ago and perfectly prepared for the end of the world. Yang Tao refuses to get his hands dirty. Instead, he forces his former boss to execute this fatal mission. Zhang Shengyi remains clueless until this ruthless bastard directly threatens his family. Failed to secure Xiaoyang's supplies, and his innocent wife and child will pay the ultimate price. He is trapped in a devastating corner. Back at the fortress, Zhangyi's friend faces a grim fate. He has mutated into a mindless beast. The group watches in absolute despair as their comrade falls so low. Breaking the silence, Yiming suggests an execution. These cold words deepen Xiaoyang's suspicions. Zhangyi is utterly horrified by Yiming's ruthless suggestion. But Yiming is dead serious. He sees absolutely no reason to keep an infected ally breathing. To him, they are already corpses. If this monster breaks containment, it will doom everyone in the base. The truth cuts deep. Xiaoyong agrees that without a cure, their precious friend is lost forever. Testing Yiming's conviction, he offers him a deadly blade. Will he actually strike? Startled at first, the grim reality sets in. Xiaoyong is ordering him to slaughter his infected friend. Yiming trembles before the cold steel. He continues to push him onward. He reminds him he demanded a weapon earlier. Now is the time to wield it and grant his friend peace. Suddenly, Zhang Qi violently snatches the blade from their hands. Bearing the heavy burden, he volunteers for the kill. He immediately warns him that stepping forward means becoming a murderer. Taking a life is an unforgivable sin. But Zhang Qi fiercely trusts Xiaoyang's judgment and readies for the strike. Acknowledging this resolve, he steps back. Gripping the weapon tight, he is mere seconds away from delivering the fatal slash. Shockingly, Xiaoyang halts the blade at the final moment. Despite their agreement, his decision shifts instantly. Chen Chong's horrific condition holds a secret value. Xiaoyang refuses to kill someone who can still serve a purpose. The system just alerted him to a rare mutation. Left alone, he investigates the captive. Chen Chong snarls like a rabid beast. Yet, Xiaoyang stands completely fearless. He steps into the monster's face, promising one final mission. The next day, a car violently crashes into a pole. The former boss crawls from the wreckage, cursed by terrible luck and failing driving skills. Fortunately, the fortress looms nearby. He can close the remaining distance on foot. Suddenly, a grotesque zombie ambushes him from the shadows. In the chaos, the creature sinks its teeth into his arm. Shoving the monster away, he scrambles for a metal pipe. With a desperate swing, he completely shatters the zombie's skull. Driven by pure adrenaline, he ruthlessly batters the creature until nothing remains but a bloody pulp. But this brutal struggle wasted precious time. A terrifying horde is already closing in. Bleeding and infected, he drags his failing body toward the towering fortress. Meanwhile, the protagonist has his squad fully armed. They grip their weapons tightly, ready to purge the lingering undead. Shan visibly struggles under the heavy protective armor. It is uncomfortable, but absolutely vital for survival. Xiaoyang warns them of the explosive power of the infected. Lacking combat experience means one mistake equals death. They can remove the gear once they grow stronger. Outside the gates, they lock eyes on a lone walker. Xiaoyang signals his team. They are in the kill zone. Suddenly, the beast locks onto them. The bloodthirsty charge begins. As the monster lunges, Xiaoyang barks out the tactical commands he taught them earlier. Formation is key. Maintaining distance is everything. Dodging the fierce lunge, he flawlessly demonstrates how to create a fatal opening. The ultimate strike zones, the creature's temple, and the nape. Just like fighting titans. Sever the neck, and it falls. Surprisingly, Four Eyes bravely smashes his weapon into the zombie's face. Yet instead of piercing it, he only hurts himself. I praised his courage, but his menacing aura vanished in that exact scene. Xiaoyang stresses that striking the skull is useless. It is the absolute worst move to make during an actual battle. This gives the undead a vital opening, forcing Four Eyes to block with his blade. The beast lunges as he trembles for backup. Xiaoyang is at least impressed by his swift defensive stance. Next is Zhang Qi, charging straight in to sever the monster's neck. A perfect strike to its weak spot creates a crucial opening for the team's relentless assault. Our hero stresses the need for multiple strikes to confirm the kill. Zhang Qi looks back to check their status. Our hero replies they should already know. Suddenly, a beast charges his blind spot, prompting Zhang Qi to shout a warning. The mindless beast is mere inches from biting his shoulder. Yet Xiaoyang pivots and crushes its head, showing absolutely zero fear in his eyes. He uses this moment to teach a vital lesson about extreme spatial awareness. The team watches in awe at his godlike reflexes. Now, let us check on the boss's status. The boss bitterly regrets his choices, spotting parked vehicles right outside the fortress. He wonders if Xiaoyang was slain by another group. Suddenly, echoing voices catch his focus. Recognizing Xiaoyang's voice, he slowly creeps closer, spying on the group from behind a car. He stands in absolute shock. Xiaoyang's squad is slaughtering the undead effortlessly. Unbeknownst to him, Shuya's undead corpse crawls from below and grips his leg. This monster refuses to die. She drags him down to the dirt. Completely defenseless, The boss braces for death. Just as she lunges, her head is blown into a million pieces. Xiaoyang arrives at the perfect moment to save him. He shoves the corpse aside as our hero questions his presence. Before the boss can explain, Xiaoyang spots a fatal infected bite mark. He aims his weapon, declaring the man is already a lost cause. The desperate boss begs to be heard before the fatal shot. Xiaoyang listens but refuses to let him step closer. Consumed by despair, the boss finally accepts his grim fate. The infection clock is ticking, but his final wish is to spare his beloved family from this tragic doom. He reveals Yong Tao is terrorizing his family, holding them hostage for Xiaoyang's valuable supplies. Though Zhang Shenhe committed countless dark sins in life, he never stooped to Yong Tao's level. His family is innocent, yet he knows Yong Tao will surely butcher them. Thus, he begs Xiaoyang to show mercy and rescue his innocent bloodline. This creates a moral conflict. Zhang Shenhe is deeply selfish, yet he did assist with the crucial supply delivery. Furthermore, despite having a well-structured team, the gender ratio remains unequal. Xiaoyang realizes vital improvements can be made using this exact situation. A system notification triggers absolute joy. Protect the boss's family for a reward of 25 survival points. His active quest also demands wiping out the lurking undead. Ultimately, Xiaoyang agrees to protect his family. Hearing this vow, the infected Zhang Shenhe collapses to the dirt, eternally grateful for this ultimate mercy. But his time is up. Knowing infection is near, he refuses to die an ordinary human's death. Understanding his resolve, Xiaoyang orders Shanshan to retrieve a bike from the storage room. Confused by his true intentions, she silently follows the order. Our hero commands the boss to ride far away, isolating himself where no one can ever reach him. Though Xiaoyang hides the exact reason for this strategy before full infection, the boss blindly accepts it. He thanks our hero one last time. Soon after, Zhang Shenhe revs his engine and speeds away. The dark virus takes hold, yet his final, fleeting human thoughts remain solely on his beloved family. With him gone, Xiaoyang faces the mountain of slaughtered undead. Pouring heavy gasoline, he burns them to ashes. Their brutal combat training session is officially complete. Xiaoyang's confidence had surged. Through flawless teamwork, crushing isolated zombies was no longer a threat. But against a true zombie horde, their current skills would crumble. They needed time to evolve. Xiaoyang commands his squad to follow. Moments later, they stand before another hidden storage room. He assigns the elder to guard the weapon vault tonight. His own destination is the ruined city. Naturally, Shan's grandfather fears for this reckless journey into the dead metropolis. It seems like pure madness. Refusing to let him go alone, Zhang Qi and Four Eyes volunteer. He rejects them instantly. The danger ahead exceeds their limits. Their only duty is to protect the fortress. The matter settled, he boards his vehicle minutes later. His weapons are primed for the hunt. For once, the system store is completely empty. Even the refresh option is stalling out. Spending his points, he forces a manual refresh. Suddenly, unprecedented new loot boxes materialize before him. The rewards? A black tech box, a life-saving box, and a deadly armed threat box. However, manual refreshes double in cost every time. He must use this system feature wisely. Xiaoyang gambles on the premium crates. He secures the black tech supply box, leaving exactly 6 points. Opening the crate, he discovers a rare physical enhancement potion. This one grants a massive 5-point stat boost, a monstrous leap from his previous upgrade. Chasing superhuman power, Xiaoyang injects the serum. The potent formula surges, awakening unprecedented strength within his veins. His true target is the boss's mansion. Inside, a terrified wife and child pray for Zhang Shenjia's return. Suddenly, Yang Tao and his thugs breach the room. The defenseless woman demands their true intentions. Overpowering her defenses, this absolute scum declares they will enjoy themselves in her husband's absence. The desperate mother fights back with everything, pleading for them to stop this unfolding nightmare. The shameless thugs tear at Xiaoli's clothes. Her crying son desperately tries to push the monsters away. At that critical moment, the ponytail-wearing enforcer, known as Li, steps in. He demands to know the cause of the commotion. A thug smirks, inviting Li to join their twisted fun. But Li coldly shuts them down. The mission is incomplete. There is zero time for games. They need to focus on the objective. Annoyed, the thug argues they have done this countless times before. Fury flashes in Li's eyes. This mindless beast cannot grasp the gravity of their situation. He violently reminds the brute that they are targeting Zhang Shenjia's own blood. If she takes her own life, Jiang Xing will lose his mind. He will hunt them down, and no one survives his wrath. Tossing the brood a bone, Li promises that once her husband is finally dead, they can return and break her completely. She will not see a single day of rest. Cursing Li as a killjoy, the brute reluctantly backs off. The thugs slowly exit the tragic scene. Shooting a vile glare, one orders her to wait. The helpless mother and son are left weeping in despair. Night descends, and the undead streets. Through this desolate wasteland, our hero cruises forward. His mind races, calculating his newly awakened power. With 13 stamina points, his strength doubles any mortal. His reflexes and control are completely revolutionized. He blasts through the ruined streets, drifting sharp corners while pure adrenaline floods his veins. The zone swarms with the undead. Realizing the danger, he abandons his roaring vehicle. Approaching the city center on wheels is suicide. He continues on foot. Suddenly, monstrous roars shatter the silence. 2 bloodthirsty zombies charge from behind. Yet, he doesn't even flinch. Evading the lethal strike, he violently shoulders one monster, launching it like a missile into the other. Summoning his blade in a flash, he goes full throttle with absolute killing intent. One devastating swing decapitates them instantly. These monsters are merely test dummies for his monstrous new reflexes. His own overwhelming power completely amazes him. He has shattered human limits, wielding more than double the strength of a normal man. His predatory instincts have awakened. Enhanced hearing confirms his target is merely 800 meters away. Outside a grocery store, a relentless undead horde violently smashes their heads against the glass doors. Inside, desperate survivors scramble to barricade the main entrance. They furiously stack heavy debris, praying the makeshift wall holds until they find an escape route. Terrified, young Brad asks his father if they are going to die here. His father desperately tries to reassure him. He swears those monsters cannot break in. Even if they do, it is a victory, for they will reunite with his mother. Naturally, these grim words offer zero comfort, making the boy wail louder. The nearby police officer glares in disbelief at the father's thoughtless remarks. The man's foolish, brainless comfort deeply irritates him. The snarky father snaps back. He argues if he actually possessed enough brain cells to think first, he would be a property manager today. Even the armed officer begins to fear they will actually perish here. Right as the terror peaks, sudden gunshots ring out. A clinging zombie's head violently explodes into gore. The boy collapses in pure shock, while his father is left standing in absolute bewilderment. The officer orders them to silently clear the barricade to check outside, demanding absolute quiet. Peeking through the shattered gate, they discover the surrounding undead have been wiped out entirely. They cautiously step into the open. The panicked kid suddenly starts screaming about a mutant. His father quickly asks what he means. The boy explains it is a faster, deadlier version of a normal zombie, just like the monsters in his novels and games. Frustrated by his media-obsessed son, the father angrily snaps back. He scolds the boy for discussing games in the face of mortal peril. Now he knows exactly why his son always brings home terrible grades. The officer snaps at the father to stop this useless bickering, questioning how school grades matter during an apocalypse. He orders them to move quickly and watch the shadows closely, desperately wanting to avoid any sudden mutant ambush. For the record, this eccentric father is named Old Song. Pressing forward, the officer repeatedly warns them to remain on high alert as they slowly make their way toward the survivor base. Pausing at a crossroad, Old Song looks across the desolate street and spots a lone youth standing there. It is our main character, deeply focused on his system interface, allocating points and upgrading his stats. The kid immediately screams that it is a mutant zombie. However, the rational officer quickly observes the stranger is clearly a living survivor, not some undead monster. The sudden commotion successfully catches our hero's attention. He chuckles at being mistaken for an infected mutant, telling the frightened kid to keep his wild imagination in check. The tense officer sighs in immense relief. It truly is a human. Approaching cautiously, the officer warns him against wandering these dangerous streets alone. He strongly advises sticking together for a higher chance of survival. He invites him to join their squad. Zhang Xiaoyang questions their identity, having zero clue who they are or why such a small group is stranded here. Scanning the ruined streets, the officer explains they are scavenging for supplies. He reveals many civilians are currently sheltering at Rangyang Garden. Hearing about Rangxiang Garden jogs Zhang Xiaoyang's memory. He quickly recalls that Junyu Mansion is located very close to their current position. Old Song agrees, saying it sits across the street. He urges Jiang to tag along, emphasizing that survival requires strength in numbers. With Officer Lee's firearm and their zombie survival experience, they confidently offer him protection. They are completely oblivious to our hero's terrifying true power. Instead of boasting his power, our boy humbly accepts. The newly formed group then cautiously advances forward through the ruins. Old Song asks Zhang Xiaoyong about his business at Junie Mansion. He wonders if Zhang is searching for someone important. Zhang offers a simple, yes. Curious. Old Song asks if it is a family member or a beloved girlfriend. Old Song grimly reminds him this is the apocalypse. The person he seeks is likely dead already, and he must harden his heart for that dark reality. Officer Lee grits his teeth in dark agreement. If the infected ravagers spared them, they still might have encountered those savage beasts. The word beasts instantly sharpens Zhang's gaze, and he demands more details. Lee reveals a vicious gang of thugs fortified the Buyu Mountain Villa territory in the eastern sector of the city. These tyrants slaughter other survivors without hesitation. Lee's group clashed with them once, losing countless comrades to their ruthless brutality. Swallowing his bitter grief, the officer ends the story, reminding everyone to remain ultra-vigilant when encountering other living survivors. "Watch out!" the kid screams. The officer whirls around, only to face a ravenous zombie lunging straight for his throat. Bang, bang. The officer guns it down with precision. Officer Lee gasps for air, his heart pounding from the near-death encounter. But the gunfire echoes, drawing a bloodthirsty horde. Panic instantly washes over the terrified officer's face. Just then, a lifeline appears. An abandoned transit bus. The group sprints toward it. Zhang Xiaoyong smirks, calculating their odds. Blind running would only summon more infected. But this steel fortress offers perfect defense. The catch? If the barricade breaks, they are entirely trapped. After quickly analyzing the grim tactical odds, Zhang rates this emergency plan a solid 70. The squad boards the bus as Officer Lee screams for him to move. Zhang Xiaoyong leaps inside at the final second. Officer Lee violently slams the metal doors shut. "Stay sharp," the officer barks, ordering them to sweep the seats for lurking monsters. "They are still coming," the kid yells. The undead swarm outside, making Officer Lee grit his teeth in pure frustration. Despite their desperate sprint, the relentless horde is still right on their tails. Thud, thud. The undead bash against the metal. The swarm multiplies by the second, forcing the officer to hold the line. But the crushing weight of the horde is simply overpowering him. Suddenly, Zhang strikes. He blasts the door shut with monstrous force, violently repelling the horde and sealing the entrance. Officer Lee freezes. His jaw drops in absolute shock at this inhuman display of power. Zhang Xiaoyong instantly devises a strategy. He will hold the door, commanding the others to shatter the windows and strike back. Surprisingly, the veteran cop agrees, placing his total trust in Zhang Xiaoyong's bold tactical call. Crash. The glass shatters. Old Song ruthlessly bashes the skulls of the climbing undead. The crew anchors Old Song, keeping him from being dragged out into the bloody chaos below. Meanwhile, Officer Lee holds his fire. Ammo is dangerously low, and he must save every bullet for the final stand. Out of nowhere, Zhang Xiaoyong summons a crossbow. He tosses it directly to the stunned officer. The cop is baffled by the impossible weapon spawn. John coolly brushes it off, claiming he just found it earlier. Armed and ready, Old Song and Officer Lee unleash their fury. Together, they begin executing the relentless zombie horde. The brutal slaughter finally ends. The undead fall, allowing our survivors to step out of their blood-stained steel sanctuary. Brimming with arrogance, the brat smirks. He actually believes they flipped a death trap into total victory by themselves. Delusional, he declares this is no mere coincidence. They must be the chosen children of fate in this hellish apocalypse. But our main character swiftly grounds them. He sternly orders total vigilance, forbidding any more foolish, fatal errors. Back at the stronghold, tensions run high for Zhang Xiaoyong's safe return. Lu Yiming volunteers for the dangerous night watch. The spectacled guy questions this sudden burst of heroism. Visibly irritated by the mocking tone, Lu Yiming snaps back. He coldly demands respect, insisting he has always been deeply devoted to his survival duties. The larger man backs down instantly. He nervously wonders why a simple joke triggered such intense, blazing hostility. Regardless, Uncle Shang steps in. Since Lu Yiming is bravely standing guard, he orders the rest to sleep and recover. Before resting, Uncle Shang gives one final, grave warning. Sound the alarm the second danger strikes. The dead of night swallows the base. Lu Yiming waits in the haunting silence, tracking the passing hours. Sensing the entire camp has fallen into a deep slumber, he finally initiates his dark, hidden agenda. He must strike before our hero returns. Meanwhile, the old man snores, the precious armory key resting beside his head. Ignorant of the creeping danger, the elder sleeps on as Lu Ying stealthily breaches the shadowy room. Lu Ying reaches for the ultimate prize, but shock strikes. The veteran elder's survival instincts flare, snapping his eyes open instantly. "What the hell do you think you are doing?" the old man growls. Bam! Before another word escapes, Lu Yiming brutally smashes his fist directly into the elder's face. Snatching the key, the traitor sprints like a madman. The bleeding elder roars from behind, demanding the stolen prize. The chaotic shouts awaken the stronghold. The battered old man frantically exposes Lu Yiming's treason and the stolen armory key. The enraged survivors charge after the bastard, but the fleeing coward desperately hurls random debris to block their furious pursuit. Suddenly, the chase halts completely. Hilariously, they stand frozen like glitched NPCs before simple obstacles, refusing to leap into the restricted zone. Spotting the nursery, Liang decides to finish what he started. He enters to find Chen Chong. The infected beast lies strapped to the bed. As he steps closer, the beast strikes with a free hand. Startled, Lai Yuming wonders if the restraints were tied loosely on this freak. A twisted smile crosses his face. This saves him from untying it. Meanwhile, the group breaches the obstacles, only to face a grim sight in the corridor. Li Yuing freed the beast. The old man bitterly curses himself for trusting that snake. Shan Shan cuts in. Regret is useless. Survival comes first. With their weapons locked away, their only choice is trapping the monster back inside. Uncle Shang recalls Zhang Xia's teachings. Keep a safe distance and avoid the fatal bite. Stealing their nerves, they advance toward the undead. Zhang Qi pins its neck while the others restrain its arms. The old man shouts to drag it back. On the count of 3, they shove the beast inside and slam the door. Catching their breath, they realize suppressing it was surprisingly easy. The others feel the exact same way, but the old man snaps them back. That treacherous brat must have the weapons by now. Speak of the devil! Li Yuming emerges, mocking the old man's bold insults. To their horror, a cold firearm rests in his grip. Annoyed by finding only one gun, he sneers. It is more than enough to execute them all before raiding the stash. Raising the barrel, Li Wing barks an order to back into the room. Zhang Qi pleads, reminding him that Zheng Xiaoyang's sacrifice gave them a second chance. Li Yuming scoffs, disgusted by their savior's high and mighty act. He refuses to live as his pathetic slave. Enraged, the old man curses him as an ungrateful parasite. Inside the locked ward, Chen Chong stirs. The undead beast prepares to crash their standoff. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Rangxiang Garden. Officer Li briefs our hero with the exact route to Jinyu Mansion. He warns of the maze-like streets. It is a perfect ambush ground for the infected. Once Zhang Xiang rescues his targets, he must regroup with them at the garden. He strongly advises entering through the side gate to avoid a deadly horde. Nodding in gratitude, Zhang steps forward into the shadow of his next trial. Old suggests offering backup to the warrior who just saved their skins. Officer Li shuts it down. Jinyu Mansion is a blind spot. A single misstep could wipe them all out. Zero Song demands to know why they are sending Zhang straight into the abyss. Officer Li can only pity him now, knowing his final warnings were already given. Yet, he smirks. A warrior of Zhang's caliber is not easily killed. Outside, the dead roam. Inside, the thugs holding Zhang Zhen's family grow restless over Zhang Shan's absence. A vile thug snaps. Tonight, he plans to unleash his wicked frustrations on the captive wife. These fools are blindly waiting for a ghost. One actually uses his brain, suspecting that Zhang met a grim end out there. The scum laughs, plotting to bind her securely to prevent any tragic escape. Living on borrowed time, these predators decide to indulge their darkest desires. In the corner, the terrified woman trembles at their vile whispers. Ponytail gives the green light. He demands they keep her alive while having their twisted fun. Suddenly, Ponytail spots a chilling shadow outside. Outside, the zombie horde has mysteriously dropped dead. That bastard is clueless, but we know exactly why. Hoping for a rescue team, the Ponytail thug steps out to investigate. But before he takes another step, his life reaches its abrupt end. A flashing dagger instantly severs his throat. His detached head helplessly rolls across the floor. Inside, the remaining thugs prepare to claim their prize. Twisted grins stretch as they unbuckle belts. They violently yank her son away, slapping her hard to silence her screams. Tossed aside, the brave kid refuses to back down, ready to fight with everything he has. Annoyed, the thugs brutally kick him out. They slam the heavy door shut, trapping the boy outside. Ponytail's headless corpse suddenly collapses, freezing the boy in terror. But the shadowy silhouette stuns him more. Fear not, because our hero, Zhang Xiaoyang, has arrived. Jinang stares down, asking if Zhang Sheng is his father. Trembling, the stuttering boy barely replies. Inside the grim room, the desperate mother struggles fiercely as the vile thugs tear her clothes. A smug thug violently strikes her face. He cruelly commands her to scream aloud as they harass her, yet she stays silent, refusing to let her son hear her endure such suffering. The leader decides to take her first. But before he can act, the heavy door violently explodes inward. A thug turns, assuming that annoying brat kicked the heavy door open. Before reacting, his head is cleanly severed. He falls into a dead silence instantly. Clueless, his friend mocks him for standing like a frozen fool, ordering him to toss the kid out. He has no idea his buddy is already decapitated. Absolute confusion paralyzes the remaining thugs. Like a phantom, Zhang Xiaoyang seizes a thug, violently slamming him against the wall. Still clutching his unbuckled belt, the terrified man stammers for Zhang's identity. Zhang stays quiet. Instead, a devastating kick crushes the thug's face, knocking him out cold and ending his life. Back at the fort, Lai Yuming points his loaded gun. He issues a final deadly ultimatum: move or die. The old man begs everyone to obey the armed bastard and safely retreat to the room. Shanshan boldly rejects this. The old man pleads with her to submit for now, promising a future escape. Li Yuming flashes a sickening smirk, reminding them that resistance is futile. He loudly threatens them, vowing to display his true ruthlessness and establish his dominance. Annoyed by the endless yapping, he decides to execute the old man first. The two survivors behind him beg for mercy, but suddenly, a strange noise interrupts their pleas. The infirmary lock violently clicks. With a sudden heavy creak, the metal door swings open. Everyone gasps. It is Chen Chong. He somehow used the key to free himself. A berserk monster turning a key seems impossible. Burning with hatred, Chen Chong glares at Liu Ming. Panicking, Liu Ming aims his firearm, refusing to let an intelligent monster survive. He pulls the trigger. Click. Despair washes over him as the jammed gun seals his grim fate. The beast lunges. In an instant, it tears apart the bastard who terrorized everyone for chapters. After slaying Liu Ying, Chen Chong coldly drags the lifeless corpse toward the dark infirmary. Paralyzed by sheer terror, they can only watch this bloody spectacle in disbelief. Chen Chong snatches the infirmary key, tosses it into the shadows, and locks himself inside. The survivors are left speechless. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyang finishes the scum and frees the wife. He calls the trembling boy over. Shielding her son, the anxious mother questions his intentions. Jinang ignores her, simply commanding the boy to come over. Trusting him, the boy steps up. Zheng hands him a dagger, commanding him to execute these bastards. Realizing their grim execution is imminent, the crippled thugs pathetically beg for mercy. The mother pleads that he is just a child, but Zhang declares this apocalyptic world changes everything. He tells the boy that from today onward, protecting his mother is his absolute duty. He must summon his courage and slaughter the beasts who harmed her. Their sickening smirks flash in his mind. Driven by pure fury, the boy charges. He strikes the scum down, finally avenging his mother's agony. His mother watches in sheer horror. The boy is consumed by absolute rage. He knows their deaths will not bring his father back. Overwhelmed with grief, he asks Zhang if his father is truly dead. Zhang answers with a heavy yes. Crushed by reality, the boy drops the blood-soaked blade to the ground. He rushes into his mother's arms, clinging to her for desperate comfort. Desperate, the mother begs Zhang to take her son away. She offers anything to guarantee his survival, but the boy refuses, vowing to protect her. Instead, Zhang invites them both to join his path. He reveals a sworn oath to Zhang Shenhe to guarantee their safety. Assured, the mother and son follow Zhang, stepping over the corpses of the fallen thugs. The boy trembles at the corpses, terrified of the monster who slaughtered them. Zhang calmly reveals he was the executioner. As a reminder, the boy's name is Shuai, and his mother is Xiaoli. Suddenly, Zhang signals them to halt. Detecting movement, he asks Xiaoli for the location of Building 8 in Banyan Garden. She points out he is already facing it, questioning his sudden interest. At Building 8, ruthless looters demand supplies from the residents. They promise survival in exchange for total surrender. Inside, our survivors hide, debating whether to yield to the enemy. Officer Lee rejects this. These animals will break their word and slaughter everyone but the women. The raiders roar from outside. They grant 10 minutes before the massacre begins. Inside, a desperate woman considers begging for mercy. Another fiercely protests, refusing to become a toy for those beasts. The gorilla silences them. He declares they will never surrender and orders them to guard the hall, confident the invaders will fail. Meanwhile, the looter boss smirks, fully confident in their overwhelming firepower. His lackey hesitates. A brute force breach is dangerous since the survivor leader is armed. The defenders have the high ground. But the boss just smiles. Brute force is unnecessary. He orders his men to sever the first floor's water supply. They will starve them out. While the scum plot, Zhang Xiaoyang watches them from the shadows. Shuai innocently asks if they are evil. Zhang confirms his suspicion. It is darkly ironic for Shuai to ask. He just slaughtered 3 men with a dagger. Despite his brutal awakening, the boy retains his innocent nature. Janang reminds Shuai that these beasts are just like the ones who tormented his mother. They must be eliminated. Meanwhile, Officer Lee orders everyone to guard the stairs while he scouts the enemy below. Officer Lee peeks through the window. All 7 invaders are armed, and 3 carry firearms. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot shatters the silence. Officer Lee and his team freeze in absolute confusion. Outside, Zhang Xiaoyang unleashes his fury. Bullets tear through the air, dropping an enemy instantly. The thugs panic in confusion. Above, Officer Lee spots Zhang Xiaoyang advancing with lethal intent. Zhang opens fire. A perfect headshot instantly drops another goon. Spotting him in the open, the raiders wildly return fire with their pistols. Zhang advances completely unfazed. Not a single bullet grazes him. He smirks at their pathetic aim. He raises his weapon, locking onto the boss, cowering behind a concrete block. Sparks fly as bullets hit the concrete. The furious boss orders his men to counterattack. A lackey steps up, determined to kill Zhang. But Zhang instantly shifts his deadly aim. He levels the barrel straight at his target. With a single devastating shot, he blows the bastard's head clean off. The squad leader sneers from behind the heavy concrete barrier. Smug and certain that Zhang is completely out of ammo, he finally makes his move. Filled with confidence, he aims his weapon directly at Zhang. But Zhang Xiaoyong meets his gaze with an icy, unwavering glare. He stands tall right in front of him. The thug pulls the trigger. With lightning speed, Zhang shifts his head, dodging the deadly shot entirely. He seizes the thug's gun arm. In one fluid, masterful motion, he turns the barrel right beneath the bastard's throat. Without hesitation, Zhang fires, sending a bullet straight through the man's skull. Just like that, the entire criminal squad is completely wiped out. Zhang then searches the leader's lifeless body, looting for any useful supplies. After that, he enters the building, only to discover that a few remaining goons from the squad are still lurking inside. The surviving thugs desperately charge at him without a second thought, determined to strike him down. But Zhang remains completely unfazed. He stands absolutely rooted in place. 3 rapid gunshots shatter the silence, each perfectly placed, dropping the attackers dead on the spot. Watching this overwhelming display, Shuai is absolutely thrilled with pure excitement. Deeply impressed by his combat skills, his admiration grows. Suddenly, a system task appears before our boy, revealing his next objective: recruit survivors from Rongyang. Completing this mission guarantees a handsome reward. Zhang Xiaoyong asks about these people. Officer Lee replies, explaining they are from the Bequitian villas, located in the southern part of the city. Officer Lee then quickly summons the 2 men wearing yellow jackets. He orders Liu Cha and Chen Ji to brief Brother Yong, since they just escaped from the southern sector. The yellow-jacketed men reveal that a heavily armed and well-supplied gang is currently holed up inside the Bequitian villas. They have taken in nearly all the southern survivors. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoli pauses, recalling memories from his past life. He wonders if Biquishan was where the Lai Shuxian and Kui Jing settlements were located, and if they took control. He asks the yellow-coated men if they mean Biquishan is now the only remaining settlement in the entire south. The yellow-coated man explains it was not always like this. However, the gang possessed weapons, and the smaller settlements simply could not defend themselves. As they conquered each location, they slaughtered half the population. They then abducted the young, beautiful women and anyone willing to serve them. Zhang Xiaoyang knows exactly who is masterminding this nightmare. Hearing his absolute certainty, Officer Li quickly asks him to explain what he means. Zhen replies that the 3 fallen enemies all carried handguns. He tells them to keep the weapons and search for spare magazines, as more enemies are likely out there. He also hands over his rifle, telling Officer Li to keep it safe while leaving them with 5 full magazines. Hong explains that the Big Quishian crew will not let this slide. However, with these weapons, fighting off 10 or so men should not be a problem. He instructs them to hold out here for a couple of days. He will reorganize back at his base, then return to obliterate that wretched crew. One of the bystanders is completely stunned, asking if Zhang truly intends to take on Bikishian alone. He points out they easily have dozens of members, perhaps more. Going up against such a massive force is practically suicide. Officer Li tries to persuade Zhang that the risk is simply too great. He strongly suggests they just relocate and find another safe haven. Our boy reassures Officer Li, telling him not to worry. He already has a deep-rooted grudge against that Big Quishian crew anyway. Besides, he plans to return in a few days with a larger vehicle. He will evacuate everyone to the eastern sector, near the old Tea Leaf City. He is constructing an impenetrable stronghold there, and he desperately needs manpower to help build it. With that, Zhang turns away, offering a casual farewell and telling them to stay safe. He then takes Xiaoli and Shuai along with him. The scene shifts to a much darker, incredibly ominous location. Lifeless bodies lay scattered everywhere, while a lone guard stands watch outside. The location he protects is none other than Bikuishan. Inside the luxurious mansion, the gang leaders are gathered. Wenge, the orange-haired boss, demands to know why the Jinyu Entertainment Center supplies remain untouched. Xiaoli, the heavily built man, speaks up during the meeting. He claims his men were dispatched and should be back by now. Little do they realize, his entire squad has already been annihilated. Another member named Kai confronts the larger man. He reminds him that numerous high-end affiliates reside over at Jinyu Mansion. They simply cannot seize the entertainment center's supplies without facing severe backlash. Xiaoli confidently assures him that his subordinates have strict orders to capture any survivors alive. The boss glares furiously, openly expressing his absolute disappointment in Xiaoli's blatant incompetence. Crushed by his repeated failures, Xiaoli feels the heavy weight of Wen's fury. He bows humbly, swearing absolute perfection this time, while Kaid smirks from the shadows. He relishes seeing Xiaoli break under the immense pressure. Stepping out to clear his head, a lackey spots his dark expression. The subordinate cautiously asks what caused his crushing defeat. Xiaoli barks back, demanding if his 7 deployed men have finally returned. The lackey trembles, revealing the grim truth. Scouts sent an hour ago confirmed the horrific reality. The entire squad was completely annihilated. The revelation strikes Xiaoli with cold terror. He refuses to believe mere civilians from Rang Gardens slaughtered 3 armed warriors. Consumed by panic, he orders Taozi to mobilize every armed fighter. This time, failure is simply not an option. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyang finally completes his journey back to their stronghold. The roaring engine alerts Shanshan instantly. She beams, knowing Brother Yang has safely returned home. Crossing into the fortress grounds, a glowing system prompt appears. The notification confirms his mission is a complete success. Shanshan greets him with profound relief. Yet, Zhang's sharp eyes instantly notice Lu Ying missing from the welcoming crowd. A cold smile touches his lips, confirming his suspicions about that snake. The group stands paralyzed, realizing Zhang knew Lu Yiming's true nature all along. Zhang gestures toward Xiaoli and Shuai. He orders the others to guide them to their quarters, then rendezvous at the infirmary. Now alone with his inner circle, Zhang reveals the dark truth. He sensed Lu Yiming's malicious intent from the very beginning. Though he lacked definitive proof at first, his instincts never lied. He knew one of Zhangqi's companions possessed a venomous heart. Zhang Xiang tosses a heavy firearm to Zhang Qi. The bleached-haired warrior catches it, shocked to find only rubber bullets inside the magazine. The old man pieces the puzzle together. He urgently asks about young Chen Chong resting inside the infirmary. Zhen confidently strides toward the infirmary doors. He casually reveals the shocking truth. Chen Chong is no mindless zombie. He is a rare mutant, a secret Zhang confirmed long ago. He had commanded the creature to blink 3 times. To his sheer amazement, the beast obeyed his exact order. Jen explains the apocalypse's hidden truth. Those corrupted by otherworldly sources have a tiny chance of awakening as rare mutants. These mutants command vastly superior intelligence and limitless potential over ordinary undead. They can even retain shattered human memories, and Chen Chong is a legendary anomaly among these rare variants. Jen throws the door open to a chilling sight. Chen Chong looms over the treacherous troublemaker. Spotting Jiang, the mutant surprisingly waves his hand. Janang orders him to stop holding back, declaring there is absolutely zero need for restraint. It is time to erase this absolute scum from existence. The mutant drags the traitor away. Suddenly, his bleached-haired friend asks if he remembers him. The undead halts, staring deeply at Zhang Qi. The group watches, unable to decipher the monster's thoughts. Without warning, a monstrous strike flies toward the bleached-haired fighter, who barely dodges the deadly blow in time. It is obvious Chen Chong is just teasing his old comrade. Zhang Qi scoffs, realizing even as an undead, his friend remains an absolute menace. Later, Zheng Xiaoyang intensely studies his glowing system interface. Yang Chai suddenly unlocks the hidden mutual companion achievement. This completion instantly rewards Zhang with bonus system points. Zhang blinks in pure surprise at the hidden achievement. It is a highly welcome and unexpected reward. Driven by curiosity, he scours the system shop for updates. His eyes lock onto a level 2 high-tech supply box. This is an entirely new artifact. Yet, the steep price causes hesitation. Zhang debates gambling his 50 hard-earned points away on it. Instead, he chooses to crack open his 2 remaining supply boxes first, freeing up valuable inventory space. As the dual seals break, 2 unimaginable treasures appear. The Lifesaver supply box miraculously yields an interdimensional infection blocker. This divine item blocks otherworldly corruption, but cannot reverse mutations that have fully consumed a host. The armed deterrent supply box leaves him breathless. Inside lies a legendary Barrett M82, a devastating sniper rifle paired with premium ammunition. Zhang stares in pure awe at his terrifying stroke of luck. Pulling a game-changing weapon from a level 1 box is insane, but the infection blocker is an absolute trump card. The power to stop the zombie mutation fills his blood with sheer adrenaline. This divine fortune fills his soul with unshakable confidence. The urge to crack open the level 2 box becomes overwhelming. Excitement courses through him, but his current mission must take absolute priority. He must recruit the remaining survivors from Rangxiang Garden. He eagerly awaits claiming victory on this task tomorrow. Outside the fortress walls, Chen Chong violently discards the snake. Their sanctuary holds absolutely zero tolerance for backstabbing traitors like him. Dawn breaks, illuminating the packed training grounds. From veterans to the young bloods, every single soul stands armed and battle-ready. Zhang orders everyone to spend at least 1 hour daily, mastering their marksmanship from today onward. Gunfire erupts, striking target bottles in blinding flashes. Impressively, the impacts dent the targets without shattering them. Zhang eyes Uncle Sheng. He orders Zhang Qi to gather the group and secure more rooms. Today, he plans to rescue the Rangxiang Garden survivors. The veteran complies swiftly. Zhang then tasks Chen Chong to join the escort, knowing the mutant zombies' overwhelming power will be crucial. Later, they find a massive abandoned bus entirely swarmed by mindless zombies. But Zhang effortlessly slaughters the horde, while Chen Chong brutally hurls the creatures from the vehicle. With the bus secured, Zhang tosses Chen Chong the keys. He permits him to remove his mask, stating there is no need to hold back. However, he warns that upon reaching Rang, the mask must go back on to avoid terrifying anyone. The mutant beast accepts the command with a low growl. Meanwhile, at Biquishan, Xiaoli arms himself, marching toward Rangyang Garden with a mob of ruthless lackeys. This time, Xiaoli spearheads the assault himself, resolved to annihilate Rangyang Garden forever. Defeat is impossible. Not with his overwhelming numbers and devastating arsenal at his command. Their truck roars alive, tearing from the compound straight toward Rangxiang Garden. After clearing and hijacking the zombie-infested bus, Zhang Xiaoyang claims the driver's seat and kicks into gear. Spotting more undead blocking the highway, he refuses to touch the brakes for even a fraction of a second. He ruthlessly mows down the mindless monsters, asserting absolute dominance. Pushing his enhanced reflexes, he flawlessly drifts the massive bus through the chaotic maze of abandoned wreckage. Back at Rangxiang Garden, the towering high-rise projects a false peace. Inside, the survivors, led by the steadfast cop, Big Bro Lee, quietly consume their meager rations, desperately preserving their critically low supplies. Suddenly, The deafening roar of an approaching engine shatters their fragile silence. A young survivor hopes brother Xiaoyang has returned to save them. Fortunately, Big Bro Li remains sharply vigilant. Gripping his AK-47, he signals for absolute silence to scout the imminent threat. With calculated precision, he edges toward the window, securing a hidden vantage point over the chaotic streets. He finds no savior, only a vicious mob of thugs below, hungry for revenge. The armed squad scopes out building number 8. Confirming their target, Liu Zong commands his ruthless men to strike. Panic grips Big Broly. Just as they prepared to escape to Brother Yang's stronghold, the scumbags from Bichu Mountain launch an ambush. Old Song raises his pilfered pistol, steeling his resolve against the persistent scum. Armed with a handful of firearms, a newfound spark of courage ignites within the survivors. But Big Bro Li orders them to drop their arrogance. An entire battalion waits outside, vastly overpowering their firepower. He commands everyone to follow the plan. Rushing toward the rooftop, he prepares a deadly ambush. Outside, the Beachway Mountain Battalion measures the perfect distance to strike pure terror into the trapped survivors. Under Li Shuzhang's command, they hoist their scoped rifles, locking onto the shattered windows of building number 8. Peering through the glass, Old Song desperately screams at the group to take immediate cover. The tranquil morning shatters as a deafening barrage of automatic gunfire shreds the high-rise. A storm of bullets shatters the windows, forcing Old Song back deeper. As the brutal warning barrage ceases, Xu Jiang demands a megaphone from his trembling lackey. During his twisted negotiation, the firing squad maintains their aim, ready to execute anyone foolish enough to peek out. Xu Zhang arrogantly barks into the mic, demanding the hidden survivors' full attention. But before another threat leaves his lips, a high-velocity sniper bullet instantly obliterates his lackey's skull. Pure terror paralyzes the thugs. An unseen sniper attack was entirely outside their plans. A split second later, a clean shot pulverizes another mercenary's leg, dropping him instantly. High atop building number 8, the smoking barrel of an AK-47 fills the air with gunpowder as thugs scatter. Big Bro Li takes an optimal vantage point, locking his sights on the enemy. The thugs from Beachway Mountain never expected the survivors to hold automatic weapons. Xu Jiang cursed their faulty intel. They were told their prey only had one pistol, even stripping the weapons from the 7 fools who perished earlier. They should only possess 4 pathetic firearms. Panic set in. The trembling thugs looked to their boss for a lifeline. Terrified of the unseen sniper, retreating was their only logical option. However, these scumbags were complete fools. Abandoning all formation, they scattered wildly out of cover. They bolted blindly instead of waiting for a coordinated signal. Naturally, sprinting into the open streets against a lethal sniper spelled absolute disaster. The officer on the roof wielded his assault rifle with terrifying, ruthless precision. Shuang berated his foolish lackeys for sprinting toward their graves. On the count of 3, the remaining survivors bolted for their lives, because their lives truly were on the line. While his underlings scrambled in terror, Boss Li stayed firmly planted behind cover. The rooftop sniper calmly adjusted his aim. He executed the fleeing thugs, one by one, landing devastating headshots and body blows with ease. Right from the very start, Boss Li planned to use his men as meat shields until the sniper exhausted his ammunition, a truly ruthless, scum-like tactic to secure his escape. Just as planned, the sniper emptied his magazine and paused to reload. In that brief window, Xu Jiang's fat self safely reached his vehicle. Out of an entire battalion, only 4 men remained breathing. Fate was cruel to the straggler lagging behind. Li Shuxiang took the wheel, refusing to risk a headshot for the sake of one expendable pawn. A high-caliber round instantly pierced Catboy's skull, plunging him into eternal darkness. The 2 lucky survivors who scrambled into the cargo bed immediately ducked down. Trembling in fear, they desperately prayed to avoid their fallen comrades' gruesome fate. Meanwhile, on the main road, Zhang Xiaoyong's fortified bus tore through the clogged freeway like a relentless racing machine. Our protagonist remained perfectly calm, expertly navigating the chaos to rescue the stranded survivors. On these desolate, abandoned roads, a speeding car rushing in the opposite direction was a startling sight. Xiaoyang ignored the fleeing vehicle. He kept his eyes locked firmly on the mission, knowing that gathering system points was his absolute priority. Following a brief, smooth drive, he finally arrived at the entrance of building number 8. Xiaoyang stepped off the bus alongside Chen Chong, his loyal zombie companion. The bloody aftermath of the fierce shootout laid before them. The young man smiled. Thoroughly impressed that the rifle he had gifted them was put to deadly use, he quickly connected the dots. That speeding car must have carried the surviving cowardly raiders. Gazing at the bullet-riddled corpses painting the street, Chen Chong began to growl. Thick saliva dripped from his beastly jaws. Xiaoyang smirked and asked his undead friend if he was starving. With a nod, he gave Chen Chong permission to feast upon the fresh meat. Better to feed his loyal companion than to leave a bloody banquet for the mindless horde wandering nearby. Hearing the command to eat, a twisted grin spread across Chen Chong's face. He looked like an eager child given the ultimate prize. Xiaoyang let his undead ally run wild, ordering him to return to building number 8 once the slaughter was consumed. Wasting no time, Chen Chong sank his teeth deep into the sinewy neck flesh of the closest fallen thug. He savored the metallic tang of blood. With every swallow, an invigorating surge of monstrous power flooded his entire body. Meanwhile, young Xiaoyang casually strolled across the blood-soaked battlefield, as relaxed as a man walking through a peaceful park. Observing the brutally efficient slaughter of the thugs, he marveled at Li Hongle's absolute ruthlessness in combat. Hearing approaching footsteps, a child peeked through the shattered window. His face instantly lit up with pure hope upon spotting Xiaoyang. Realizing their savior had returned, the hidden survivors eagerly emerged from the shadows, waving him over with overwhelming relief. Led by the heroic officer, the survivors gathered their meager belongings and rushed downstairs to meet the young man. Big Bro Li formally expressed his deep gratitude, thanking Xiaoyang for the counter-strike weapon that had just saved all their lives. It turned out that before retiring from duty, this man was a legendary expert marksman, but their joyful reunion was instantly shattered. A guttural, terrifying roar echoed through the air, followed by heavy, ominous footsteps. Absolute terror froze the survivors in place. A nightmarish presence was slowly dragging itself toward their position. It was Chen Chong, the badass zombie ally, limping forward with an eerie expression. Big Bro Li instinctively sprang into action. He gripped his trusty AK-47 tight, aiming the deadly barrel straight at the approaching monster. Xiaoyang calmly pushed the rifle down, ordering everyone to stand down. He claimed the terrifying beast was on their side, but the survivors found this insane truth hard to swallow. Who could possibly blame them? Xiaoyang pointed toward the scattered thugs. He told Chen Chong to feast on the free meal. Beside them, Big Brother Li stood utterly paralyzed by fear and awe. He stammered, asking if Xiaoyang possessed some divine ability to command the undead. The young man declared that Chen Chong was no ordinary monster. The truth was complicated. He ordered everyone onto the bus, promising a full explanation during the ride. As the group hurried toward the transport, Xiaoyang warned his monstrous companion to devour quickly and return. Unbothered by the carnage, Chen Chong simply flashed an OK sign mid-bite. After devouring every last Beachway Mountain thug, Chen Chong retrieved his muzzle and secured it into place. The survivors stared, utterly captivated by this bizarre spectacle. The kid was baffled. How could a mindless berserker possess the sanity to muzzle itself? Xiaoyang issued a stern warning. Never call that specialized mask a muzzle in front of him unless you want to get struck down. Secretly, the kid started thinking this mutated undead was incredibly cool. His bloody feast complete, Chen Chong boarded the bus like an ordinary, laid-back guy. Consuming that much flesh had drastically multiplied his mass. The entire heavy vehicle tilted sharply under his massive weight. Miraculously, slurred words escaped Chen Chong's lips as he returned the mask's key to his brother. Even Xiaoyang was shaken. He never expected him to regain speech this fast, even if it was just a single syllable. Devouring 6 corpses had triggered a new evolution. But Xiaoyang's true priority was reaching his territory, cashing in his system points, and fortifying their base. Taking the wheel, he ordered everyone to brace themselves. He slammed the gas, accelerating from 0 to 100 in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, deep within the Beachway Mountains headquarters, Lai Shuxiang stood before his superiors to report his humiliating defeat. They brutally condemned him, calling him a worthless fool who failed a simple mission. Desperate, he begged Boss Lin for mercy. He tried to shift the blame, claiming their raid intel was completely flawed. No one warned him those survivors possessed automatic rifles. But Boss Lin scoffed at the pathetic excuse. It made 0 sense. In this country, a mere small-town cop wielding military-grade weaponry was downright impossible. The big boss felt insulted. How dare Shuxiang fabricate such an absurd, brazen lie to his face? But the desperate man stood firm. He begged them to send scouts to the blood-soaked battlefield to prove his absolute innocence. The boss's loyal right-hand man lost his patience. With a brutal kick, he sent the pathetic bastard crashing to the floor. Taking the hint, Lai Shuxiang scrambled out of the room. The second-in-command had been utterly disgusted by his incompetence for months. Since this useless fool had cost them devastating casualties, they should just eliminate the problem and slaughter him. However, Boss Shu, another high-ranking executive, exposed the second-in-command's true hidden motive. This corrupt executive had been lusting after Shuxiang's woman for quite some time. The vile fox suggested a twisted idea. They should turn that bastard's beautiful girl into their own shared property. A sinister grin crept across Boss Lin's face. He approved, but firmly warned them not to rush the hunt. They needed the perfect opening to strike. However, unknown to these corrupt demons, Lai Shuxiang had never left the hallway. Hovering by the entrance, he heard every filthy word. Uncontrollable fury made him grit his teeth until they nearly shattered. He desperately needed a brilliant escape plan. Hours later, he stormed back into his lavish mansion, unleashing a furious, destructive tantrum. Blinded by his own pathetic incompetence, he violently trashed his own room. His woman rushed in to comfort the raging coward. Lai Shuxiang immediately barked at her to pack her bags they needed to escape tonight. When she questioned their destination, the terrified man could not provide a single answer. One thing was absolute: their sanctuary had become a death trap. They had to plot their escape now. He summoned his loyal assistant, Qingzi, who scurried inside instantly. He commanded him to rally their remaining forces for a midnight departure. A deep sense of dread washed over his woman. She could feel the crushing weight of their impending doom. Meanwhile, returning to the true heroes, Xiao Yang finally arrived at his massive compound, smoothly docking the bus in their indoor garage. The survivors from building number 8 stepped out. They stared in absolute awe at the magnificent scale of Xiao Yang's doomsday fortress. With everyone secured behind impregnable walls, his vital survivor recruitment mission was officially complete. The system demanded 5 rescued souls, but he triumphantly brought back 8. Beyond the base 25-point reward, a 5-point bonus cascaded in. His total system wealth surged to a solid 66 points. Xiao Yang faced his undead companion. Tomorrow night, they would launch a 2-man strike on the Southern District. Big Brother Li caught this exchange. Curiosity piqued. He questioned what awaited them in the south. The young man's response was cold. He had ancient, cross-time blood debts to settle with Bichu Mountain Villa. As night descended, Xiao Yang sealed his room. His gaze locked onto the 50-point, level 2 high-tech supply crate. He finally had the currency. Without a second thought, he claimed his first level 2 prize, anticipation coursing through him. The successful purchase instantly drained his balance down to 16 points. Brilliant light enveloped Zhang Xiaoyong. He prayed this massive investment would yield a worthy return. The level 2 crate delivered perfectly. The gacha gods blessed Zhang Xiaoyong, granting him a physical enhancement serum. This massive syringe held a miraculous elixir, capable of surging his physical power by 20 points. Gripping the needle, he pierced his veins. The potent serum flooded directly into his bloodstream. Agony erupted, far exceeding his expectations. His physical stats now peaked at 33 points. This granted him over 6 times the power of an ordinary man. But raw brute strength was not the only upgrade. His senses sharpened dramatically. Detecting a mosquito's faint buzz, his hand shot out, catching the insect by its stinger. Such terrifying hand-eye coordination would become a lethal advantage in future combat. Releasing his deadly grip, the pest fled. Xiaoyong was immensely satisfied with his newfound power. As the sun dipped, he and Brother Chong commenced their standard base patrol. In an open yard, Li Hongli guided the eager through marksmanship drills. Following this, Xiaoyong set out south. Before departing, he officially appointed the veteran officer to lead their shooting drills, recognizing him as their ultimate sniper. Old Li accepted with supreme confidence, eager to display his lethal expertise. With the base secured, Xiaoyang marched forward, Brother Chong limping faithfully beside him toward the bus. As the bus tore down the road at breakneck speeds, tension boiled at the enemy camp. That worthless gangster, Lai Shuzong, sensing death approaching his back, had ordered his entire crew to abandon ship. Unfortunately for him, this grand escape plan possessed fatal flaws he never anticipated. Bichu Mountain Villa's overlords swarmed his driveway, severing all escape routes. The ringleaders sat inside, accompanied by a familiar shadow. Wearing a mocking grin and wielding a loaded gun, Boss Dong Shu interrogated Boss Li about his midnight flight. Playing the expert liar, Boss Li instantly forged an alibi. He claimed his men were marching on Rongxiang Garden, using the dark to finish their bloody work. But no matter his talent for weaving rapid lies, deception would not save him tonight. One of his subordinates had been captured and bled dry of secrets. Boss Li's faction instantly recognized Qingzi's broken corpse. Deluding himself into believing he could still feign innocence, Boss Li acted as if the lifeless body was a stranger. Lu Chong awkwardly scratched his head, desperately praying this charade would work. His patience shattered. Boss Shu issued the execution command. A merciless storm of bullets shredded the traitor's faction. Boss Li trembled in absolute terror as his subordinates collapsed around him. To his final moments, he desperately maintained his clueless facade. However, Boss Shu held the perfect psychological weapon. He forced Liu Zong to gaze upon the figure resting in their passenger seat. The false gangster finally witnessed his karma. Kui Jing, the parasitic witch who always latched onto stronger predators, had ruthlessly betrayed him. Boss Kai could no longer resist. The fool played ignorant, unaware Kui Jing had leaked their escape strategy. He should have expected this treachery. That venomous girl clung to him right after destroying Xiaoyang's peace. It was inevitable she would strike again. Finally, Boss Kai looked to Boss Jiang for the ultimate verdict. With cold silence, Boss Jiang casually authorized Liu Zhang's execution. They selected a truly barbaric punishment. A savage noose wrapped around his neck. Their strongest enforcer hauled him up, choking out Luong's final defiant breath. It was an agonizing, miserable death. Once his soul faded, his corpse was left dangling at the gates of his own territory. Veiled by night, a vibrant blue bus screeched to a halt nearby. Zhang Xiaoyang and Brother Chong silently stalked their prey. Yet upon breaching the entrance, they realized they were a step too late. Tonight was meant for Liu Zhang's demise, but another blade struck first. The scum earned his fate, though Xu Zhang craved the kill himself. Flicking a single stone, he snapped the rope and dropped the lifeless shell. Seeing this trash destroyed ignited Xiaoyang's thirst for a spectacular vengeance. Horrific echoes bled from Beihui Mountain Villa's peak. Kui Jing falsely believed her betrayal would buy shelter with stronger predators. Her treason dragged her straight into a nightmare of pure torture. To Boss Jiang, her flesh was merely a prize. Both vile leaders shared their new toy. Such absolute filth. Yet, swift retribution stalked merely footsteps away. Peering from his penthouse, Boss Kai froze. His guards lay slaughtered below. Deafening strikes hammered his door. A mere diversion. The true predator breached the highest glass. Blade drawn, Xiaoyang manifested as death itself, pressing freezing steel against Boss Kai's throat. A single twitch meant certain doom. He slashed Kai's throat, drowning him in blood. One erased. Boss Jiang watched, completely paralyzed. A second of foul pleasure instantly morphed into witnessing his comrade's brutal execution. Meanwhile, Qing instantly locked eyes with Zhang Xiaoyang. Wasting zero time, his launched blade tracked perfectly, severing the exposed Boss Jiang's neck in an instant. The corpse crumpled. Kui Jing unleashed a blood-curdling shriek. Kui Jing knew better than to expect salvation from Xiaoyang. His dark presence only multiplied her terror. Xiaoyang shot her a mocking sneer, heading for the exit. Unlocking it slowly, he mused about how the vile Li Shu would react. The heavy doors swung, welcoming the mutated fatty. That fake thug vanished, replaced by a mindless flesh-eating beast. He dove for Kui Jing's throat, savoring every bite. The vile witch begged, but her pathetic cries faded into empty air. Vengeance achieved. Zhang Xiaoyang sealed the room, locking away the traitors who ended his previous life. Stepping out, he directed Brother Chong to safely erase the corpses. The slaughtered guards offered a glorious feast for his mutant ally. Yet, Brother Chong remained packed from their prior hunt. Tonight, he could barely stomach a single carcass, a minor gain regardless. As Brother Chong feasted, Xiaoyang's awakened senses captured distant, suspicious noises. Beyond Bichu Mountain Villa's walls, terrified survivors stood captive inside a gloomy structure. A demonic chef and his twisted thug stood watch. The thug snatched a small girl, claiming her delicate flesh. Scoffing at his lackey, the chef rejected the child for being purely bone. He hungered for the heavier boy trembling in his mother's arms. The brute dragged him away over her cries. Annoyed by the wailing cattle, the monstrous chef crushed the woman with one ruthless blow. The shattered mother wailed for her child's life. Absolute helplessness bound her entirely. She sought salvation from the crowd, facing silent gazes. The others merely rejoiced at their own survival. Suddenly, gunfire shattered the kitchen's gloom. 3 gaping craters blasted through the door, forcing guards to draw weapons. In their ranks, only the overlords wielded such heavy artillery. That explosive echo delayed the boys' tragic end. The shattered door groaned open, prompting the sentries to prepare a barrage. Tense seconds passed, yet the shadows remained perfectly motionless. Losing patience, the chef commanded a scout forward. The armed lackey crept slowly toward the fractured entrance. Entering the death zone, Brother Chong's massive hand clamped his throat. Remaining hidden, he silently erased the armed sentry. Spotting that grotesque limb, the panicked guards assumed a zombie breach had begun. Blind panic took over as they unleashed hell, wasting every shot on empty air. Brother Chong relentlessly mocked their fire, circling the perimeter and casually outpacing their pathetic aim. As the deafening volley died down, Brother Chong smashed through a sealed window. Obliterating the wooden barricade effortlessly, his predatory gaze locked directly onto the chef. Without slowing down, Brother Chong snapped the chef's neck in midair. Hitting the ground, he immediately launched himself at his next prey. In mere seconds, the untrained thugs were brutally slaughtered one by one. As Brother Chong ended his deadly rampage, the captive survivors cowered in pure terror and confusion. The mutant had stormed the room just to slaughter the guards, completely ignoring the terrified hostages. As the dust settled, Xiao Yong casually strolled in. He praised Brother Chong for the flawless execution, even while wearing his mask. The badass mutant gruffly replied that the mask made his moves look much cooler. And he was absolutely right. Brother Chong for president. However, hearing the zombie speak only terrified the survivors even more. Children clung tightly to their mothers. Everyone desperately kept their distance from the odd mutant. Xiao Yong broke the heavy silence, assuring everyone that Brother Chong would not hurt them. But the little girl refused to believe him. She had seen super monsters like this kill without mercy before. That detail instantly sparked Xiao Yong's interest. He carefully approached the little girl and asked what she meant. She spoke of super monsters. Her mother revealed they saw another strange mutant in Day City, out east. Xiao Yong had assumed new mutants would not appear for another month or two. To make matters worse, Decor City was dangerously close to their base in Old Tea Leaf Town. He warned Brother Chong about the possible threat of another rare mutant nearby. Depending on the person, mutants retained different levels of sanity and memory. This made them far more lethal and terrifying than average zombies. However, unstable mutations almost always resulted in pure carnage. Realizing what he might become, Brother Chong grew deeply anxious about his own future. Sensing his fear, Xiao Yong reassured his friend. He was lucky enough to keep his reason. Plus, with Xiao Yong around, his sanity was perfectly safe. Xiao Yong then faced the crowd, asking if any more survivors remained in the villa area. They revealed a few were trapped in the sales office and the basement. Being the closest option, the team immediately headed down to the basement. Opening the steel door, a thick stench of blood assaulted Xiao Yong's senses. Everyone recoiled at the bloody nightmare hidden behind that cursed door. This was where those Beachway Mountain Villa scumbags stored the humans they slaughtered for meat. No wonder all other gathering spots in this district were completely empty. Still, their staggering kill rate simply did not make any sense. Some survivors revealed the thugs had been regularly shipping massive crates of meat out of the city. Based on the rotting corpses, Xiao Yong quickly estimated their horrific kill count. Moving this much meat meant they were definitely involved in a much darker, underground trade. Since the basement was uninhabitable, the only location left to search was the sales office. It stood a kilometer away from their spot by the south gate. Captured survivors were locked up there first. Anyone deemed completely useless was dragged straight to the slaughterhouse. Suddenly, the system issued Xiao Yong a mission series called Subpar Utopia. He had to expand his base and max out the community score. The guards at the sales office were still utterly clueless that their dark empire had just fallen. Hearing the distant gunshots, they simply assumed the bosses were using live humans for target practice again. Moving through the shadows, Brother Chong silently wiped out the weak security. Several victims remained trapped inside. A few tragic women were held captive. Seeing their torn clothing, one could easily assume the absolute worst. They heard the clash outside. Some had surrendered to their dark fate, while others still held onto a sliver of defiance. The door opened. Instead of a vile thug, a young man with a sharp, unwavering gaze confidently stepped into the dark room. Xiao Yang led the ladies out, adding them to the crowd of survivors he had rescued tonight. Stepping out of the sales building, they saw the ground littered with the bloody corpses of those vile, wicked thugs. The young man promised them a safe haven. He offered a true home, far away from this living hell. His single condition was clear. Everyone must work and contribute to building their new community. Having suffered the sheer depravity of the villa, the survivors quickly agreed. Absolutely anything was better than this living nightmare. Agreement made, Shang led them to his ride. Everyone safely boarded the bus. Thankfully, his massive vehicle had plenty of room for all of them. Shortly after the daring rescue, they arrived at base camp. Shan Chan and Zhang Qi were eagerly awaiting his return. Since he parked the bus outside, Zhang Qi stood by, waiting for the boss's next command. Xiao Yong revealed his fortress to the group. He could not grant access without strict vetting. Fortunately, the survivors understood the grim necessity of caution in this ruined world. For now, they would settle in temporary prefab housing, secured by iron fences, though less secure than the main keep. This haven felt like absolute paradise compared to the city. This old tea-leaf town held endless potential. With time, constant construction would forge a true utopia. Moved by his genuine words, the survivors bowed in gratitude to their savior. Darkness faded into dawn. Soon, a heavy convoy rolled up to Bu Mountain Villa's gates. The lady boss fumed with impatience. Zhang Qingwen and her appointed lackeys were completely ignoring her calls. Sensing imminent danger, the lady boss stepped out to inspect the compound herself. Just as feared, a gruesome scene of blood and rotting corpses welcomed her. Last night's victims had risen as mindless undead. Among the lurking horde was Li Shuxiang. He roared, lunging with primal hunger. Yet, the lady boss barely spared them a glance. She crushed them with bare hands. Drawing her blade, she ruthlessly dismembered the drooling monsters. With the undead swarming the estate, her appointed leaders were clearly dead. This disaster would cripple their human meat supply. A massive cleanup was necessary. First, the architect of Bitwi Mountain Villa's fall must die. Blood would inevitably flow. Sweeping the villa, her men found 0 survivors and immediately reported to Lady Boss Rui. The only silver lining was surviving meat for today's shipment. Her men quickly loaded the trucks with gruesome meat bags. Meanwhile, Boss Rui plotted her vicious revenge. Scanning the bloody grounds, she spotted fresh tire tracks leaving the villa. Now she could hunt down the man who wrecked her empire. Back at the fortress, Xiao Yong reviewed his expansion mission. Despite welcoming many survivors, his system community score remained at a mere 2 points. Surely, population size was crucial. Fortunately, his vast territory offered endless potential. That arrogant title seller did him a massive favor. Yet, a darker matter demanded his attention. A rare, terrifying mutant in a neighboring town. Accompanied by Shan Shan and Zhang Qi, he visited the prefab zone to absolute reverence. Safe inside their fully equipped temporary homes, several survivors knelt in deep gratitude. Xiao Yang sought crucial intel on the supermonster. The mom revealed they faced the anomaly at Horenfa Market in Decor City. While desperately scavenging for supplies, their group crossed paths with the nightmare. As the beast slaughtered their friends, she grabbed her little girl and fled into the shadows. Scattered and broken, the duo ran relentlessly until reaching Bitwi Mountain Villa. Expecting salvation, they found human monsters instead. Armed with its location, Xiao Yang marched to his vehicle. Shan Shan and Zhangyi begged him to avoid such a suicidal risk. Their stockpiles were full, but he was not hunting loot. Decor City sat a mere 2 kilometers from his base. He could not allow such a catastrophic threat to breathe near his home. Hearing his absolute resolve, the traumatized mother begged the young man to reconsider. Xiao Yang calmly assured them. With Brother Chong by his side, they would pay this monster a deadly visit. Meanwhile, a hardened squad of survivors prowled through Horenfa, desperate for vital supplies. Spotting a massive supermarket, greed sparked in their eyes. But they should have tempered their hopes. This desolate market might already be empty. Arrogant in their survival skills, the squad breached the doors. Instantly, a pitch-black darkness swallowed them. As their vision adapted, the grim truth emerged. The aisles were looted, but hidden treasures remained. Wary of rival scavengers and lurking undead, the tight-knit squad deliberately made noise. They strained their senses, waiting for any sign of movement. Seconds later, wandering zombies stepped from the shadows. Without breaking a sweat, the veterans slaughtered them. Striking with absolute precision, the squad executed the undead threats. They breathed easier seeing so few zombies. The primary horde was likely lured away. Previous scavengers must have acted as their unwitting bait. Yet, these veteran survivors refused to drop their guard. They swept the area with lethal caution. But within the deep shadows, an evolved beast lurked. It bided its time, patiently stalking its fresh prey. Venturing deeper into the aisles, the survivors praised the heavens. Years' worth of rations awaited them. While the crew salivated over the endless food, their commander was captivated by a pristine bed display. Dropping her guard at last, she eagerly collapsed onto the plush mattress. Her comrades joked about claiming this sanctuary. It held every single resource they could ever desire. As the squad explored, 2 lieutenants stepped out to smoke. They knew establishing a permanent base in this sprawling mall was a fatal mistake. Too many open entrances left this entire place indefensible. Such endless wealth would invite swarms of vicious raiders. A nearby 2-story stronghold seemed vastly superior. But claiming a sanctuary requires actually surviving the night. The apex predator finally emerged from the abyss. Its bloody feast upon the living had begun. A desperate scream shattered the silence, instantly freezing every survivor's blood. He sprinted indoors, but outrunning a super mutant was impossible. Vicious claws pierced straight through his chest. In a single devastating motion, the beast ripped him apart like fragile paper. Absolute terror paralyzed the squad. A frantic order to retreat echoed. Fear anchored their boots, but survival instincts forced them into a sprint. Their pathetic escape was purely tragic. The slowest victims fell first in a trail of blood. They poured their souls into every stride, praying to outrun the apex predator, violently snapping at their heels. Seconds bled away over a few pitiful meters. The entire crew fell. Only their female leader remained standing. She sprinted blindly forward. The exit doors finally approached, radiating the faint glow of daylight. She pushed her burning muscles to the limit. But sprinting in high heels was a fatal mistake when cheating death. Her doom was sealed. The super mutant's massive shadow engulfed her, savoring the absolute despair of its final prey. Weeping, she raised her trembling arms in a futile final defense. Looking up, a totally different super mutant appeared. This warrior wore a striking mask. Instead of slaughtering her, the imposing figure simply strode past. A young man trailed the masked beast, telling her not to fear. Destiny intervened. Zhang Xiaoyong arrived just in time to rescue the final survivor. Shock paralyzed her. This was the youth who purchased massive land from her pre-apocalypse. Xiaoyong instantly recognized the polite saleswoman too. If memory served, she was Ning Wanwan. Their fateful reunion abruptly shattered as guttural, flesh-tearing snarls echoed. Wanwan frantically warned him about the mall's butcher. He smirked, assuring her the threat was already being eliminated. She glanced back, spotting 2 monstrous entities locked in a deadly standoff. The savage mutant viewed Brother Chong as rival prey, but our loyal giant merely saw trash waiting to be crushed. This marked their very first encounter with a fellow evolved freak. Bloodlust boiled as they tested their limits. The feral mutant slashed his unnatural claws, narrowly missing Brother Chong's vital areas. The beast pondered if devouring its own kind would accelerate dark evolution. While the beast cackled, Brother Chong unleashed an explosive punch. The overwhelming kinetic force instantly buried the feral mutant's skull deep into the shattered tiles. Playtime was over. The savage was forced to respect his masked foe. Brother Chong mercilessly raised his heavy boot. In this brutal wasteland, stomping a fallen enemy was simply common sense. But the agile monster instantly reacted, leaping away from the crushing stomp. Emitting a twisted cackle, the beast praised its human prey. Their devoured flesh had fueled its terrifying continuous evolution. Brother Chong's instincts flared. The feral mutant launched a vicious frontal assault, radiating pure, unstoppable savagery. In a heartbeat, they traded dozens of devastating blows. Yoongi grew anxious. For the first time, the invincible Brother Chong was losing ground. Xiaoyong, however, felt relieved they made this journey. Had they left this mall mutant to hunt any longer, it would have evolved into an unstoppable nightmare. To tip the scales, the young man stepped forward. Out of thin air, he manifested an AK-47. He calmly asked Brother Chong to pin the beast down. Just 1 second was all they needed to end this. The ever-reliable super mutant followed orders perfectly. He locked down the mall mutant, neutralizing its terrifying speed. Gunfire roared through the mall. A single bullet pierced the monster's forehead. Its skull cracked open, turning its brain to absolute mush. Yet, a single headshot was not enough to end this super mutant's reign of terror. Even so, the devastating strike managed to heavily wound the beast. It instantly shifted its killing intent toward the armed young man. Changi watched in sheer disbelief. He had never seen any creature survive a clean headshot. If one bullet failed, he would just add another. And another. He switched the weapon to full auto, unleashing absolute hell. High-caliber rounds viciously tore into the mall mutant's flesh. The beast was shredded into a gruesome sight. When it finally collapsed, it violently shivered as life completely left its body. Xiaoyang suggested that Brother Chong devour the fallen super mutant. It could potentially grant him a massive power surge. To his total surprise, eliminating this monstrous threat improved his community score. It actively advanced his current mission. Since they stood inside a perfectly intact supermarket, they decided to gather supplies. They could not return empty-handed. This was exactly where Xiaoyang's dimensional storage ability shined. There was no need to haul heavy trucks. He could absorb everything and transport it all within his personal pocket dimension. It felt a bit brutal, but rather than letting the remaining corpses turn into zombies, they offered them to Brother Chong as dessert. Meanwhile, as Xiaoyang was away, a few desperate rats came out to play. Boss Rui and her loyal subordinates followed the tire tracks, quietly scouting their new enemy. Watching from a safe distance, they carefully analyzed the stronghold's defenses and combat capabilities. Boss Rui's right-hand man noted the decent population, but mocked their poor weaponry. Their only real advantage was the sturdy warehouse. If that was their entire defense, it made no sense. How did they defeat Jiang Qingguin and Lin Guangkai? How did they wipe out the entire Bichu Mountain Villa? Boss Rui concluded that these cowards relied on dirty tricks. They likely lured a zombie horde to do their dirty work. Blinded by arrogance, Boss Rui thanked the heavens for delivering easy prey and a brand new base. For now, they needed to retreat and regroup. They would gather their forces and strike when the fortress least expected it. With a plan formed, the scouts drove away. Traveling the opposite way, Xiaoyang's group headed home. Yoongi excitedly told Wanwan about their base camp. They had soft mattresses and hot water for real showers. Spotting another vehicle on the ruined highway was a rare sight. The entire group tensed up, immediately readying their weapons. Two mysterious cars sped in the opposite direction. Neither side slowed down. Yet, for a split second, Zhang Xiaoyang and Boss Rui sensed each other's auras. A new system mission suddenly initiated. For Villain Nemesis Volume 1, Xiaoyang must repel the upcoming invasion. His reward would be 50 survival points. His instincts screamed a warning. Those suspicious drivers were undoubtedly the approaching invaders. Needing confirmation, he approached Shan in the watchtower. He asked if any suspicious movements had breached their perimeter. The young woman reported seeing a distant car pass by. However, it never approached close enough to trigger their alarms. That was all the proof Xiaoyang needed. He immediately ordered Uncle Shang and Old Li to gather the entire camp for a critical announcement. Meanwhile, operations at the southern suburb coal plant were running perfectly smoothly. Guided by a static-filled radio broadcast, a desperate group of survivors trekked toward the towering plant. The broadcast promised a safe zone, claiming the settlement desperately needed manpower. Still, the surviving group remained highly vigilant. Surviving this long in the apocalypse proved their capability. Finally, they spotted a vehicle driving straight toward their destination. The car slammed its brakes. Fresh from their scouting mission, Boss Rui and her thugs warmly welcomed the hopeful survivors. The moment the survivors noticed her revealing appearance, all their common sense completely vanished. They blindly wanted to join her ranks. Boss Rui perfectly weaponized her charm, completely disarming their natural defenses. Flashing a sweet smile, she invited them inside. As they marched toward the coal plant, the foolish survivors exchanged creepy, knowing glances. Escorted deep into the camp, their eyes went wide. The entire facility looked shockingly spacious and perfectly pristine, a true sanctuary at last. But one survivor slipped away, claiming nature called. Boss Rui offered a personal escort to the washroom. The fool eagerly took the bait. She did not just guide him there. The boss lingered close, watching him intently. Her predatory gaze locked onto his lower half, silently judging her captive prey. Mistaking her stare for lust, the survivor urged the boss to drop the act and taste his goods. He boasted of sheer strength, but a lightning-fast blur and a lethal thrust silenced his filthy mouth forever. A flawless execution. The doomed fool died blind. Originally, she considered recruiting him if his potential proved worthy, but his pathetic size sealed his fate. Imagine perishing because of tiny equipment. Outside, her subordinates finished the bloodbath. The radio broadcast victims were slaughtered like livestock. Within the fortress, everyone answered Zhang Xiaoyang's summons, gathering to prepare for impending war. Old Li questioned who dared to cross their path. The nameless enemy could strike any time, To prepare, Zhang Qi and Brother Chong must follow the boss and purge the southeast ruin. The refugees must be hidden there temporarily. Remaining in the camp leaves them completely defenseless. Shan Shan and a bold few stepped up to join the vanguard. The unalike twins joined the fray. Caught in the fiery momentum, Lil Shuai pledged his blade, deeply frustrating his mother. Desperate to prove her worth, Ning Wanwan volunteered for the bloody purge. During the raid, Uncle Shang and Old Li will remain to defend their sanctuary. The rest armed themselves. Led by Xiaoyang, this fierce vanguard marched to crush any threat in their path. Hell erupted inside the southeast ruins. The squad ruthlessly annihilated every undead monster in sight. This brutal massacre served to sharpen their deadly instincts for the looming war. Surviving the first wave, Xiaoyang called a halt to assess his warriors' limits. He warned of the bloody storm ahead. Tonight, they claim this southeast fortress and purify it completely. Entering the safe zone, the rescued civilians swore to fight alongside their saviors. Pondering this, Xiaoyang realized expanding his combat forces could shift the tides. He vowed to supply them with firearms and heavy ammo before nightfall. During the siege, both strongholds will link via radios. Meanwhile, Boss Rui commands her grim cannibal feast. Her second, the metal alchemist look-alike, and number 3, craved fresh meat. Rui remained consumed by fury over Beachway Mountain's fall. Now, they are forced to hunt their own human prey. Naturally, her commanders despised this reality, but they already knew exactly who to slaughter for vengeance in the east. At dawn, Boss Rui and her vanguard will eradicate those weaklings completely. Night fell on the fortress. The raid paused, granting Zhang Xiaoyang time to access the divine system. Holding 46 points, he browsed the shop. A level 2 awakening power crate costing 25 points caught his eye. A level 2 farming crate sat beside a level 1 sugar, oil, and protein provision, claiming both elite crates required 40 points. But this massive gamble was necessary. Opening his costliest prize bestowed the overload skill. His physical prowess could now surge by 25%. The terrible price? A severe backlash afterward. Combined with his monstrous base power, this amplification pushes him into absolute godhood. He could crush foes with 8 times a mortal's might. Xiaoyang practically vibrated with bloodlust, eager to test his power. The silent night shattered into a chaotic dawn. A roaring armada mobilized from the southern plant toward the east. Boss Rui barked her merciless invasion strategy one last time. Phase 1. Trample and slaughter the defenseless refugees outside. Once number 2 breaches the gate, the convoy floods in, using armored rides for brutal suppressive fire. The ravenous brute didn't even wear a shirt. As this nightmare approached, the fortress locked down in maximum alert. Old Li claimed the highest peak. Visibility was poor, but this sniper's nest made him a perfect ghost from below. Xiaoyang assigned him this vantage point. Old Li possessed years of sniper experience before joining the police force. Scratching his head, Old Li quickly corrected him. He only served as a temporary marksman for a few short months. Regardless, his aim was deadly. He could consistently strike targets within 500 meters, provided the wind cooperated. That skill alone would turn the tide of battle. Xiaoyang then ordered Zhang Qi to haul a massive burden onto the rooftop. The young man eagerly unsealed the heavy crate. Inside rested a pristine Barrett sniper rifle, waiting for its master. Old Li was completely stunned. How could a mere youth acquire such devastating military hardware? Dodging the question, Xiaoyang laid down the harsh reality. They possessed only 10 rounds. Every single shot must count. Old Li grasped the massive weapon. He felt both its cold steel weight and the crushing responsibility it bore. Elsewhere, the squad locked into position. Xiaoyang firmly warned them. The enemy forces could strike at any moment today. High up in the watchtower, Shan Shan remained vigilant. Spotting an anomaly in the distance, she instantly alerted the squad. Peering through his high-powered scope, Old Li confirmed the grim truth. An enemy fleet was rapidly closing in. Inside their heavily modified vehicle, Boss Rui's subordinates grew suspicious. The refugees outside the fortress walls had completely vanished. Ignoring all caution, Boss Rui refused to halt and scout. She commanded her forces to accelerate and breach without hesitation. They were already within visual range. Halting now would only shatter their momentum. The convoy surged forward blindly, seeking cover beneath the walls. The very second the invaders crossed into the kill zone, Shan Shan roared the command to open fire. Defenders lined the barricades. Raising their assault rifles, they unleashed an absolute storm of hellfire upon the intruders. The foolish coal plant faction never expected such overwhelming firepower. In a flash, relentless bullets shredded through glass and flesh. Their supposed ambush had spectacularly backfired. The hunters had instantly become the hunted. Boss Rui gritted her teeth in pure denial. Her flawless strategy was exposed instantly, and retreat was no longer an option. Abandoning all caution, she forced her men to press the assault. All around them, her foot soldiers dropped like lifeless puppets. Miraculously, her ruthless gamble paid off. A handful of surviving troops successfully crashed into the base of the fortress wall. Their sole objective was complete. They had escorted Number 2 and his colossal automatic saw directly to the main gates. Faced with the imposing steel barrier, Number 2 went berserk. He ruthlessly hacked and shredded through the reinforced metal. Shan Shan frantically broadcasted the mutants' arrival. Alerting everyone nearby, the watchtower defenders aimed their rifles and squeezed their triggers with lethal intent. Desperate to protect Number 2's advance, Boss Rui and her lackeys returned fire. They unleashed a flurry of submachine gun rounds. Suppressed by the intense counterattack, the inexperienced rookies in the watchtower were forced into hiding. Even Fatty Shy-Eye caught a bullet to the shoulder. Thankfully, the bleeding wound was not fatal. The enemy forces possessed alarming accuracy and firepower. Pinning them down for much longer would be a nearly impossible task. The seasoned veterans desperately rallied the terrified youths. They had to stand firm and defend their ground at all costs. Their ammunition could sustain a prolonged siege, but time was their real enemy. The roaring saw was seconds away from severing the main gate. A breached gate would spell absolute disaster. Fortunately, their unfazed leader had already calculated a brilliant countermeasure for the imminent invasion. Xiao Yang stealthily slipped out of the fortress, completely masking his aura. Then, the absolute madman charged directly into the open crossfire. Boss Rui's forces had exhausted half their ammunition, yet Number 2 still struggled to shatter the reinforced entrance. He needed only a few more agonizing seconds. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as the fortress gate finally gave way. Shan Shan and the watchtower unit rapidly scrambled down to reinforce the breached ground floor. Meanwhile, a sinister grin warped Boss Rui's face. The siege was brutal, but they had finally broken through. Now, these rookies would face the horrifying might of a flesh-eating evolver. Utilizing Number 2 as an indestructible meat shield, she commanded her surviving troops to march closely in his wake. Tossing aside his ruined saw, the monstrosity used raw, terrifying strength to forcefully widen the narrow opening. Securing a flawless line of sight, Xiaoyang gave Old Li the ultimate signal. It was time to unleash devastation. Steadying his racing heartbeat, Li Hongli locked onto the towering giant. As the beast's skull entered his scope, Old Li's crosshairs snapped onto target with deadly precision. Number 2 unleashed a deafening roar. The spine-chilling sound lacked all humanity. Any survivor laying eyes upon this monstrosity would freeze in absolute terror. The moment the abomination breached the gates, the defenders' morale shattered. They desperately concentrated their fire to halt his monstrous charge. But the beast possessed impenetrable flesh, rendering their standard ammunition completely useless. Number 2 barged through the smoke. He absorbed the relentless storm of lead with his bare, mutated body. Regardless of the weapon's caliber, bullets simply deflected off his hardened skin. What little scratches remained instantly healed, thanks to his monstrous, unfair regenerative power. Boss Rui relished their dread toward her towering shield. She assumed these weaklings had never witnessed an awakened evolver's true might before. The ghost signal reached Li Hongli on the roof. He held absolute faith in his lethal aim and heavy rounds. The Barret roared with deadly force. A single trigger pull instantly obliterated the monster's head, reducing its skull to a gruesome spray of blood and gore. The seemingly immortal Number 2 collapsed dead. Boss Rui and her thugs froze in shock. The giant was their sole cover. Nobody anticipated this tiny settlement possessing such devastating firepower. With their primary threat eliminated, Xiao Yang launched his assault, flanking the invaders with his AK-47. He unleashed a hail of gunfire, shattering their days. Slaughtering them felt entirely effortless for the youth. Boss Rui knew this deadly crisis was the direct result of her own severe miscalculation. She underestimated them and paid dearly. Yet, she fiercely refused to simply lay down and die. Wielding her submachine gun, she fired back while rushing the exit. Gritting her teeth, she forced a retreat. Meeting Xiaoyang's lethal gaze, she recognized the boy they drove past yesterday. Desperate to survive this slaughter, she viciously grabbed one of her own men. Without a second of hesitation, she sacrificed the doomed man as a human shield. Xiao Yang realized her monstrous reflexes marked her as an evolver. After letting her underling absorb his bullets, she hurled his bleeding body to block the doorway. Xiao Yang dodged aside, forcing him to halt his gunfire. Those brief seconds gave Boss Rui the opening to sprint toward her car. Naturally, Old Li refused to spare enemies who dared shatter their peaceful sanctuary. Locking on, he declared his Barrett the honored one of heaven and earth. This man really believed he was Gojo. Denied a clean headshot, he settled for obliterating her blindingly fast legs. Severing a limb sent Boss Rui crashing down inches from escape. Li Hongli felt deep shame over missing the kill. While he readied another round, Boss Rui's loyal underling dragged her into the vehicle. Sadly, these survivors were experts at fleeing death, swerving away in total, cowardly defeat. Xiao Yang ordered a ceasefire. He truly welcomed the prospect of their foolish return. He felt satisfied clearing his system mission. Earning 50 points massively boosted his fighting spirit. Furthermore, Volume 2 of the Nemesis questline was finally unlocked. Now he could launch a ruthless assault on the cannibal base for an easy 50 points. The fortress celebrated their massive triumph. A few allies suffered gunshot wounds, but nobody perished. The wounded rushed to medical for treatment, while enemy corpses entered cold storage for Brother Chang's feast. With the base safe, refugees returned to their quarters. Once he finally found a moment alone, Xiao Yang reviewed his mission points, vibrating with sheer excitement to spend his rewards tonight. Deep within the southern coal plant, the routed forces returned as 3 survivors and a crippled Boss Rui. Number 3 met them with pure confusion and dread. Ashamed, Boss Rui confessed her grave error. They never anticipated such overwhelming firepower. She viciously demanded human flesh to heal her wounds. Hearing her arrogant orders, a sinister, mocking grin warped Number 3's face. She ruthlessly cursed them out, calling them worthless trash, who lacked even a fraction of the fallen Number 2's immense strength. Number 3 reached his absolute limit. This crippled leader still dared to arrogantly insult them. Boss Rui committed another fatal error. She never sensed the brewing rebellion. Panicking, she commanded her men to execute Number 3, but nobody moved. Even her saviors ignored her desperate cries. With Boss Rui crippled and Number 2 eliminated, Number 3 could easily claim the throne as the strongest. He had already poisoned their loyalty. The coal mine brothers had silently hated her cruel reign for ages. Now, the perfect moment for violent treason had arrived. Even now, Boss Rui blindly thought she could force them to yield. Surrounded by murderous intent, her arrogant facade shattered instantly. Led by Number 3, the coal workers exacted their brutal revenge. Manic laughter echoed as they shattered Boss Rui's body with steel pipes. They mocked her agonizing wails. Her superhuman vitality only prolonged the torment. When she finally perished, Number 3 smiled ruthlessly, washing her blood from his hands. A thug mistakenly called him Boss 3, earning a near-fatal beating. Disrespect meant death. His new title was absolute, Big Boss. With the witch and Number 2 dead, the gang faced an uncertain future. Their combat power was crippled. Yet, their true nightmare wasn't the Eastern Fortress, but the legendary Tentacle Man. Big Boss made his choice. Abandon the plant and join the West Steel Group, a desperate merger. A day later, Zhang Xiaoyang's elite squad slipped behind enemy lines. As predicted, the vermin infested the coal plant. He ordered Jiang Qi and Old Li to stay silent and close as they breached the camp. Scouting the dead silent camp, they found no living souls. Only the mangled corpse of yesterday's vicious female leader remained. A clear mutiny. The others recoiled in horror, but Xiaoyang remained completely unfazed. Zhang Yi questioned the door-smashing giant's origins. That monster clearly wasn't like Chen Chong, yet his strength was monstrous. Xiaoyang had previously mentioned the concept of evolvers. Old Li also wondered how mortals ascended to become evolvers. Xiaoyang revealed the grim truth: cannibalism. This horrifying revelation chilled them to the bone. Xiaoyang confirmed that consuming human flesh was the fastest path to mutant abilities. Fearing the worst, Zhang Yi asked if his inhuman strength came from that same cursed path. Must they abandon their humanity to survive? Xia quickly halted their spiraling dread. Cannibalism wasn't the sole method. He pulled a mysterious object from his pocket. A brilliant, glowing red crystal rested in his palm. Both evolvers and zombies are mutations. They merely require exotic energy to ascend. Mortals possess weak, scattered energy. However, true evolvers and elite mutants forge this power into solid cores. As this doomsday worsens, even basic zombies will manifest these powerful cores. Still, consuming zombie flesh seemed like a guaranteed death sentence. Mortals would perish. Only true mutants like Brother Chong could devour it for absolute power. Amidst their talk, Volume 2 of Xiang's villain nemesis mission reached completion. The threat had vanished. But while Xiaoyang checked his system, a lurking zombie launched a deadly ambush. His superhuman reflexes saved him, dodging the fatal strike instantly. A cold blade flash ended the beast. Ironically, this slain creature was the perfect teaching tool. He ripped the exotic core from its rotting flesh. With hordes multiplying, hunting season had begun. Holding 2 cores, he offered Zhangyi and Li Hongli true awakening. Disgusted by the zombie origin, Genshi hesitated, allowing old Li to claim both stones. Li Hongli's thirst for absolute power finally conquered his mortal dread. He devoured both cores instantly, starving for that supreme strength. The core's magic surged through his veins. Old Li experienced an intoxicating, godlike invigoration. Xiaoyang quickly warned him. Evolution did not mean invincibility in this savage wasteland. Grounded by the warning, Old Li promised absolute caution. Their mission complete, they marched homeward. Meanwhile, the traitorous scum finally arrived at the gates of the West Steel Mill. Approaching the perimeter, a fierce guard stopped their invasive advance. Big Boss Number 3 smirked, declaring himself the coal plant's envoy. Suspicious, the guard ordered them to wait for the leader. Following tense negotiations, the remnants were permitted inside the rival fortress. Instantly, the steel mill elites demanded answers. Where were Jing Rui and Number 2? Number 3 spun a lie, claiming they were ambushed and lost Boss Rui and the giant. This caught the bald steel mill boss's attention. He ordered his men to lock the coal plant brothers and their third boss inside a secure safe house. Meanwhile, Boss Pang retreated with his partner to hatch a sinister scheme. Number 3 and his lackeys were thrown into this supposed safe house. Even now, he obsessively corrected his men about his new rank. Blinded by pride, he completely ignored the deadly trap they had just walked into. One underling nervously pointed out that this place was no safe haven. Surrounded by iron bars and bolted doors, they were essentially sitting inside a prison. Before reality could sink in, the outside guard violently barged into the room. He coldly ordered them out. Standing before the steel mill leaders once more, the entire faction's armed forces awaited them. Number 3 swallowed his fear, asking what was going on. The female boss saw right through his lies, deducing his vile betrayal of Boss Rui. Such treason demanded execution. He frantically tried to deflect Boss Pang and Boss Ling's accusations, but his doom was already sealed. Refusing to buy his pathetic excuses, Boss Ling summoned her watchdog, Li Cheng, to reveal the truth. He had scouted the coal plant, finding Jing Rui dead on the freezing courtyard, with Number 2 missing. The scene showed zero signs of any struggle. The only logical answer was a grim betrayal that struck down their boss. Yet, against all evidence, Number 3 stubbornly denied it. In this brutal new world, hard evidence holds no power. Judgment falls without trial, and punishment is absolute. Truthfully, the West Steel Mill would have slaughtered these scavengers if not for Boss Rui's abilities. With her dead, Number 3 had foolishly marched into a den of starving lions. A terrified goon begged for mercy, offering crucial intel in exchange for his pathetic life. Boss Ling coldly let the rat speak, completely unbothered by his desperate pleas. The traitor revealed an eastern settlement overflowing with supplies, where their boss was crushed. When questioned about their military might, the snitch claimed their strength rivaled the steel mill. Boss Pang and Boss Ling could not ignore such a threat nearby. The rat added that this eastern fortress had 0 evolvers. Li Cheng listened closely, deeply puzzled by the sudden mention of evolutionary power. Boss Pang refused to believe the mighty Jing Rui fell to a bunch of ordinary mortals. The snitch explained their heavy artillery could obliterate someone like Number 2 in a single shot. Boss Ling smiled, highly satisfied with this crucial tactical intel. However, her ruthlessness knew no bounds. As she issued the execution order, the Cole brothers' blood froze in sheer terror. Their agonizing screams echoed until death silenced them. The coal plant faction was completely erased from existence. Boss Pang felt the crushing weight of this looming eastern threat. Boss Ling advised against recklessly attacking heavy firepower. They needed to evolve further to guarantee victory. First, scouts would infiltrate to verify if these enemies were truly unawakened novices. Meanwhile, Yung Xiaoyong rested in his room, scrolling through his system interface with 126 points. To his absolute shock, a level 2 black tech supply box was listed for exactly 50 points. Without hesitation, he cleared out the shop, leaving 71 points remaining. The crate gave him 500 kilograms of premium lotus root powder, cocoa butter, and cooking oils. But the ultimate prize was a plus 20 enhancement serum from the black tech box. A knock shattered his focus. Shan entered, reporting a highly suspicious figure captured lurking near their perimeter. Xiaoyang rose to investigate. Shang-Chi and Old Li held the mysterious trespasser, who desperately swore he meant no harm. He only wished to speak with the leader. When Xiaoyang arrived, Mr. Seuss finally spoke. He respectfully introduced himself as Shu Axing of the West Wind Steel Mill. That infamous name put Uncle Song on high alert. Situated in the southwest, West Wind was the most massive steel mill around. Like the coal plant, it had become a formidable survivor base, located roughly 3 kilometers away. If it was that far, what drove Mr. Seuss all the way to this fortress? Shuxing stood tall, claiming survivors must unite in this ruined world. Thus, his leader ordered him to seek out new allies. Shiokai refused to fall for such a blatant deception. The scout had been circling blindly, sketching a map. Exposed, Shu Axing could only offer a pathetic, nervous smile. To ensure no trick slipped past him, Xiaoyang awakened his piercing mind's eye. Piercing Shu Axing's soul, pure arrogance was visible. Xiaoyang showed no mercy. He instantly pressed a loaded gun against the scout's forehead. In this apocalyptic era, the brutal rules of survival are absolute. Such blatant disrespect demanded a bloody price. Speak the absolute truth, or Xiaoyang would blast Mr. Seuss into oblivion. Facing that murderous glare, Axing swallowed hard. Yet, he stubbornly maintained his fragile innocence, claiming his faction merely sought caution. Stepping aside, Xiaoyang asked Zhang Qi if this scout had encountered Brother Chong. Fortunately, their paths never crossed. Thus, Xiaoyang commanded his forces to release Mr. Seuss unharmed. He even handed back the hand-drawn map. Elation flooded Shu Axing's trembling heart. Believing his flawless deception succeeded, he fled the steel fortress before its master could reconsider. Watching the foolish scout retreat, a cunning smirk surfaced on Xiaoyang's face. He calculated the massive system points awaiting at the West Wind Steel Mill. Since that destined day, 5 peaceful months vanished. At the West Steel Plant, crippling terror gripped the survivors as their comrades vanished endlessly. The culprit was known, yet they remained utterly powerless. The tentacle monster had awakened, leaving them paralyzed in despair. Garbage boys detected an ominous rustling from the wasteland, freezing their blood in pure horror. Before a garbage boy could warn the mill, a merciless blade instantly claimed his life. The former watchdog, Lai Cheng, caught the desperate screams echoing from the bloody trash heap. A lone survivor reported the brutal slaughter to Lai Cheng, blaming the tentacle monster. Such grave mentions demanded absolute caution. Now, the merciless abomination was striking in broad daylight. Li Cheng armed himself, ordered full civilian lockdown, and rallied elite evolvers for the hunt. Reaching the wasteland, a shadowy silhouette emerged. Exercising extreme caution, Lai Cheng commanded his squad to observe and retreat. Creeping closer, the bitter truth revealed itself. Their dreaded nightmare was nowhere in sight. Fresh drag marks scarred the earth. The beast had likely secured its kill and vanished. Following the total annihilation of Mountain and Southern Coal Plant, casualties skyrocketed endlessly. Previously, the abomination stalked multiple bases. Now, the steel mill became its exclusive slaughterhouse. Yet, Li Cheng's gut instinct screamed that the tentacle monster was innocent of this bloodshed. Returning to their fortress, 5 months of magnificent evolution stood proudly on display. Yung Xiaoyang had shattered his previous survival record. Soon, resurrecting civilization could become a reality. His community score exploded to 38. However, the system quest to conquer the West Steel Mill remained dormant. Throughout this era, his trusted inner circle trained relentlessly without pause. Spotting Shan Shan and the boys returning from their perilous outside mission, Xiaoyang channeled his boundless aura, leaping gracefully from the towering ramparts. Zhang Xi proudly confirmed the hunt's victory. Wielding such overwhelming power, no enemy could possibly track or challenge their might. Little Shuai now marched onto the battlefield. Guarded by Wan Wan, the boy was rapidly evolving into a lethal warrior. Today, he flawlessly slaughtered a feral zombie, entirely single-handed. Under Villain Nemesis Volume 3, the Fortress Battalion relentlessly purged zombies. They protected potential allies while harvesting mutant cores. Yet, the concept of potential allies heavily baffled Xiong. Perhaps destiny pointed to the West Steel Mill. Denied a system prompt, Xiao Yong chose to single-handedly infiltrate enemy lines. Naturally, Old Li vehemently opposed this reckless assault. Uncle Song had spent months exterminating enemy scouts, breaching their borders. Their malicious intent was glaringly undeniable. Xiao Yang confidently silenced the elders. With his overwhelming strength, even a titan like Brother Chong could never scratch him. Furthermore, the time had finally come to separate true allies from hidden enemies. Uncle Shang, Old Li, and his trusted vanguard would fiercely protect the Iron Fortress and its vulnerable refugees. The fortress would stand, but their leader's fate fueled their dread. Without this young man, the entire settlement would collapse. Back at the steel mill, Lai Chong returned from his wasteland sweep. Denied entry to the bosses, Lai Cheng's fury erupted. He hoisted a guard by the throat, lifting him into the air. Realizing his blinding rage, he snapped back to his senses, reining in his aura. He released the guard with a swift apology. Truthfully, Li Chong feared his own escalating outbursts. For months, his emotional restraints had been slowly shattering. Hearing his voice, the bosses granted Li Chang entry. Lung stepped cautiously inside, greeted by absolutely shredded muscle. Mommy boss Ling sat in her office. Li Chang proposed a chilling theory regarding the sudden vanishings. At a recent crime scene, he had uncovered a woman's footprints. He suspected a new killer prowled the shadows, while the tentacle man took the blame. Boss Ling didn't immediately dismiss him, but ordered him to bury the truth for now. The tentacle man alone had caused absolute terror. Spreading more panic would paralyze the survivors entirely. They couldn't afford that. Li Chen tried protesting, but as her face closed in, his hardened demeanor crumbled into a blush. Bidding Boss Ling farewell, he awkwardly retreated. Li Cheng possessed great might, yet his boss always clouded his mind. From an adjacent room, a sinister voice echoed, mocking her careless nature. She snapped back instantly. If her methods lacked, she would gladly surrender the task. The voice belonged to Baldy Pang, violently butchering the corpse of the garbage boy. Ling executes the prey, while Baldy sweeps the mess. Tossing the heads, they feast upon the flesh. Meanwhile, our boy slaughtered the undead horde, purging the apocalyptic streets. Nearing his destination, stealth became priority. Drawing scissors from his dimensional storage, he began a diabolical transformation. The madman cut his own hair completely blind. Scooping dirt from the wasteland floor, he mercilessly smeared it across his face. As a final touch, he equipped the ultimate disguise tool, glasses. Despite forcing a pathetic look, his aura remained undeniable. Approaching the steel mill's perimeter, a patrolling sentry locked eyes on him. Wandering strangers usually met swift hostility, yet he greeted the rising aggression with a smile. Feigning immense relief, he claimed he followed traces of life, thrilled to discover survivors. Assuming he was a weak lone wanderer, the guard's hostility shifted into eager excitement. The guard immediately probed how he survived the death-filled wastelands all alone. Xiao Yang wove a tragic tale. His 10-man settlement was utterly devoured by a zombie horde. With every comrade fallen, he stood alone. Questioned on his strength, he humbly admitted some power. Surviving endless undead sieges had forged his profound combat experience. Of course, the guard merely tested if an evolver stood before him. Omitting any mention of evolution, the sentry gladly welcomed the prey inside. Escorting him, the guard mentioned a mandatory trial. Yet Xiao Yang instantly deduced the truth. This steel plant was a viper's nest. Nearing the heavy iron doors, Lai Cheng spotted the stranger being guided within. The guard stammered, claiming he was simply leading the lone survivor away for a search. But Lai Cheng was a disciplined warrior. A search meant acting immediately. Stepping in, Li Cheng demanded the stranger surrender all weapons. Xiao Yang hesitated, feigning reluctance at walking unarmed into the terrifying unknown. Li Cheng knew survivors harbored dark intentions, so caution earned his respect. However, the settlement's iron law stood, disarm or face exile. Playing the cornered survivor, Xiao Yang surrendered his blade. Little did they know, his pocket concealed countless more. Lai Chun then conducted a rigorous search, ensuring no hidden daggers remained. Xiao Yang felt genuine shock seeing true moral backbone in this hellhole, a stark contrast to the brutal savages of Bichu's coal plant. Surviving the wasteland with just a dagger raised questions. Li Chung asked if the stranger was an evolver. Xia played the fool, claiming his strength simply grew day by day. Taking no chances, Li Chong escorted him to the boss. Xiao Yang was left waiting in the so-called reception room. In truth, it was a holding cell. The heavily reinforced doors screamed of a prison. Minutes later, the cell opened. The bald-headed boss Ping stepped inside cautiously, demanding the stranger's name. Xiaoyang stumbled on his words, introducing himself as Zhang Wei, a rather suspiciously familiar alias. Baldy Ping was there to test if this Zhang Ya was truly an awakened evolver. The quickest test was combat reflexes. Without warning, Baldy Ping hurled a lethal hatchet straight at his face. Zhang Ya casually tilted his head. The lethal hatchet whistled past, crashing into the wall. Murderous intent flared briefly. But seeing that calculating glare, he knew the bald bastard was just testing him. Playing the terrified survivor, he screamed furiously at Baldy Pang for nearly splitting his skull. Pang laughed heartily. That flawless evasion proved the newcomer was indeed a capable evolver. A failure to dodge meant instant death. And to this camp, one dead weakling meant absolutely nothing. Acknowledging their shared status, Baldy Pang probed him about his method of evolution. Hinting at the dark path of cannibalism, Baldy Pang issued a grim warning to keep his mouth firmly shut. Very few knew this forbidden secret. If this dark knowledge spread, or if Baldy Pang caught even a whiff of betrayal, he would kill without mercy. Lunging forward, he mockingly threatened to crush Zhang Ya's neck barehanded. Luckily, it was merely an empty threat. Had the bald man attacked with lethal intent, a bloodbath was certain. Retaliation meant chaos. Besides, killing this Baldy now would jeopardize his 80-point mission reward. Impressed, Pang noted Zhang Ya's swift reaction to draw a weapon. The kid had skills. Yet, Baldy arrogantly claimed to exist on an entirely different level. Any thought of rebellion was foolish. Following their tense standoff, Baldy Pang ordered his men to treat Zhang Ya with due respect. He was told to wash up and change clothes before meeting the rest of the brass. Washed and dressed sharply, Zhang Ya was escorted to the meeting room to face the elite evolvers. Baldy Pang introduced co-leader Huang Ling. Li Chen and Huang Bin served as the settlement officers. Officer Huang Bin was tasked with showing the newcomer how things worked. Boss Ling praised Zhang Ya's luck. In this elite camp, survival was guaranteed. However, earning a feast required proving one's absolute worth. Zhang Ya gave a solemn vow to do his best and blindly follow orders. Everything fell perfectly into place for Huang Bin's patrol. Selecting Aqiang and Axing, the scouting party finally moved out. Aqiang glared, clearly disgusted that the new kid was dumped into their squad. Knowing the evolver's dark secret, Zhang Ya could only be placed in this squad. On patrol, old Axing stared relentlessly at the newcomer, haunted by a strange familiarity. Surprisingly, Hang Bin treated the new guy fairly. He even explained the camp's inner workings. Inside the steel mill, the grisly secret of cannibalism was kept strictly between Baldy Ping, Boss Ling, and this four-man troop. Axing was Baldy's cousin. Aqiang was Boss Ling's nephew. Bound by bloodline, any leak of this vile secret could only come from an outsider. Yung Wei grew increasingly tense under the heavy, piercing gaze of old Axing. This was the exact same old man Zhang Qi's group had caught lurking near their fortress months ago. Meanwhile, Officer Li Chang was a different beast. Unfathomably strong, yet completely oblivious to the horrific cannibalistic evolution method. He was the one man who must absolutely never discover their flesh-eating practices. If Li Chang ever found out, 2 mangled corpses would hang in the mill. Zhang Ya connected the dots. The bosses deliberately suppressed Li Changgung, terrified of his monstrous, unmatched talent. Reaching the mill's desolate outskirts, Hang Bin commanded the squad to halt. They had arrived at a tiny camp housing just 7 survivors. Hang Bin's crew had stalked them for 4 days. No evolvers were present. Asked if this was a hunt, Huang Bin laughed at the barbaric idea. Rather than hunting, he called it raising them. Recognizing Zhang Ya as an awakened evolver, they demanded he shed his human mindset. These arrogant evolvers had abandoned all morality. They saw themselves as transcendent beings, superior to ordinary humans. Declaring themselves apex predators, their twisted plan was simple: subdue the settlement, herd them like cattle, and slaughter them later. In truth, they did not need everyone. Taking back 5 or 6 survivors would be enough. The rest would be eliminated here. Hang Bin ordered the rookie to watch and learn as his crew went to work. For months, this small settlement had enjoyed absolute peace. They worked tirelessly to survive. But mid-renovation, a nightmare emerged from the shadows. A terrifying horde of zombies had breached their sanctuary. Each one hungered for fresh flesh. The desperate survivors grabbed their weapons, preparing to fight for their lives. But hesitating on the trigger is a fatal mistake in this apocalyptic world. As his comrades were torn apart, the builder trembled, awaiting his grim fate. Meanwhile, Zhang Ya and his squad watched coldly amidst the dying screams. Hang Bin called this cruel culling a strict necessity for resources. They simply could not afford to feed dead weight. With the horde perfectly thinning out the weak, Hang Bin's crew finally made their move. A woman shrieked in absolute terror as rotting jaws snapped at her throat. In a blinding flash of steel, the beasts were instantly beheaded. The woman froze in shock. Believing her life was over, she stared up at her savior's outstretched hand. Huang Bin swung his massive hammer, while Axing wielded dual daggers. Their teamwork was brutally lethal. The slaughter ended. Hang Bin introduced them as the mighty evolvers of West Wind Steel Plant. Ignorant but grateful, the survivors rejoiced. This brief skirmish gave Zhang Ya all the combat data he needed. He estimated their strength matched Zhang Qi's squad. Suddenly, a terrifying presence sent chills down his spine. Zhang Ya snapped his gaze toward a dark room in a nearby ruin. Finding nothing, he blamed his paranoid instincts. Huang Bin's sharp voice ordered him to clean up the battlefield. Yet, the ominous aura from that abandoned structure lingered in his mind. His instincts were dead on. A true nightmare was lurking in the shadows. The naive survivors happily surrendered their secrets, revealing a hidden supply warehouse. Zhang Ya supervised the loot gathering, while Huang Bin's men secured a transport truck. His other grim task was piling up the freshly slaughtered human corpses. The surviving sheep followed Huang Bin blindly, worshipping him as their true savior. This distraction was perfect. Zhang Ya finally had the freedom to move unnoticed. Marching toward the steel mill, the clueless fools continued showering Hang Bin with endless praise. One naive girl innocently asked Aqiang about their bathing facilities. The creep grabbed her, bragging about hot showers. Suddenly, the atmosphere froze as Axing's danger sense flared violently. Noticing the old man's panic, Huang Bin instantly raised his guard. He barked orders to stay alert, bracing for an unseen attack. Aqiang kept harassing the terrified girl. Despite his sharp intuition, Axing could not track the killing intent. Aqiang blindly mocked the old man's paranoia, but Shu Axing trusted his gut. A deadly predator was undoubtedly hunting them. Axing was the first to fall. A razor-sharp appendage pierced straight through his neck. He died before he even realized it. Huang Bin panicked, instantly recognizing this brutal execution. The tentacle fiend had arrived. The deadly limb slithered back into the terrifying darkness. Before anyone could blink, the grotesque beast invaded Huang Bin's personal combat zone. While the squad faced absolute annihilation, Zhang Ya was peacefully looting mutant cores. 2 zombies had dropped rare cores, a surprisingly profitable harvest for him. He would have kept farming in secret, but agonizing screams echoed from afar. Huang Bin's crew was doomed. The beast wrapped its foul tentacles around his body. You know exactly how this nightmare goes. To end his misery, the monster crushed him until blood poured from his face. It snapped his leg with a sickening crunch. The remaining survivors watched in absolute despair. Even Aqiang, so arrogant moments ago, trembled like a helpless child. Sensing the final threat, the beast locked onto the soul evolver. Terror froze Aqiang's blood as he slowly stepped back. Desperate to escape a gruesome death, he grabbed the girl he meant to rescue. Without hesitation, he threw her as bait. The ravenous monster never refused an easy meal. We have all seen this horror before, but this brought no mercy, only the agonizing sound of crushing suffocation. However, fate had other plans for the fallen girl. Her true savior descended. His blade flashed, severing the deadly tentacles to pieces. Perhaps Zhang Ya and his trusty knife could conquer this nightmare. Zhang Ya observed the mutated creature. He felt neither fear nor awe. After all, this was merely a minor spawn, a tentacle son. At least, that is what the steel mill survivors called it. The monster constantly muttered the word son, using its uncanny ability to transform normal zombies into twisted, tentacled atrocities. Even Boss Baldy Pang and Boss Ling would struggle alone against one. Knowing this, Aqiang waited for his chance to flee. He ordered Zhang Ya to hold the line. Then, claiming he would fetch reinforcements, he sprinted away with everything he had. Following his cowardly lead, the terrified survivors scrambled away from looming death. Zhang Ya could taste the bitter sting of Aqiang's betrayal. That pathetic coward had just offered him up as a sacrifice. The enraged tentacle son recovered from the deep slashes, its newly regenerated limbs wrapped tightly around Zhang Ya, who simply stood his ground. He was genuinely intrigued by this evolved mutant spawning its own kin. He casually folded his arms, acting completely unfazed. His overwhelming strength justified his absolute confidence. He decided to test this grotesque specimen. Man and beast engaged in a deadly tug-of-war with the thick tentacles. Zhang Ya realized something crucial. He had never truly tested the awakening ability he gained months ago. Today was the perfect time to break his limits. He anchored his heels into the earth, his stance immovable as a mountain. Finally, he unleashed physical overload. His stats exploded to a terrifying, monstrous degree. The sheer power of overload was absolute. Before, he had only matched the beast in raw strength. Now, he forcefully dragged the ugly atrocity across cracked pavement. Once in range, a single foot tap halted the brutal struggle. The savage creature could not speak, but its once dominant roars turned into weak whimpers. The lone remaining survivor watched in shock. Disbelief widened her eyes. A seemingly ordinary young man was effortlessly eviscerating the nightmare that slaughtered elite fighters. By the time Zhang Ya finished his work, the monstrosity's limbs and head were brutally torn apart and scattered like trash. He approached the trembling woman, checking if she survived the crushing ordeal. Seeing the monster's dark blood dripping from his face, she released a terrified scream. Witnessing his terrifying power, she realized he was the true monster. Zhang Ya wiped the blood, smiled gently, and swore he meant no harm. Meanwhile, Akyang and his cowardly rats finally scurried their way to the steel mill gates. At the entrance, Baldi Pang, Boss Ling, and Lai Chen blocked their path. The bosses demanded to know why Akyang looked so haggard, and where his missing crew had gone. Akyang frantically explained the slaughter, claiming Huang Bin and Axing were crushed by the tentacle sun. Only Li Chen asked about the newcomer. Akyang dismissed Zhang Ya, certain the rookie was already dead. Hearing his cousin had died like a dog, Baldi Pang erupted in furious grief. With nowhere to channel his blazing rage, he unfairly blamed the surviving cowards. His hatchet tasted blood as he slaughtered the entire group right then and there. They simply could not afford to act irrationally right now. Fortunately, butchering the weak survivors finally quelled Baldi's violent rampage. Suddenly, a massive bundle of severed tentacles crashed onto the ground, silencing the chaos. They looked up in absolute shock. Zhang Ya and the rescued woman stood tall, arriving just as the bloodshed ended. Lai Cheng felt profound relief and deep awe seeing the rookie return alive. Moreover, he arrived making a massive statement, bringing a rescued girl and severed tentacles as proof. He detailed his victory over the tentacle spawn, avenging the leader's fallen kin. Such a monumental feat forced the commanders to reevaluate him. Shattering the silence, Zhang Ya requested vehicles and manpower to secure the remaining spoils. While he managed his task, the leaders fiercely interrogated Akyang about the true events. That stubborn survivor completely refused to believe Zhang Ya soloed a beast that obliterated the entire Evolver squad. From Akyang's perspective, even Baldi and Boss Ling combined would face a grueling bloodbath against that creature. Baldi still judged the youth based on first impressions. A rookie who lacked a basic combat stance during testing could not possess such overwhelming power. Thus, Boss Ling reasoned the monster was only defeated through a lucky ambush. Regardless, they could not tolerate such a dangerous anomaly, especially given his growing bond with Li Chang. Boss Ling detected distinct footsteps and silenced the room. Li Chang entered, presenting a new proposal. First, he offered solemn condolences for Axing and Huang Bin's tragic passing. In this grim era, sudden death was a harsh reality. Lai Chang formally proposed promoting Zhang Ya to officer for his undeniable strength. Baldi Pang fiercely rejected the notion. The young man's origins remained entirely unknown. Boss Ling swiftly silenced the bald fool. She admitted that Young Ya possessed the raw power of a true officer. However, the rookie must prove his true worth to command the entire steel mill's respect. Lai Chun argued that slaying the tentacle spawn was undeniable proof of his might. Seizing the moment, they decided to test him against the true threat. If Zhang Ya destroyed the main tentacle monster, it solves two massive problems. Lai Chung furiously protested the suicidal odds. Even both leaders combined could never achieve such a legendary feat. Boss Ling coldly assured Lai Chung this was no mere suicide mission. The entire steel mill would mobilize for war. The time had finally come to eradicate this nightmare completely. Upon his return from hauling grim cargo, the commanders briefed Zhang Ya on the impending battle. He felt genuine surprise. These veterans were centering a grand strategy around a newcomer. Boss Ling manipulated his warrior's pride, declaring him the absolute strongest fighter within their walls. Baldi Pang promised a massive reward. Victory would grant Zhang Ya the highly coveted third leadership seat. He mocked Li Cheng about a rookie surpassing his rank. Gritting his teeth, Li Cheng forced out his bitter approval. With the trap set, the operation would commence in 2 days. Zhang Ya silently applauded their flawless deception. He might have believed their lies, but his mind's eye easily pierced through their filthy, corrupted souls. The steel mill's deception was set. Meanwhile, chaos erupted back at the eastern fortress. Their fearless leader was transmitting a crucial signal from deep behind enemy lines. Old Li's squad grabbed the radio, listening with bated breath. Standing atop heavy machinery, Xiaoyang exuded absolute authority as he revealed his master plan. In 2 days, their forces would converge at the South Suburban Park. The hour had come to annihilate the lingering regional threat completely. Old Li assumed command of tactical preparations. The crew unanimously agreed that Uncle Shang must avoid this perilous mission due to his advanced age. Furthermore, his defensive expertise was vital to protect their base. This upcoming raid carried unprecedented, deadly stakes. Their elite warriors needed peak performance. Brother Chong, Shanshan, Zhang Qi, and the core vanguard were absolutely indispensable. From the shadows, little Shuai bravely demanded a spot on the bloody battlefield. His mom instantly refused. Brutal warfare was no place for children. A child belonged far from such grim carnage. However, she had never witnessed her son's terrifying potential during hunting runs. Little Shuai possessed genuine strength. Even among the seasoned veterans, the kid was a formidable force. Old Li desperately required every capable warrior. In this merciless world, early combat experience meant survival. 2 days vanished in a flash, bringing the fateful hunt. Baldy Pang and Boss Li marched the vanguard straight toward the tentacle monster's last known lair. The undercover Zhang Ya questioned their baiting strategy. Baldy confidently ordered him to hold back, boasting a flawless trap. Moving like a phantom, Zhang Ya secretly scanned the entire deadly perimeter. He glanced at the adjacent building, spotting the agreed-upon signal from the fortress crew. High above, the heavily armed crew watched the unfolding chaos from the dark skyline. Following the boss's strict orders, they maintained their distance. For now, their only move was preparing the descent ropes. They would strike from the shadows once battle erupted. Below, Boss Ling summoned a frail porter carrying heavy supplies. The frail kid looked up at the fierce woman, asking for orders. Flashing a wicked grin, she ordered the fragile child into the dark park. These porters were merely tools to carry supplies. Li Cheng refused to just stand by while the cruel boss plotted something utterly sinister. To Boss Ling, a young boy was perfect bait. The beast constantly muttered about a son, so they decided to offer it exactly that. She falsely swore to save the child once the massive target appeared. The starving porter trembled in sheer terror. No one willingly becomes monster bait. Seeing his hesitation, Baldy Pang intervened. He violently hoisted the child by his collar, threatening brutal punishment if he backed out. Channeling his evolver strength, he hurled the helpless boy into the pitch-black park. The brutal impact surely broke some bones. High above, Old Li sensed the shifting tension. He finally signaled the crew to silently descend the building using their ropes. Within the desolate park, the starving boy stumbled to his feet, crying out for salvation. His pleas met only silence. Suddenly, a deafening roar demanding a son echoed everywhere. The ultimate boss had finally emerged. This tentacle beast mirrored the one Zhang Ya slaughtered, yet possessed a hauntingly human form. Its eyes blazed with pure malice and deadly intent. Li Cheng roared at the bosses to stop hesitating and save the boy, now that their monstrous prey had arrived. When nobody moved, he surged forward to intervene himself, but a crushing grip stopped him completely. Boss Ling restrained him, claiming Zhang Ya must strike first. Intervening now would be considered stealing his hard-earned glory. Zhang Ya smirked at the sheer hypocrisy. The fragile masks of heroes and villains were finally shattering. Right before the deadly tentacles pierced the child, Zhang Ya blurred forward with blinding superhuman speed. Outspeeding the lethal strikes, he snatched the boy's shirt and hurled him backward to absolute safety. Li Cheng caught the soaring child perfectly. Denied its precious prey, the horrific beast erupted in fury at Zhang Ya's actions. Dropping his disguise, the true Zhang Xiaoyong had finally returned. The horrific tentacles ensnared his body, dragging him closer. Staring into the beast, Xiaoyong noticed a chilling anomaly. With the child safe, Li Cheng prepared to join the brutal fray. Yet before he could assist, the wicked bosses seized him again. Without help, Zhang Ya will surely die. Li Cheng remained blind to their sinister objective. Boss Ling simply smirked at his pathetic naivety. She had expected the young warrior to at least force a bitter stalemate against the monstrosity. Trapped and immobilized, his past victory seemed like mere luck. The foolish Li Chong had completely missed this deadly betrayal. Cutting off the villain's gloating, Zhang Xiaoyong boldly seized control. He ruthlessly exposed the steel mill boss's cannibalistic horrors. As expected, the naive Li Chong stood utterly bewildered. Total foolishness. Right on cue, the Eastern Fortress crew unleashed a devastating barrage on the rival evolvers. Blazing gunfire from automatic rifles illuminated the dark park, ambushing the steel mill forces. Splitting into two elite units, one pinned down the evolvers, while the second rushed to back Xiaoyong against the beast. Gripping a blazing firebomb, the absolutely fearless little Shuai spearheaded the monster assault. He hurled the explosive with all his might. Instantly, the beast reflexively swatted the threat. Blazing oil drenched the horror. Yet, ignoring the scorching flames, the creature froze entirely, locking its gaze onto the young bomber. Seeing little Shuai instantly triggered a profound surge of lost humanity within the beast's mind. It entirely ignored the trapped warrior currently crushed within its grip. Meanwhile, the kid fiercely cursed the beast for tanking his explosive. Those harsh words sent the beast into an unprecedented rage. Its clear speech proved the crew was facing a terrifyingly evolved mutant. Fortunately, humanity possessed their own powerhouse. Brother Chong instantly leaped into battle. His blazing speed was unmatched. He flawlessly dodged, leaving the tentacles to shatter only stone. The steel mill villains fell back, forced to cower behind the trees. They watched in absolute disbelief. A rogue mutant was battling the terror they feared most. Mutants fighting together shattered their common sense. Brother Chong evaded perfectly, but he could not close the distance to strike. Suddenly, a tentacle prison trapped him completely. Roaring with brute strength, he tore the fleshy trap to shreds. But this suppression was merely a distraction. The lethal strike came from behind. A comrade's warning saved his skull from a fatal piercing blow. Both mutants finally backed off to catch their breath. Seeing Brother Chong struggle, the captured Xiaoyang laughed and teased his comrade. Baldy Pang was stunned. This captive brat was joking with a nightmare-inducing beast. Shattering all logic, Xiaoyang ripped his bindings apart like mere paper. Aqiang realized a crucial detail. An ambusher just called Zhang Ya by the name Xiang. Old Axing once said the Eastern Fortress leader shared that name. The truth finally dawned on them. This youth played them all. Their hunt was actually a deadly trap. A mighty stronghold's elite force hunted them. Bossling scanned the enemy, desperate to escape. She gauged the fortress crew's strongest fighter to be merely equal with Lai Cheng. Yet their firepower was absolute, and their greatest threat remained Zhang Xiang. Even worse, that masked mutant rivaled the tentacle monster's terrifying power. Boss Ling knew victory was utterly impossible. Fighting meant brutal casualties, but she formed a desperate plan. First, Baldy Pang must stall the enemies. These two shared countless battles. Flawless teamwork was their greatest weapon. Baldy hurled his hatchet with monstrous might, blazing like a falling meteor. The explosive impact shattered the ground, engulfing the fortress crew in blinding dust. Baldy Pang unleashed a relentless barrage of heavy strikes, supported by cover fire. This overwhelming chaos pinned down Old Li's squad, forcing them into full defense. Amidst the crossfire, Boss Ling locked onto a new prey, the youngest kid on the front lines. Only Xiao Kai sensed the danger, throwing his massive frame to shield the boy. He raised his guard, but the muscle mommy's kick struck like lightning. Fatty Kai staggered backward. He stood no chance against an elite evolver. Boss Ling's dark scheme finally took shape. She grabbed little Shuai by the collar, shocking the entire battlefield. This was an absolute nightmare. Little Shuai fiercely refused to become a helpless hostage. He struggled furiously, but Muscle Mommy's grip was an iron vice. To crush his resistance, Boss Ling slammed a brutal punch right into his face. This savage strike ignited the tentacle monster. He roared for his son as infinite fury awakened. Brother Chong seized this fatal distraction, dashing forward into a lethal striking stance. Perched upon the beast's shoulders, he sensed a chilling shift. The monster completely ignored him. Xiaoyang ordered Brother Chong to release the giant. The mutant was utterly baffled by this command. Xiaoyang knew the horrifying truth. This beast would gladly burn his own life for his child. Blocking his wrath meant death. Choking little Shuai, Boss Ling threatened to take the boy's head unless they dropped their weapons. The noble Li Heng desperately begged to take the boy's place. Witnessing their absolute despair, Boss Ling reveled in her sinister hostage tactic. If little Shuer perished here, how could they ever face his mother back home? Boss Ling barked her final terms. Surrender all weapons, and back away 100 meters instantly. Defeated, Old Li lowered his firearm, urging his comrades to yield. They had zero leverage left. Muscle Mommy was far from finished. She ordered the masked mutant to execute the beast. Blinded by arrogance, she completely missed the deadly incoming strike. The tentacle beast locked onto her position like a deadly heat-seeking missile, forcing the boss to release the hostage and leap to safety. Sadly, a few lower-level thugs stood directly in the monster's path. They were instantly shredded to pieces. Bald Pang watched in sheer terror as his evolved subordinate was reduced to a bloody pulp. Boss Ling firmly believed the masked mutant was keeping this ultimate threat pinned down. Yet when she looked at Zhang Xiaoyang, the young man was grinning with absolute glee. He and the aberrant mutant merely stood there, ignoring the battlefield. Li Hongyi desperately screamed for little Shuai to run for his life, but the writhing tentacles had already surrounded the boy. Xiaoyang calmly assured everyone that there was absolutely no need to panic. Little Shuai was in safe hands, or rather, safe tentacles. Naturally, not a single person understood his cryptic words. All they saw was a small boy captured by a lethal beast. However, the atmosphere felt entirely different this time. The horrific monster was cradling the child with overwhelming gentleness and care. As the beast called the boy his son, Xiaoyang proudly chimed in. He had kept his promise to keep Zhang Shangji's wife and child perfectly safe. Indeed, this was the grotesque nightmare everyone dreaded. Zhang Shangji clearly possessed the exact same mutation as Brother Chong. Recognizing the faint traces of his father hidden within the monstrous visage, little Shuai burst into tears. Bald Pang watched from the sidelines, scoffing at this dramatic reunion. He knew they had to escape immediately. He instantly issued a frantic retreat order. Unfortunately for the steel mill crew, they had provoked an otherworldly entity of pure terror. While cradling his son with absolute tenderness, Shangji's tentacles lashed out for blood-soaked vengeance. Bald Pang was the very first target to be mercilessly constricted. He screamed for Boss Ling to sever the grotesque limbs. They had always watched each other's backs, but not today. The cowardly Huang Ling sprinted straight for the tree line. She gladly abandoned everyone else to save her own life. She clearly understood the terrifying gap in power between them and this monstrous anomaly. Her only chance of survival was sacrificing Wang Peng, praying he would stall the beast long enough. Unfortunately for the muscular woman, that desperate plan completely failed. She was simply too slow against those impossibly swift tentacles. Her ankles were suddenly snatched from below, violently slamming her face directly into the hard pavement. Boss Ling's glasses shattered instantly, completely crushing her nose. In that harrowing second, she knew a gruesome fate awaited her. She was violently dragged back into the park. The massive tentacles showed absolutely zero mercy. Bald Pang watched the scene with a twisted smile. The witch had tried to betray him, so he felt incredibly vindicated seeing her caught. Still, Pang refused to give up and sought to use his remaining pawns. He desperately turned to Li Chung for salvation. Before the foolish watchdog could even assist the boss who had already betrayed him, Zhang Xiaoyang flash-stepped right behind him. The young man made a simple offer. If Li Chung stayed completely still, he would leave this bloodbath alive. At this point, Xiaoyang simply stood back and let the enraged monster execute its vengeance. Absolute massacre and mayhem ensued. The beast began with Bald Pang, viciously bashing his shiny head straight into the ground. That devastating first strike left poor Pang completely disoriented. It was undoubtedly a severe concussion. Afterward, Shangji's tentacles made quick work of the wicked man. He whipped with immaculate force, brutally tearing the evolver apart until nothing but a bloody pulp remained. With Bald Pang utterly destroyed, Boss Ling was officially next on the execution block. The suffocating grip of the tentacles strained against her muscular frame, but all that physical strength was entirely useless now. Her tragic fate rested in Shangji's dark, slimy grasp. Boss Ling's execution was agonizingly slow and incredibly cruel. Slowly and painfully, the monstrous grip tightened relentlessly until blood poured from her every orifice. The crushing pressure escalated drastically, ultimately reducing her body into nothing more than a mangled paste. Shangji delivered the ultimate punishment for daring to threaten his child. With the final boss annihilated, Nemesis of Evil Volume 3 was completely cleared. Securing another 80 points, Xiaoyang's total system savings skyrocketed to 151. He finally understood why the system mission had foreshadowed the appearance of a potential ally. Who could have predicted he would recruit another mutated powerhouse? He then turned his gaze to Li Cheng, knowing the clueless man demanded answers. First, he nervously confirmed whether Xiaoyang was truly the leader of the East Fortress. Next, a burning question consumed his mind regarding the sudden mention of cannibalism during the fierce battle. Xiaoyang did not mince his words. Mere luck does not create powerful evolvers. Slowly, the horrific truth began to click inside Li Cheng's mind. Memories of the steel mill's early days surfaced, times when he protected a mother and her young daughter. One bleak day, the hungry child begged for his ration, a simple tin of canned meat. He handed it over without a second thought, believing it was just a small act of kindness. Devastating realization struck Li Cheng, shattering his sanity. Days later, he had given that child his meat. Wait, do not call the authorities. During the first wave of alleged tentacle monster attacks, the mother Li Cheng protected tragically lost her little girl. The horrific truth dawned on him. Those monster attacks were a sinister cover-up to slaughter their own people. Pure, devastating nausea washed over him. The rations fed to their fighters were human flesh. The steel mill bosses forged him into an evolver through forced cannibalism. Blazing fury consumed Li Cheng. He mercilessly battered the bloody, mangled remains of his former boss. Roaring in agony, he struck the earth, letting the crimson gore drench his trembling body. Drained and soaked in blood, he bared his fangs at Xiaoyang. He demanded to know if his superhuman power came from the same twisted nightmare. Quickly, Li Hongyi intervened to shatter the heavy tension and reveal the absolute truth. They are not monsters. Possessing crucial survival intel, Xiaoyang knows untainted paths to absolute power. He tossed a glowing mutant core to Li Qing. Seeing the profound secret is better than simply hearing it. These cores are incredibly rare, but they grant overwhelming strength without the cursed side effects. Speaking of curses, Li Cheng had surely felt the dark symptoms creeping into his mind. Consuming human flesh corrupts an evolver's sanity. They lose all control, driven only by violent outbursts and endless rage. Tragically, Li Cheng can never return to the light. He must abandon his cannibalistic diet before the demonic urges consume him completely. As for Shenge, Xiaoyang smiled, truly relieved to see the father and son finally reunited. Asked if he could still speak, Shangji could only reply with a low, unintelligible growl. He could only utter broken fragments. Yet Xiaoyang understood his silent heart perfectly. Like Brother Chong, the mutation ravaged his voice, but Shangji's mind remained remarkably unbroken. Returning to the base with a terrifying tentacle beast would only spark absolute panic. Thankfully, Shangji has claimed the ruined city as his domain. Seeing his son alive brings peace to his tormented soul. He praised Xiaoyang's supreme intellect, his own unique way of acknowledging true brilliance. With the tyrants dead, the West Wind Steel Mill survivors lack a true leader. The mantle of power now points toward Li Cheng, but burdened by his cannibalistic sins, he refuses to trust the demon within him. As a compromise, Xiaoyang appointed Li Hongli to govern the mill. The loyal officer accepted without hesitation. And Li Cheng? The young man vowed to leash his inner demon as long as he joined their mighty fortress. While the park's bloodbath concluded, absolute terror erupted at the borders of City S. A desperate group of survivors was under siege. Bizarre, nightmarish creatures ruthlessly hunted them through a toxic green smog choking the dying city. Heart-wrenching sacrifices were made. They were forced to leave the doomed behind to save themselves. With demonic plant mutants snapping at their heels, running was their only hope. They fled without looking back. The fallen suffered an agonizing, gruesome death. Beneath the suffocating green smog, the twisted flora reigned supreme. Once the monsters finished feeding, the poor victims were mangled beyond all recognition. Moments later, a corpse possessed by sentient vines slowly rose from the dead. City S had truly become a botanical nightmare. The group's numbers dwindled as they desperately fled. Finally, one woman's lungs completely gave out. Her partner desperately dragged her forward to escape being shredded. Suddenly, an eerie howl echoed through the mist. Straining their ears, they recognized the howling wind. Freedom was near. They had reached the forest's edge. Salvation lay just ahead, but the monstrous horde was closing in. Every single second meant life or death. Pushing past their limits, the trailing couple fought for survival. Safety was finally within their grasp. Sprinting through the final stretch, the blinding light of the forest exit pierced the gloom. But fate is cruel. A sentient vine shot out like a viper, coiling around her throat and hoisting her into the suffocating air. The cursed appendage belonged to a colossal Venus flytrap mutant, starved for human flesh. In a flash of pure horror, her body was mercilessly torn in two, echoing the tragic fate of Eren Yeager's mother. At least her suffering had ended. Her lover completely broke down, desperately screaming Xiaolong's name in pure madness. But mourning was a luxury. They had no time to grieve. The sickening gurgles of the approaching plant mutants echoed close behind. The troop leader struck the grieving man hard, forcing him to face their grim reality. Xiaolong was gone. Nothing could change that tragic fate. He had to choose between survival or joining her in death. Ultimately, the survivors fled, crossing into an entirely new city. The relentless plant mutants crawled after them. Though agonizingly slow, their overwhelming numbers formed a terrifying tide. The horrors resembled terrifying infected zombies. Desperate, the survivor leader scrambled until a familiar landmark caught his eye. He was absolutely certain. They had stumbled into the M-City Wilderness Park, yet an eerie silence swallowed the area. The park lay perfectly abandoned, completely untouched by human or monster. After the devastation of their S-City settlement, an absolute evacuation made perfect sense. Suddenly, they spotted a trembling figure clinging clumsily to an ordinary street pole. Sensing no immediate threat, they assumed it was human. They carefully asked for the nearest evacuation point, but the entity they addressed was far from human. It was Zhang Shenhe, the fearsome tentacle beast. As his discolored skin, pitch-black eyes, and writhing tentacles emerged, sheer dread washed over the foolish survivors. They mistook Shangji for another mindless mutant from their darkest nightmares. The terrified group sprinted endlessly, refusing to stop until the nightmare beast was far behind them. They feared the outside world had completely fallen. Suddenly, the monstrous hunters tracking their scent materialized once again. Fate showed them no mercy. They were forced into yet another exhausting race for their lives. This time, total doom surrounded them. A perfectly coordinated trap blocked every possible escape route. Absolute despair shattered their minds. Had they remained in the forest, they might have survived another season. Perhaps Xiaolong would still breathe. As the plant mutants swarmed their doomed spot, a grim choice loomed. Their desperate leader prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Rather than being devoured by alien horrors, he chose a swifter end. However, salvation miraculously arrived. Shangji's tentacles whipped violently through the street, effortlessly obliterating the skulls of the fragile plant mutants. This domain was his alone. He would slaughter any foreign invader threatening his park. At the eastern fortress, Zhang Xiaoyong gazed silently across his moonlit kingdom. His utopian vision was expanding flawlessly. His community score had hit 62, and store points swelled to 231. Absolute wealth was finally his. With abundant points at his disposal, the daily shop became a treasure trove. He could buy a level 2 armed deterrence box for 20, a level 2 black tech box for 50, or a level 3 superpower awakening supply box for 100. Xiaoyong rarely felt shock, but that final item left him breathless. Without hesitation, he drained his points and cleared the shop. The deterrence box yielded an armored jeep. The black tech provided another potent physical enhancement serum. Finally, the ultimate superpower box unlocked a terrifying level 1 enslavement mark. This divine skill allowed absolute subjugation of one life form. Yet, with Brother Chong, Brother Shenhe, and Li Cheng remaining stable, he held back. Immediately after his massive purchase, a new path to points emerged. A system mission. Weed Control Volume 1 had officially initiated. At first he assumed it was a simple agricultural task. The horrifying truth dawned when Brother Shenji reported an encroaching legion of deadly plant mutants. Later that night, the fortress citizens gathered beyond the walls, staring nervously at the imposing tentacle beast. Shangji guided the rescued survivors eastward to face his supreme leader. He dragged a grotesque plant mutant corpse for inspection. Breaking from the crowd, Shangji's wife and son rushed him with joy. Though he could easily say son, the word wife had vanished from his fractured mind. He simply called her, "Marry me." Even now, only Xiaoyong could perfectly decode his beastly, broken speech. The family reunion was wonderfully strange and deeply touching. Warm tears fell as desperate embraces were finally shared. Wasting no time, Xiaoyong approached the shriveled mutant corpse to begin a thorough examination. Shangji struggled to explain the carnage, his limited words failing him. Taking charge, the survivor leader stepped forward to recount their nightmare. They had fled City S, chased out by an overwhelming horde of these very mutated plant horrors. Though City M offered no true safety, its conditions vastly outshined the ruins of City S. During their journey here, the squad navigated through a sea of wandering undead. Xiao Yang dispatched a subordinate to secure his armored jeep, parked 2 blocks away. Tonight, he must witness the border dividing both cities. Guided by survivors, the armored beast reached the destination seamlessly. In mere hours, demonic vines had surged higher, devouring more territory. To grasp the true threat, Xiao Yang prepared to plunge deep into the jungle's abyss. Having barely escaped that hellscape, the survivor understandably dreaded a return to the nightmare. Yet, ignoring this crisis means certain doom. Soon, the nearby Westwind steel mill will be completely devoured. That would destroy their production and survival odds. Before delving deeper, a tactical shift was absolutely necessary. Xiao Yang knew his forces needed an immediate power awakening to survive the looming crisis alone. Old Li and the steel mill vanguard joined the ranks. For days, an all-out hunting slaughter would commence. The ruthless grind had begun. Meanwhile, a terrifying new mutant stalked the mill, casually devouring the undead. Luckily, this grotesque beast would soon meet its bitter end. Moving like a phantom, Xiao Yang delivered one flawless strike, instantly obliterating the flesh-eating terror. With the Titan eradicated, his squad unleashed absolute hell, firing a storm of relentless bullets. Bullets rained down without mercy, utterly shredding the mindless walkers wandering through the ruins. Commanded by Xiao Yang, they harvested mutant cores from the carnage. This brutal cycle rapidly multiplied their vital resources. Hidden in the shadows, a gluttonous evolved monster prowled the ruins, starving for fresh human meat. Ordinary infected posed zero threat to this beast. It slaughtered the walking dead without a second thought. As humanity dwindled, this monstrous rogue had been forced to feast upon charred, rotting zombie flesh. Its sole desire was the rich taste of pure human flesh. Suddenly, the intoxicating scent of its ultimate prey drifted near. Meanwhile, Li Honglei's command had revitalized the steel mill. Yet, new weapons in their arsenal had bred lethal arrogance among the defensive guards. Straying past the safe zone, they slaughtered zombies for mere sport. This reckless scent lured the monstrous buff evolver. The beast slavered with dark anticipation. The most exquisite feast came from those untouched by cannibalism. The legendary pure humans. The buff evolver was cunning. It recognized the terrifying firepower in their hands. A reckless, solo ambush meant death. Survival demanded patience for the perfect strike, yet the agonizing weight left the beast drooling like a ravenous hound. Within the fortress, Xiao Yang meticulously navigated his system interface. Soon after, he summoned a vital assembly. After 3 days of flawless coordination, he granted the entire harvest to Li Hongli and Jiang Qi. Old Li instantly objected, refusing to hoard the bloody spoils when the entire squad had fought so hard. The supreme leader shattered their doubts. Ammunition was plentiful, but survival required forging a vanguard of elite warriors. Focusing power is far superior to sharing cores and creating weak, half-baked soldiers. Ultimately, his followers trusted his vision. Xiaoyang's tactical genius had never failed them yet. For Shanshan, destiny held a different path. The commander summoned her into an isolated room alone. Trembling slightly, she questioned his true intentions. Outside, little Shuai Wanwan, Jiangqi, and Brother Chong shamelessly eavesdropped. They only heard the boss telling the lady to endure the excruciating pain. Following agonizingly suspicious echoes, the door slammed open, catching the nosy crew. Jiangqi gulped in terror, foolishly mocking Brother Xiaoyang's speed, assuming an entirely different kind of intimate encounter. Fortunately, Jiangqi's presence was exactly what was needed. Shanshan clutched her aching arm, an empty syringe gleaming nearby. She was just injected with a syringe. Fueled by mutant cores, Jiangqi had become a supreme fighter. Now, Xiang demanded a fierce clash between him and the fiery Shanshan. Jiang Chai opposed the duel, refusing to ever strike a woman. Hearing this arrogance, Xiaoyong commanded Shanshan to deliver a ruthless strike to his face without a shred of mercy. She was ordered to unleash maximum power. Bolstered by mutant energy, Jiangqi stood unbothered, trusting his invincible defense. Before his arrogant words ended, Shanshan unleashed a devastating palm strike that nearly shattered his jawbone. Brother Chong and Xiao Kai scrambled to halt his flying body. Shanshan stood utterly stunned by her sudden surge in power. Xiaoyang generously administered a physical enhancement serum, elevating her strength just below Brother Chong. Meanwhile, Jiangqi believed he ranked higher on the power hierarchy. Naturally, Xiao Kai threw some friendly shade at his gloomy companion. Preparations complete. Xiao Yang finalized every role for the dangerous woodland expedition. Alongside his elite vanguard, he drafted the new troop commander to guide them. Yet, the leader immediately refused. Having barely survived that hellscape once, he swore never to return. Luchun mocked his cowardice, though his fear was entirely justified. He had zero comrades or family left in the adjacent city. He preferred the safety of fortress labor. Thus, the heartbroken survivor stepped forward, volunteering to lead the way. In the western ruins, towering evolvers scoured the buildings for a target. His mental clarity deteriorated daily. Without fresh human flesh soon, his mind would completely rot away. Distant thudding pierced his splitting headache. He sprinted eagerly toward those lustful echoes. Ripping open a rusty metal door, he discovered two couples fiercely mating like wild beasts. Buffulver cleared his throat, halting their primal activities entirely. The foursome instantly recognized him, utterly displeased by his return. Buffulver promised he wasn't here to steal. Instead, he arrived bearing crucial intel. The women dismissed his words completely. Having embraced their half-monster nature, deception held no value here. Buff-Evolver swore absolute truth. He had discovered heavily armed, pure humans and desperately needed hunting backup. The muscular half-monsters completely encircled him, scrutinizing his every breath. Ultimately, they chose to trust the thief's words just this once. If the bastard lied, he would become their next meal. Thus, they formally accepted him. Fully exposed, the red-headed half-monster warmly welcomed their newest member in a deeply intimate manner. Buff Halfmon eagerly accepted her generous offer. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang's vanguard officially crossed the border. Leading this deadly expedition was the heartbroken Zhu Xingkai. Xiaoyang commended his courage. Xingkai firmly declared his burning thirst for vengeance against the plant mutants. Plus, his parents are trapped in the jungle. The boss will take point. Lai Cheng guarded the rear. Brother Chong and Shang Jie flanked the sides, keeping Xingkai securely in the center. Xiaoyang only risked this perilous mission to halt the jungle's creeping invasion into his domain. Rescue was merely a secondary goal. Suddenly, a damp vine dripped sticky sap directly onto his face. Shinakai instantly panicked, recognizing that foul slime. He screamed for the boss to dodge, but too late. A slimy vine choked Xiaoyang's neck like a starving python. The colossal Venus flytrap emerged the beast that severed Xiao Tong. No prey had ever escaped its maw until now. Xiaoyang fearlessly gripped the vine and yanked. He pulled with such godly force that the beast's foul innards burst out. Jingkai stood utterly speechless in horror. The guts crashed before the boss with a heavy thud, violently squirming like a vile sack of slimy grapes. Sensing overwhelming dread, the Venus flytrap desperately attempted a frantic retreat. Unwilling to chase, Xiaoyang commanded Shangja and his tentacles. That mutated warrior delivered flawlessly. Extending his limbs, he ensnared the ravenous plant. With an iron grip, he violently slammed the target downward. To everyone's absolute shock, the flytrap unleashed a green, defensive fog. Strangely, this toxic mist triggered no immediate alarm. Instead, it smelled divine. Xiaoyang grew tense. Breathing such a mesmerizing scent signaled lethal danger. Just as he commanded them to block their noses, every shred of surrounding light instantly faded away. The entire crew suffered similar bizarre illusions. A mysterious, heavy pounding echoed within Shankai's skull. He looked around. The entire crew stood frozen like statues. A sudden rustle snapped his focus. A delicate, feminine silhouette emerged from the tall grass, whispering his name. It was his beloved Xiaoyang. Her brutal death still haunted him. Seeing her alive completely shattered his reality. He stepped toward her. Relief and utter disbelief collided within his mind. Xiaoyang beckoned him closer, whispering that the remaining survivors waited nearby. Utterly mesmerized by his beloved, Shankai blindly followed her voice. Meanwhile, a deadly raid on the steel mill began. The half-monsters reached their target, a massive factory brimming with pure human flesh. Saliva dripped from one beast as he caught the scent. Nothing whets their monstrous appetite like pure human prey. His comrades tried to restrain him, but his vision had already drowned in insatiable crimson hunger. Before they could hold the fool back, he lunged. Driven mad by craving, the idiot charged blindly, desperate to devour. The sentries immediately spotted his reckless approach, but these rookies were too slow. Before raising a single rifle, a comrade was ripped apart and consumed. Explosive gunfire instantly alerted Li Hongji. These guards had never faced a terrifying half-monster. Mindless zombies were easy, but this nightmare was beyond them. Their AK-47 bullets proved utterly useless. Every strike instantly regenerated. Ignoring the relentless barrage of lead, the predator resumed his bloody hunt. He would have slaughtered the guards, but old Li arrived just in time, delivering a crushing kick to his gut. That single strike sent the hunter spinning wildly. Mid-air, the beast forcibly regained control, sticking a flawless landing. At this distance, old Li could rain high-caliber destruction. The foolish monster was forced into a humiliating retreat. From afar, he eats lead. Up close, he gets pulverized. Old Li roared to rush the wounded to the infirmary. Meanwhile, the battered half-monster limped back to his crew's hideout. Wounded and deeply humiliated, he collapsed before even reaching their sanctuary. Instead of pity, his comrades offered cold disdain. He was warned to wait, but his primitive urges won. The idiot snarled, demanding human flesh to heal his wounds. But this monstrous pack operated by a darker law. The weak are simply discarded. Yet, even facing doom, his arrogance remained unbroken. Disgusted by his whining, a female comrade crushed his neck beneath her heel until his life faded. Fewer mouths meant more flesh for the rest. United by hunger, the 4 remaining half-monsters plotted to breach the fortress. While the males struggled to form a strategy, the females had already devised a flawless scheme. Despite craving human flesh, they still looked entirely human on the outside. They just needed to walk through the front gate. Deep in the woods, Xingkai froze, sensing an eerie force drawing him to Xiao Tong. The imposter lost its patience, and the flawless disguise began to crack. Before the beast could strike, Xingkai, a flying blade ruthlessly severed its head. For the second time in mere days, he watched his beloved suffer a brutal end. The master behind that deadly throw was Xiao Yang. Even he fell for the illusion briefly. Shaking off the shock, Xingkai unleashed his blazing fury upon the boss. Xiao Yang forcefully made the trembling man face the bushes. Slowly, the blood-soaked illusion melted away, exposing a horrifying truth. His dream girl was merely a twisted, grotesque mass of writhing vines. That demon plant had crazy curves, though. I definitely wouldn't mind getting hypnotized. Afterward, Xiao Yang moved swiftly, shattering their mental prisons. Li Chong felt centuries had passed, and even the mutants had succumbed. Xiao Yang deduced the demonic flower had secreted a mind-warping hallucinogenic gas. Seeking answers, he carved into the twisted vines, hoping to extract a valuable mutant core. Tragically, his prey was nothing but a hollow puppet, not the true body. The roots plunged deep into the earth, hinting the true body lurked far away. Following the trail out of sheer curiosity, he unearthed a bizarre anomaly. It resembled a mutated potato taro, acting as a bizarre nutrient storage for the monster. Playing it safe, he tossed the organ into his dimensional space. It might be edible. Seeking answers, he interrogated Shankai about these monstrous flora. He only understood their lethal danger. However, the wise old he might know much more. Old he is an elite from the Agricultural and Forest Research Institute. Before Shinkai's group fled, the elder was stationed inside a high-rise settlement. Desperate for clues, Xiao Yang immediately changed course to track him down. Meanwhile, at the steel mill, the half-monsters finally initiated their deceptively simple plan. Red limped forward. Feigning pure terror, she ensured her alluring assets remained perfectly visible. To perfect the illusion, she collapsed near the front gate. A patrolling guard on the wall immediately spotted her. The guards quickly rallied, believing a desperate survivor was fleeing toward their settlement. They knew the strict protocol for strangers. Yet, seeing Red's allure, any man would instantly forget his duty. One guard insisted on reporting to their superiors. However, a simpler man merely wanted to pull her to safety. Red sobbed for rescue, and Simgard swallowed every lie. In the distance, the remaining half-monsters watched with dark amusement. Even they marveled at Red's flawless deception. Naturally, the other female refused to be outdone by her act. She boasted superior skills. Meanwhile, Red had practically secured free entry into their den of fresh meat. Deep in the woods, the crew struggled to navigate the suffocating darkness of the dense jungle. Fortunately, they arrived at the next city without encountering further disaster. Nearing the old base camp, a voice called out Shinkai's name. His Aunt Yang peeked through the barricade. Normally, he would have rushed into her embrace. But that exact impulse had nearly killed him earlier. He wiped his eyes while Xiao Yang chuckled. He assured the young man they were free from the hallucinogenic gas. Across the divide, Aunt Yang's camp descended into panic. They assumed anyone emerging from the shadows was a deadly foe. Some wanted to drag Xingkai to safety. Others feared it was no longer him at all. Aunt Yang chose violence first. She preferred to ask questions later. She led her men into an armed assault, hoping to catch the intruders completely off guard. Shangji could erase these people in a single strike, but Xiaoyang demanded peace. Arrows rained down, yet the big boss casually swatted them aside with his bare hands. With an overwhelming, commanding tone, he ordered the strangers to stand down, freezing them in place. Shangkai leaped forward, desperately convincing his aunt they were allies. Aunt Yang finally relented. She ordered her men to halt their futile attacks. Shinakai quickly explained that Xiaoyang and the gang came from beyond the treacherous jungle. Questioned about their missing members, Shangkai delivered the crushing truth. Half his friends were dead or wounded, including Xiao Tong. Requesting entry sparked immediate hesitation among the city's guards. The main source of their terror was Brother Chong and Brother Shenhe. The big boss stepped up to guarantee their safety. He commanded the mutants to speak and ease the crushing tension. Brother Chong removed his mask. He swore that despite his monstrous looks, his heart was incredibly gentle. Meanwhile, Xiangjie aggressively flexed his terrifying muscles for the crowd. Xiaoyang simply hung his head in embarrassment. He had prayed they would act normal. After tense deliberation, Aunt Yang finally granted them safe passage. Back at the steel mill, Shanshan Akira approached the front gate to check their Western forces. She radioed Old Li to open the gates. Before entering, her razor-sharp senses detected a hostile presence lurking nearby. The malicious aura vanished as quickly as it appeared. The half-monsters instantly choked back their bloodlust, retreating deeper into the shadows. Old Li personally unlocked the doors for Shanshan. Once she stepped inside, the half-monsters finally exhaled. They were nearly exposed. All three monsters sensed the horrifying truth. That girl was an evolver. A pure evolver. Something they believed was impossible. Even so, their dark minds solely focused on how delicious her flesh would taste. Devouring an evolver would undoubtedly grant them explosive power. Meanwhile, Shan rushed to the infirmary to inspect the madman's victims. Xiaoyang had entrusted Shanshan with the infection inhibitors for exactly this kind of nightmare. Old Li hesitated. His men were bitten hours ago, yet showed absolutely zero signs of mutation. It became highly probable their attacker was not a zombie. As questions mounted, Red stepped forward, claiming she held the answers. She declared that out in the western suburbs, vicious mutants had formed hunting parties for human flesh. Old Li had never met Red before. Still, the trembling woman spoke with chilling authority. Through tears, she warned these mutants were far worse than zombies. They possessed human intelligence and an insatiable hunger for flesh. She claimed she barely escaped their clutches by stealing a bike. To Old Li, it sounded like she led the nightmare straight to his doorstep. Red profusely apologized for the danger. The simp guard instantly defended her, fiercely condemning Old Li for casting blame. Li Hongli coldly clarified his stance. He simply needed to extract every detail about their new enemy. Red urgently warned them to brace for an impending attack. Seeing the woman lacked proper clothing, Old Li urged her to rest. As the rest of the tense group slowly filed out of the room, Shanshan watched the newcomer like a hawk. She could not explain it, but Red gave off a deeply unsettling aura. Ultimately, she blamed her own paranoia. The crushing weight of his recent duties had simply put everyone on edge. Back in City S, the squad finally reached their destination. A lone high-rise towering over a sea of toxic green smog. Xiaoyang questioned their choice of shelter. Why ignore the stronger, more convenient structures nearby? The answer was grim. Staying low meant certain death. That sickly green mist only grew thicker near the ground. Inhaling that vile fog rewrites your very DNA. A normal human twists into a monstrous plant mutant. Salvation required climbing past the 10th floor, escaping the lethal mist. They took the stairs, trading grim details on the way up. Reaching the tower's peak, Xiaoyang finally came face to face with Professor He. They delivered a bleak report. The chaos beyond the jungle and the other city's collapse sent morale plummeting. Once the mutant threat was laid bare, Xiaoyang called Brother Chong and Shunj inside. It was time they met the survivors. As for T-City, B-City, or the world beyond, absolute radio silence. To this day, no signs of organized rescue exist. Humanity was completely on its own. Xia Yang produced the strange potato he unearthed earlier, demanding the professor's insight. Professor He remained chillingly calm. identifying the object as a mutant plant tuber. Surprisingly, it was perfectly edible. This grotesque root was the very thing keeping the high-rise survivors alive through the brutal famine. Grotesque or not, finding a reliable food source in this hellscape was a monumental victory. Suddenly, blaring alarms interrupted their meeting. Glancing through the windows revealed a waking nightmare. An endless horde of plant mutants surrounded the tower. A terrifying realization dawned on them. They were facing the dreaded anomalies known as flower carts. The mere name drained the color from Professor He's face. These horrific entities could spell absolute doom for everyone inside. Raising his voice, the professor demanded absolute attention from the entire room. Women and children were ordered to seal themselves on the top floor. Anyone capable of fighting was drafted for the coming slaughter. He refused to let them all perish together. His people obeyed without hesitation, ready to sacrifice their lives for the settlement. Seeing Xiaoyang's youth, the professor urged him to retreat. He belonged in the upper sanctuaries, safely hidden away. The big boss merely scoffed at the warning. He confidently assured the professor that he needed no protection. If anything, his blood pumped with anticipation. He was dying to see what kind of monster caused such deep-rooted terror. Professor He issued a chilling final warning. Failing to shatter the flower cart's core in time meant absolute death for all. These nightmare blooms acted as commanders. Emitting invisible pheromones, they orchestrated massive, coordinated sieges, using lesser plant mutants. Its furious main body lurked nearby. Ignoring the professor's frantic pleas, Xiaoyang boldly ripped the room's window wide open. Reaching into the void, he manifested a high-powered rifle. It was time to test the waters of this enemy's true strength. From his high-rise vantage point, he rained lead upon the encroaching horde. Just as feared, these twisted freaks possessed monstrous resilience. Fatal wounds knit back together in the blink of an eye. Unfazed, Xiaoyang coldly resolved to push their overpowered regeneration to its breaking point. He locked onto a single target. A relentless barrage of gunfire shredded the mutant into an unrecognizable pulp from afar. Like the others, this bullet-riddled insult to nature stood defiant. However, its monstrous vitality finally gave out, sending it crashing heavily to the dirt. The gruesome experiment yielded a grim result. Erasing just one of these bastards demanded 2 full magazines of ammunition. A terrible exchange rate for survival. It was no wonder this entire settlement lived in constant, suffocating fear. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaoyang was a walking armory. Conjuring dozens of heavy weapon crates from his personal dimension left the onlookers completely paralyzed with shock. But the true spectacle was his terrifying physical might. He violently ripped the nailed wooden crates apart with his bare hands, leaving the high-rise residents in sheer disbelief. Inside lay a plant's ultimate weakness, a massive stash of Molotov cocktails. Xiaoyang barked a strict order. Use these firebombs to incinerate any mutant that dared to breach their defenses. Without another word, the fearless youth vaulted through the open window. His loyal mutant brothers instantly shadowed his deadly dive. 3 absolute madmen plummeted from the 16th floor, treating death like an old friend. Their bone-shattering landings, however, were nothing short of legendary. They struck the earth with devastating impact, instantly stunning the ugly plant mutants. The moment they entered striking distance, the bloodthirsty horde surged forward. They were brutally intercepted. Xiang's hand pierced straight through their twisted, wiry skulls like a hot knife through butter. With a sickening tear, the big boss mercilessly decapitated his first victim. Brother Chong unleashed his own brand of absolute carnage. Boasting blinding speed and titanic strength, his lethal combat arts rivaled the boss himself. And Shenge? The man was a walking beacon of hype and overwhelming aura. His nightmarish tentacles tore through the battlefield with terrifying grace. It was a symphony of glorious, unadulterated bloodshed. Professor He realized his foolishness in telling Xiaoyang to hide. Thankfully, Lai Cheng prepared the survivors for battle. He took command, urging the brave to grab Molotov cocktails and defend the stairwell. Finding hope after months of despair, the residents' morale soared. Downstairs, Xiaoyang eradicated the remaining mutant plants. Like clockwork, he ordered his mutant brothers to harvest the cores from the fallen bodies. As for him, he yearned to face the legendary flower cart everyone feared. The monsters that slipped past were reduced to ash. Thanks to Xiaoyang's crew, 0 casualties occurred. While the survivors secured the building, he followed his primal instincts into the dark woods. Moving like a phantom, he finally tracked down the twisted abomination, the nightmare known as the flower cart. Deep inside the woods, the beast terrorizing City S spewed a toxic green fog. Suddenly, His survival instincts screamed at him to dodge. Xiaoyang evaded a fatal strike. This devastating power rivaled Zhang Shenha's tentacles. Still, he had mastered the art of battling tentacle monsters over the past few weeks. He simply needed to crush this creature in a battle of pure strength. Cornered, the flower cart unleashed a thick spore cloud. But Xiaoyang never fell for the same trick. Before the spores hit, he drew a deep breath and sealed his lungs. Amidst the toxic green fog, the beast thrashed wildly. It shed its orbs, revealing hidden legs. The flower cart attempted to flee on its grotesque limbs. Such pitiful escapes meant nothing to Zhang Xiaoyang. He formed a sigil, summoning the slave mark. His power engulfed the beast. Minutes later, the survivors were alerted as the flower cart approached. Professor He was terrified, forever haunted by the sheer brutality of that twisted monster. Parking his new slave outside, Xiaoyang arrived as if nothing had happened. In broken words, he asked Zhang Xiangjia and Brother Chong if they had harvested every core. Xiangjie confirmed a massive haul of cores. Brother Chong faithfully translated. One mutant sounded like grinding rocks, the other spoke pure gibberish. It was exhausting. Then, Professor He asked the burning question. Why was the terrifying flower cart parked outside? Xiaoyang calmly replied that the mutant was now their ally. To ease their fears, he led the survivors outside to prove the beast was entirely tamed. The old professor bravely approached the veiny beast. Touching it, he asked how Xiaoyang tamed such a nightmare. Ignoring the question, Xiaoyang asked for the seasoned botanist's expert opinion on the plant. The old man theorized that despite its horrific mutation, it retained its primal botanical instincts. Just like beasts, competition among plants is brutal. Instead of hunting flesh, they wage a ruthless war for sunlight. Trees evolved to pierce the sky for light, forcing lower plants to adapt in darker ways. In dense forests, a thick canopy starves the grass below. He guessed the flower cart grew aggressive after losing the light war. Deprived of the sun, it evolved to devour the living. Suddenly, the flower cart launched a thick vine toward Xiaoyang. Lai Chun reacted instantly, drawing a small blade to protect his boss. Unfazed, Xiaoyang ordered him to stand down. Bound by the slave mark, the beast could never rebel. The vine connected directly to his spine, transmitting pure thoughts into his neural pathways. The flower cart confirmed the professor's theory was flawless. City S was a brutal battlefield for mutant plants. They now survived by devouring flesh and bone. Now bound as his loyal servant, the flower cart's survival rested entirely in Xiaoyang's hands. To show its absolute loyalty, the flower cart exposed its glowing, radioactive core. In a profound display of trust, it surrendered its core to its new master. Upon touching Xiaoyang's palm, the core fused flawlessly into his body. As always, Li Chong watched in deep concern. Yet this was a mere binding ritual forging their master-servant bond. Testing his newly acquired power, Xiaoyang thrust his palm forward. Suddenly, thick vines erupted from thin air, striking with devastating force. The tendrils coiled around a massive tree, gripping mercilessly. With a mere thought, Xiaoyang snapped the thick trunk cleanly in half. Shangji stood utterly stunned. These sudden vines packed far more power than his own monstrous tentacles. Instantly, Xiaoyang unlocked the Gardener achievement, reaping a massive reward of 150 points. As City S tasted true liberation, a mysterious and deadly threat assaulted the Western Steel Mill. A cannibalistic red-haired mutant laid deadly traps, and the desperate mill survivors swallowed the fatal bait every time. Hearing a knock, she instantly masked herself with a helpless facade, opening her door to a man offering a midnight snack. A truly delicious prey. She flawlessly mastered the deceitful art of playing the helpless damsel in distress. The young man played the perfect savior, feigning deep concern for the newcomer. Pulling him provocatively close, Red whispered her deceptive gratitude. Taking the fatal bait, the lustful fool blindly pounced upon the seemingly defenseless woman. Retreating quickly into her room, she feigned shock. To his meager credit, the blinded fool apologized for misreading the moment. The dark truth, however, was vastly different. Red merely lured him beyond the factory's thin walls. The doomed prey followed blindly, thoroughly ensnared by her deadly charm. Outside the cold steel walls, they engaged in passionate, unrestricted intimacy in the shadows. Afterward, his energy was utterly drained. He stood hopelessly mesmerized by Red's dangerous beauty and intoxicating technique. They had shared the most intimate of encounters, yet the foolish man never once asked for her true name. Suddenly, the lingering romance shattered completely. The lustful fool spotted his comrade's torn jacket sleeve protruding from a filthy plastic barrel. Lifting the heavy lid, pure horror struck. A grotesque nightmare of mangled innards and thick, unrecognizable blood awaited. Instantly, Red pounced upon her prey, locking her vicious claws tightly around his exposed throat. At least the doomed man satisfied his deepest lust before his cannibalistic end. Outside the mill, Red's hidden squad remained lurking in the shadows. Caught napping on duty, the muscular brute suffered a violent, punishing strike to the back of his skull. Assigned to strict sentry duty, Baldy showed zero tolerance for negligence. This survival mission meant absolute life or death. They needed absolute readiness for the exact moment Red signaled their devastating ambush. Amidst their heated bickering, Blondie grew intensely restless over Red's silence. Suspicion brewed that Red was greedily hoarding the untainted human flesh. Thus, the trio prowled the factory perimeter, hunting for their selfish comrade. Their monstrous sense of smell swiftly guided them toward the grisly leftovers. They soon found the grim drums overflowing with discarded blood and mangled guts. Absolute certainty struck. Red had gone rogue. Smiling wickedly, Blondie promised a brilliantly simple solution to this betrayal. If Red charmed her way in, so could she. They had already tasted one bitter betrayal tonight. Naturally, Baldy fiercely opposed this gamble. One greedy traitor was enough. Sending another was pure, suicidal folly. The towering brute intervened, pulling an enraged Baldy away. Her twisted logic held truth. She was their absolute best chance to breach the fortress. Baldy accepted the bitter truth. He agreed, but vowed chillingly, if she copied Red, he would storm the gates and slaughter the traitor himself. And so, following tense deliberation, they repeated the proven strategy. Donning a flawless, helpless facade, Blondie pounded frantically upon the heavy iron gates. Instantly, the vigilant front gate guards raised their loaded pistols, completely on edge. Feigning hysterical tears, Blondie spun a tragic tale of outrunning a ravenous zombie horde barely clinging to her life. Mesmerized by her stunning assets, the lustful guards foolishly praised their immense luck. Many silently agreed her alluring figure easily outclassed their previous rescue. Just before the enchanted guards bypassed her mandatory infection screening, Red violently stormed from the mill, warning the men against the deceitful witch. She declared Blondie was a mutant in human disguise, who had tried to devour her. Red frantically ordered them to execute the flesh-eating monster. Blindly trusting her, the guards emptied their magazines, driving Blondie out of the fortress gates. Ruthless bullets shredded through Blondie's body, carving out devastating, instantly lethal wounds in her fragile flesh. Riddled with bloody holes, she stumbled, accidentally exposing the terrifying monstrous truth hidden beneath her short dress. The guards blindly rushed inside for gasoline to burn her corpse. This brief delay gave Blondie just enough time to heal and vanish into the shadows. Such absolute incompetence. Out of 3 armed men, not a single guard stayed behind to watch over the fallen, terrifying body. As the horrific incident reached Brother Lee and Sister Shan, Blondie dragged her battered body back to her ruthless pack. Her final ounce of strength fading, she collapsed in the dirt at their feet. Aware she was now damaged goods, Blondie desperately pleaded for mercy. She swore absolute loyalty to their twisted commands. Baldy remained stone cold to her cries. They were beasts of the same breed. Knowing exactly what weakness meant here, he hoisted a massive boulder overhead with one hand. Finding fresh food at the settlement would simply require a new strategy. But before he could crush her skull, it was Baldy's blood that painted the earth. Musclehead ambushed him, mercilessly severing the bastard's throat. His bald head struck the floor, followed heavily by his torso. Musclehead slowly licked his crimson blade, savoring the taste of blood. Blondie wept with gratitude. He offered her Baldy's limbs to heal, claiming the lion's share of their buddy's flesh for his feast. Blondie knew instantly. Musclehead acted purely out of savage greed. Had she perished, Musclehead would have gained mere scraps. This violent ambush secured him total dominance and the greatest prize. Inside the steel mill fortress, the leaders finally noticed the chilling rise in missing members. The weight crushed Leongi. What kind of leader would he be if his people kept vanishing under his very nose? Her patience exhausted by this unseen terror, Shan Shan finally took action. Scouring the desolate outskirts for answers, she quickly uncovered the bloody drums of absolute horror and slaughter. Armed guards rushed over, confirming their worst fears. A familiar torn jacket lay soaked amidst the sickening viscera. Seeing Horndog's shoe floating in the crimson pool, Red felt the invisible walls tightening around her neck. Baldy and his scavenger gang exposed her hidden leftovers. Yet, Shan Shan found absolutely no signs of struggle around the settlement. The night had been eerily peaceful. Piercing the silence, she locked eyes with the newcomer, demanding the truth. Red's entire body trembled violently. Her manipulative tricks would never work against an apex predator like Sha Shan. Without a second of hesitation, Sister Shan unleashed her blade, aiming directly for Red's vital points. The cannibalistic newcomer watched her life flash before her eyes through the gleaming tip of the dagger. Just as the steel threatened her chest, Red vanished with unnatural speed. The speeding dagger shattered the poor trees behind her instead. Shan Shan's initial instincts were flawlessly deadly. The horrific truth about Red was finally confirmed. Red realized her facade was completely shattered. Her sick scam for free meat had reached its bitter end. Cornered like a rabid beast, she lunged wildly, snatching the closest man into her deadly grip. Drawing a hidden knife, she held her hostage's throat, promising instant death if anyone flinched. But Shan Shan stood unyielding. One more drop of innocent blood, and Red would face an execution she could never escape. Red's twisted pride raged at being outsmarted. If death was certain, she swore to drag as many souls to the afterlife as possible. Inch by inch, she backed into the shadows, screaming crazed threats to slice her hostage's carotid artery wide open. Reaching a safe distance, Red snatched his firearm and violently kicked the terrified man to the curb. Firing a spiteful parting shot at his behind, she bolted into the darkness, fleeing the steel mill. Cold as ice, Shan Shan raised her weapon with lethal focus. Piercing shots rang out, striking the fleeing cannibal in multiple places. Despite her shattered flesh and spilling blood, Red forced her unnatural body to keep running. Refusing to let the monster escape, Shan Shan sprinted toward her bike. But Li Hongli swiftly intervened to block her path. A hidden ambush could be waiting. His tactical wisdom prevailed. Locking down the settlement was paramount. Uncle Li made perfect sense. With ironclad authority, Shan Shan ordered the guards to ruthlessly intensify the screening of all future survivors. All newcomers would face strict quarantine. She marched back to the main fortress, ready to prepare her forces for the looming threat. Watching her command, Li Hongli felt a surge of profound respect. Her ruthless efficiency and decisiveness were truly legendary. Deep within the overgrown ruins of S City, mutated plant undead stalked the shadows, but their reign of terror was ending. Testing their newly awakened powers, Zhang Xiaoyong and Shangja spearheaded the march, obliterating obstacles with devastating vines and tentacles. For these two godlike mutants, eradicating the deadly horde was as effortless as taking a single breath. Their overwhelming power allowed Brother Chong and Li Cheng to safely harvest energy cores and incinerate the cursed remains. Crackling flames roared toward the sky, fueled by a towering mountain of undead bodies for the professor to witness. He watched in awe, torn between the absolute safety of their salvation and terrifying dread of their unfathomable power. Xiaoyang's Utopia mission accelerates, reaping him massive points. His vanguard operates flawlessly, with the terrifying plant mutants utterly suppressed. Xiaoyang's crew and the S-City survivors quickly arrive at the gates of the main fortress. Uncle Shen welcomes them, briefing the young boss on the recent events. Xiaoyang introduces the S-City refugees, guided by Professor He, a renowned botany expert from the academy. For now, the S-City survivors will take temporary shelter inside the fortress. Once fully prepared, they will relocate to the urban jungle's edge. There, they will establish a powerful third settlement. Suddenly, Shan Shan arrives on her bike. She urgently reports the Western Steel Mill incident, demanding the same heightened security for their main base. This strict screening process will not apply to Professor Hay's group. The boss personally vouched for them. Hearing about the tragic casualties at the steel mill, Xiao Yang remains completely unfazed. In fact, he views this tragedy as an opportunity. Greater threats mean richer mission rewards. Right on cue, Volume 4 of the Villain Vanquisher quest officially begins. Purging the western outskirts will grant him a massive 120 points. Meanwhile, Red barely escapes death and reaches the hideout. Hearing heavy footsteps approaching, her dark, treacherous heart skips a beat. A fully healed Blondie looms over the traitor, laughing mockingly at her pathetic downfall. Injured and crawling back to the monsters she betrayed, Red desperately claims her betrayal was just a huge misunderstanding. She nearly got Blondie killed. A brutal death sentence is absolutely justified. Blondie orders Muscle to crush Red for a fresh meat feast. Instead, Muscle viciously swings his rusty metal pipe directly at Blondie. Striking from behind, he brutally eliminates another ally. Blondie brought this fate upon herself by trusting a notorious backstabber. The muscle-bound brute feels absolutely zero remorse repeating his treacherous trick. Facing certain doom, Blondie warns Red against trusting him. He only seeks absolute dominance and will betray anyone without hesitation. Red does not care at all, as long as she escapes the slaughter. In a final, desperate plea for survival, Blondie reminds the brute of Red's unforgivable betrayal. For cannibal mutants, words mean absolutely nothing. Out of options, Blondie tragically offers her own body to the beast. Unfortunately, he heavily prefers redheads. With his bare hands, the brute violently finishes Blondie off. His usual twisted scheme follows. He offers Red some limbs to heal, while violently feasting on the rest of Blondie's corpse. Back at the main fortress, commanders discuss battle strategies against the cannibals prowling the western edge. Lai Chung was an unwitting cannibal recently, but according to Shan Shan's terrifying report, these new mutants are far worse. They have completely shattered every last shred of human sanity. They are wrathful, gluttonous, bloodthirsty monsters, completely addicted to the sickening taste of human flesh. Xiao Yang notes the Western mutant threat, but far more urgent matters demand his immediate, undivided attention. Lung deploys to the steel mill as heavy reinforcement, locking down their security completely. 2 peaceful months vanish in a flash. Deep in the treacherous woods, desperate survivors contemplate a dangerous escape. Remaining in their current hideout guarantees a grim death. Packing meager rations, they brave the cursed woods. Nighttime offers a fragile shield against the terrifying, sun-loving plant horrors. Unfortunately, darkness cannot save them. A massive battalion of mutant plants instantly spots their escape. Upon first contact, several survivors are brutally captured and devoured alive. The remnants sprint for their lives, only to find themselves trapped in a suffocating, deadly encirclement. Only one escape path remains, echoing with terrifying, unknown, and monstrous growls. Facing certain doom regardless, they risk the terrifying path. Miles later, their lungs burn as crushing exhaustion finally takes over. Suddenly, a colossal tree careens violently toward their exact, vulnerable position. They scramble for cover, terrified of the monstrous strength required to topple such a giant tree. As the dust clears, heavily armed loggers wield chainsaws. One survivor instantly recognizes Zhu Xingkai among the powerful crew. Xingkai is completely taken aback, recognizing an old friend named Liang. He explains their successful settlement in M-City. Suddenly, the thundering footsteps of approaching plant mutants shatter their joyful reunion. Seeing Liang panic, Kai simply chuckles. To them, these terrifying plant freaks are no longer a threat worth fearing. Xingkai casually grabbed his radio, reporting a creature sighting in his sector. Message sent, he signaled Liang and his crew to step back and watch the show. Moments later, the heavy anti-plant squad arrived, wielding massive flamethrowers. Liang's team stood completely paralyzed. The strike team took formation, igniting their weapons to incinerate the mindless horde. Roaring flames engulfed the monsters, reducing the shrieking mutants to ash. Li Chong, Brother Chong, and Shangxi arrived. By now, such minor threats required absolutely zero effort to obliterate. Liang watched in disbelief. How could any human faction command such terrifying destructive power? It was all thanks to Chief Xiaoyang. Spotting the mutated duo, Liang nearly lost his mind in terror. Xingkai's team was perfectly comfortable with the mutants. Brushing off Liang's fear, he invited his old friend to meet their legendary chief. Meanwhile, construction of their third outpost bordering the deadly jungle advanced flawlessly. They had even established a fully functioning farm. Leon stood absolutely stunned. While others cowered in terror, this faction conquered the monster-infested jungle. But this was no ordinary harvest. They were cultivating mutant flora. Liang stared at the grotesque potato in his hands and tossed it away in panic. Xingkai explained the truth. These crops shared the brutal nature of plant beasts, forcefully engineered into high-yield, docile food sources. Once again, Chief Xiaoyang made the impossible a reality. Professor He masterminded this revolutionary agricultural project, transforming deadly mutants into endless sustenance. Through Xiaoyang's mysterious connection with Flower Cart, altering the mutant crops became effortless. Harvest season rapidly approached, and territorial expansion proceeded without a single flaw. The brilliant professor directed their growth, while Li Chang maintained an ironclad defense. With the third base completely secured, it was finally time to butcher the cannibal scum haunting the western borders. Deep within City M's ruins, 2 figures strolled with absolute authority. It was none other than Zheng Xiaoyong and Brother Chong. The masked mutant quietly alerted his chief to a lurking presence. Xiaoyang sensed an elite squad tracking them. Their counterattack strategy was beautifully simple. Let Brother Chong feast. As expected, Red and Musclehead stalked them from the shadows, desperately waiting for the perfect strike. But before Red could pounce, Musclehead held the impulsive warrior back. From their vantage point, the truth was clear. Another vicious pack had already cornered their prey. A massive horde of cannibal mutants tightly encircled Xiaoyang and Brother Chong. Drool dripped from their mouths at the sight of premium flesh. These foolish cannibals had no idea. This rabid pack had never encountered a flawless evolver like Xiaoyang. Devouring him could trigger unimaginable physical evolution. Seeing Brother Chong, the scavengers wrongly assumed the young man possessed zombie manipulation powers. Perhaps they could steal that divine ability by consuming his flesh. Such power would make them unstoppable gods. Watching this, Red clicked her tongue, forced to yield to the massive horde. Musclehead, however, chose to lurk in the shadows and watch the slaughter unfold. Within seconds, absolute carnage erupted. Brother Chong exploded forward like a savage beast, shredding the evolvers like fragile paper. Jiang Xiaoyang swung his blade with chilling elegance and absolute tranquility. Every single strike claimed a life. Realizing they were the actual prey, the surviving cannibals fled for their miserable lives. One desperate cannibal scaled a nearby building to escape. Unfortunately, it was the exact hideout of Red and Musclehead. This sudden movement placed the hidden duo in extreme danger. If that monstrous young man noticed their presence, death was absolutely certain. Their worst nightmare became reality. Xiaoyang casually lifted a colossal steel beam like it was entirely weightless. With devastating precision, he hurled the heavy metal, launching it forward with the speed of a fired bullet. The steel beam utterly annihilated the fleeing evolver, shattering his spine instantly. No one survives a strike from Xiaoyang. Red and Musclehead narrowly escaped death, drenched completely in the dead evolver's raining blood. Sheathing his blood-soaked blade, Xiaoyang smirked at his unexpected harvest. These elite cannibals possessed serious power. Their bodies definitely contained fully formed variant cores. High up, Red and Musclehead held their breath. They stayed frozen until the Omega-level terror finally left. Once the youth and his muzzled undead departed, they checked the bloody aftermath. Only 3 bodies had been devoured. Their cowardly hiding paid off. A grand feast of high-quality corpses remained. Patrolling the western wasteland, Xiaoyang scolded Brother Chong. The beast simply wasted meat with its tiny appetite. Suddenly, a faint rustle caught his senses within the ruined structures. Shifting his icy gaze, the young warrior instantly summoned his blade. His cover blown, a stranger emerged from the shadows. Trembling, he aimed his crossbow and barked a warning. One glance was all Xiaoyang needed. This was just a helpless, unevolved civilian. 4 eyes issued his threat, but pure terror paralyzed his trigger finger. Reading his fear, Xiaoyang chose a softer approach. Spooked by the slightest twitch, 4 eyes panicked and fired a sudden bolt. Yet, mortal weapons could no longer threaten the chief. Xiaoyang casually snatched the puny bolt from thin air. Watching his only defense fail utterly shattered 4 eyes. In a flash, his target crossed dozens of meters in a single, ghost-like step. To end this pointless struggle, Xiaoyang disarmed the trembling civilian. Brushing him aside, he coldly ordered the others out, swearing he was no cannibal. Just as predicted, a dozen fragile survivors huddled inside the ruins. Every single one shook with dread. In this hellish apocalypse, Xiang felt respect for those surviving without devouring human flesh. He chose to walk with them into the dark. 4 eyes revealed their destination, the Xiang steel mill down south. A stray radio signal promised a haven there, offering shelter to wandering survivors. That was the original goal. But they soon realized mere mortals stood no chance against the suburban cannibals. Along their path, rumors spoke of a northern sanctuary, a place where warriors actively hunted bloodthirsty cannibals. Reliable whispers confirmed its existence. Legends claimed its mighty leader could slaughter 5 or 6 cannibals flawlessly. Yet, the western perimeter alone crawled with 1,000 flesh-eating fiends. One man could never shield them all. 4 eyes argued that cannibal evolvers were solitary hunters. However, murmurs of doubt rippled through his group. He firmly believed that if those monsters gathered, their savage nature would spark fatal infighting. One desperate dissenter refused to yield. He begged to reach the Xiang steel mill, seeking his lost brother. Even if the odds of his brother's survival were virtually 0, those Zheng survivors might be hidden cannibals. 4 eyes was actually half right. The mill's former masters were bloodthirsty beasts, but the new chief stood right before them. Xiao Yong coldly detailed his slaughter of the former leaders, reshaping the bloody system. As for the dissenter, he tearfully confessed his brother was named Li Cheng, a former deputy officer from the southern suburbs. He.